Chapter 17. Wedge Antilles settled stealthily into his seat, hidden among the alien ferns. The plants surrounding this corner of the Woundseer Cafe were dense, with heavy leaves that persisted in catching him as he tried to maneuver into the bench. Pushing them out of the way had eventually allowed him victory, and he tried to smile at Ela as if he hadn't just nearly lost a battle with an overgrown weed. Her expression was deeply amused. "Should I call for backup?" "You mean you don't have a vibroblade in your clutch? If you do call, make sure it's Page's commandos. I don't want to lose a battalion of troops to the Adarian building's maze of alien plants." He glanced over the menu, forcing himself to relax. By the end of the week, Fifth Fleet's repair and resupply would be complete. The fleet had just gotten in thousands of additional proton torpedoes, which would allow his squadrons to return to full battle readiness, no small feat, with the rate the New Republic went through torpedoes, and Lusankaya's final repairs were nearly finished as well. What the whole point of dinner with Ela was not to think about those things for a while. Wedge knew as well as anyone, and better than most, how important it was to allow people to take a break from preparing for combat and worrying about the casualties from said combat. The accumulated mental fatigue and stress would break a soldier down if given half the chance. Wedge had seen it happen, especially in the rebellion's early years, and then again during the Thrawn campaign. The constant press of battle, of advance, of retreat, of sortie, and rearm, and sortie again, might not kill you, might, but it would gradually wear down even the most dedicated sentients and leave them vulnerable. These days, he felt more tired than ever. "Any news from Corellia?" He winced as the words left his mouth. No, that wasn't going to help. Yes, he wanted to know what had happened on their homeworld. There had been rumors all over the HoloNet for days now, with extensive recordings of pro-Imperial forces fighting across all 5 of the Corellian worlds. Latest reports indicated that there had been a battle, and that at least some of the Imperial squadron assigned to guard Corellia from the New Republic had mutinied when ordered to bombard Corellia and put down the uprising. Wedge's squadron had been rushing through its repair cycle specifically to try to capture the system before that could happen, though it now seemed evident that even their rushing had not been fast enough. But as much as he wanted to know the latest on Corellia, that was just another reminder of everything he was trying not to think about tonight. Ela pressed her lips together, and Wedge could see the same mental debate going on in her head. She could answer the question, giving up on the hope of keeping the war far away tonight. She could ignore the question, knowing that it wasn't going to make it go away. But Ela was as proud a Corellian as he was, refusing to look away from harsh realities, even as they stubbornly carved out time for each other. Ela answered the question. Yes. She sipped her wine, then placed the glass down slowly, letting the silence linger. "It sounds like the fighting is finally done," she said. "This won't reach the news nets until tomorrow or the day after. The Corellians are still keeping their HoloNet on lockdown, so most information is trickling out via small traders after making the run. Corellian home defense has scattered or destroyed the pro-Imperial militias and garrison fleet. Most of their leaders were arrested. Corrin had some hot work at the head of the rebels, but he came through all right." The jolt of surprise at her answer was quickly followed by a swell of utter, joyous calm. He laughed, disbelieving. "You and I have been fighting to free Corellia for how many years? And just as the New Republic has put me in charge of a fleet and told me to go free our homeworld, it goes and frees itself without our help." He shook his head, grinning madly. He knew he looked like a fool, and he didn't care. How very Corellian of it. If there's one thing Corellians, wherever we are, do best, is define expectations. Ela finally let herself smile. She reached across the table and took his hand in hers, squeezing it. "You might not be sent out after all. I don't know exactly what happened with the Imperial fleet that was guarding Corellia, but I do know that more than half of its Star Destroyer strength is now loyal to the new Corellian government. Rumor has it there are 5 Imperial-class Star Destroyers already in the new defense fleet, and they're being renamed Corellia, Silonia, Drawl, Talus, and Trallis." "I think that will get confusing," Wedge said, shaking his head. His grin refused to fade. but I suppose it does drive home the message that each homeworld will be defended. He squeezed Ila's hand. I'm so glad to hear. His communicator buzzed. With a frown, he reached for it. Had he forgotten to set it to screen his calls? But no, the little light that indicated privacy mode was active was illuminating. His comm buzzed again, shivering in his palm. Ila's face suddenly froze as her own purse vibrated. With a sudden sense of dread, Wedge activated his comlink. Major Dorset Conair, leader of Polarm Squadron, took another quick glance at her HUD as she continued her evening patrol, ensconced in the compact A-wing cockpit that gave larger pilots fits. Lusankaya was still in dry dock, undergoing its final maintenance cycle. The Superstar Destroyer was scheduled to be back in the field at the end of the current weekly cycle. When that time came, 5th Fleet and Major Dorset Conair would be heading to Corellia. Maybe. That had been the plan for the last 2 months. Lusankaya's accumulated aches and pains, hard won from cutting out the heart of the Imperial Starfleet, had finally earned her some much-needed maintenance time, and 5th Fleet had been in combat zones for much longer than the New Republic military preferred. There were only a handful of facilities in the New Republic which could handle maintenance and repairs on a Superstar Destroyer. Kuat and Bilbringi were 2, but Coruscant also had 1. A legacy of the year's executor had been the Imperial flagship, and that massive, skeleton-like structure had Lusankaya wrapped up in its tentacle-like appendages. Repair droids and personnel swarmed over Lusankaya's hull at all hours of Coruscant's day, polishing and restoring armor and equipment. The rebellion hadn't had any choice, in those early years, except to put the same people into combat again and again, but it had gone to great lengths to offer its soldiers and pilots time for leave. Dorset had heard the old veterans of Rogue Squadron talk about Hoth and their time there, and as prevalent as the Battle of Hoth itself loomed the nostalgia many of them had for the camaraderie. Oh, it had been frigid and miserable, and none of them wanted to go back, but Hoth had also been a sanctuary without most of the amenities, but with ample time for the rebellion to lick their wounds, train hard, and even give its fighting sapient some much-needed rest. So as Hoth was to the rebellion, Coruscant was a temporary rest station for 5th Fleet. Their ships were undercrewed as the safety of home fleet meant they weren't needed on a moment's notice, and those crew members could indulge in all the luxuries that Coruscant had to offer. As a native, Dorset didn't see quite the same appeal as everyone else had. She'd been home, seen her parents, and then gone back up to the docks and volunteered for extra duty. Hobby, Wing Commander Clivian now, had placed her in command of Lusankaya's cap for the night shift. She was a major now. Being in command of a Superstar Destroyer's cap was something she could just do now. Secure in the privacy of a Wing's familiar cockpit, the small Coruscanti woman brushed a pale hand over the gleaming rank insignia on her flight suit as if to assure herself it was still there. Still real? Her promotion to major had come after Karita. It had been 6 months since Karita, and she still woke up shaking some nights, feeling the sputter of overheated engines, the pulsating hum of a depleted shield, and the depressing thunk of an empty missile magazine actuating, all while a wing pair of defenders bore in on her. Then there was nothing left but streaks of red behind her and fiery explosions ahead. Hobby and Jansen had arrived at exactly the right moment, and in the flash of relief after their arrival she pulled herself back together. The Polarms had suffered losses at Karita. She'd lost Polarm 12 early in the fight. He'd been part of the initial A-wing slash, and found himself tangling with the skilled TIE defender. 12 had reminded Dorset of herself. In some ways they couldn't have been more different. He was an Outer Rim kid, she was a Coruscanti, but they were both speed demons who loved to push their ships to their limits. 12 hadn't been the last, and replacing her lost pilots had. Sith spit. The exclamation came over her helmet comm, and Dorset jerked instantly out of reverie, her hand slamming down on her comm pickup. Status report. But the order was entirely unnecessary. Her A-Wing's computer was already bringing up the target of her wingman's alarm, and if it hadn't been, she was close enough to see what had happened. Her brain sluggishly tried to make sense of it. Through her A-wing canopy was an Imperial-class Star Destroyer that hadn't been there 5 seconds before. Less than 10 kilometers away, the massive ship had struck a fleet logistics vessel solidly amidships. A glancing blow, the underside of the ISD's triangular bulk was shedding armor and hull plating even as TIE fighters awkwardly sprawled out of its hangar, avoiding the debris both from their mothership and from the Republic vessel it had struck. The transport had been split in half by the impact. Escape pods and debris spiraled away from it, some of it deflecting off the Star Destroyer shields. That Star Destroyer couldn't be there. There was no way for it to have gotten this deep into Coruscant space without being detected. No, there was one way. All fighters, this is CAG, Lusankaya. Urgent scramble, we have cloak destroyers in the nest. Dorset ordered. Hearing panic in her voice, she took a moment to let herself breathe, forcing herself to calm down. The enemy TIEs weren't coming in yet. They were still trickling from the obscured hangar of the Star Destroyer, which was using its tractor beams to clear more room for them to launch. This is Captain Creffy, Lusankaya's commanding officer said over the comm, and Dorset was relieved and reassured to hear that despite the obvious surprise in his voice, the Bothan was not panicking. An Imperial II-class Star Destroyer has appeared in Sector 7. All ships prepare for combat and look for signs of other cloaked Imperial vessels. With me, too, Dorset ordered. Kicking her A-wing's engines to full throttle, she raced her ship to intervene. She expected a handful of the TIEs to break from the mass. There were at least 30 of them, maybe 40, bearing down on Lusankaya, but to her surprise none of the fighters did. Her HUD lighted with a representation of them on the display, and she didn't recognize their boxy, rectangular solar panel array from any TIE she had ever fought. X-wings, A-wings, and U-wings from the on-call squadrons blinked into existence on her HUD as they launched, and other fighters from Coruscant's defense fleet appeared at maximum range, racing towards the intruding Star Destroyer. Like Dorset, the other fighters were moving to intercept and engage the TIEs. Her comm echoed with snippets of combat chatter. This is Captain Darklighter. Rogue Squadron, form up. Above her, the Star Destroyer, which her computer now labeled Tyrannic, and noted that it was a known member of Admiral Dalla's squadron, was firing on Lusankaya. The much larger Super Star Destroyer returned fire, but it was also confined to a skeleton repair structure which blocked firing angles. That station, unlike Lusankaya, was unarmored and not meant to absorb punishment. Even minimal turbolaser fire caused it to splinter into debris, droids and maintenance personnel vaporized by the gouts of lethal energy which carried on until stopped by Lusankaya's armor. The range dropped and Dorset was the first pilot to fire her lasers. She and Polarm too came in on the TIE formation from the side, getting a good look at the slim, rectangular cutout of their solar panels. Not as easy a target as the typical TIE starfighter, it was still easy to see, and her first burst of stuttering laser fire ripped through a solar panel and into the fuselage of the TIE beyond. The resulting explosion sent a glare over her canopy, and her A-wing shuddered as the outer edges of the burst of energy caught the nose of her fighter. "All right, lead," Tu asked over a staticky comm line. "I'm fine," she replied. "That was an awful big explosion for a TIE fighter." "There's a lot more of them," Darklighter exclaimed, the timbre and tone of his voice rising despite his own experience. "All fighters, maintain extra distance as you engage." She checked her HUD and her heart sank. The TIEs were spread out enough that the explosion that had just rattled her wing wouldn't extend enough to reach the other TIEs around it, and all of them were aimed, unnaturally and with growing velocity, on collision courses with Lusankaya's massive bulk. Then both her computer and her comm yelped with alarm, and Dorset realized things had only gotten worse. Asterisk. Still encased in the perfect dark of the cloaking shield, Stormhawk moved steadily in the direction the computer insisted Coruscant would be found. Dalla's 4 Star Destroyers had each been given a target. She checked her chrono and watched it tick steadily downwards to the time that had been chosen for the assault to begin. This was the riskiest part of her entire operation, the approach. Her ships were invisible, but they were equally blind, and space around Coruscant was always busy. With all the freighters and warships constantly moving around the capital of the New Republic, Dala could not risk having one of her small craft pop out of cloak to take a quick look around. There was far too high a chance it would be spotted. Coruscant was far too well defended for her to try any kind of conventional direct assault. With Home Fleet on guard, and Fifth Fleet also here for repairs and refitting, the combined firepower of the New Republic formations surpassed her 4-star destroyers more than 10 times over. So while she was blind was the only option she had. She and Captain Markarian watched the chrono tick downwards, Stormhawk's engines pushing the Star Destroyer closer and closer to their intended target. The holo display indicated a projected map of the space around Coruscant, the typical freighter paths, the patrols, and the blue lines of her ships. Only Stormhawk's line was a solid blue. The other 3 ships were all hidden away under their own cloaking shields. Dala knew only what their planetoprake was, so the computer plotted their trajectories with uncertain, dotted lines. And now, drop the cloak, ordered Markarian. Sensors, get me a full combat plot. Launch our TIE droids. Target facility dead ahead. Space ahead of Stormhawk swarmed with activity, but that was expected. Their target was one of Coruscant's largest orbital docking frames, because large warehouses full of proton torpedoes were not something the denizens of Coruscant wanted on the ground. The warehouse was guarded by no fewer than 4 Golan platforms. Their massive turbolasers would, if given the opportunity, easily destroy even Stormhawk, but Dala did not intend to give them that chance. Even as she watched, TIE droids streaked out of Stormhawk's hangar, building speed with reckless abandon. Their rate of acceleration would have strained a pilot even under full inertial compensators as they blazed in like malevolent meteor. Admiral, we have a problem. Frowning, she turned to look at Markarian, who had come in close. Tyrannic is already under fire. It looks like they hit a freighter that's straight into their approach trajectory. Home Fleet is already scrambled and heading their way. Dala swept her hands over the holo plot to zoom out and see the entire battlefield. Her other ships, Nemesis and Larrikin, were hitting their own targets even now. Those 2 ships were following the plan with precision, but Tyrannic had closed to outright turbolaser range and was raining fire down on Lusankaya, and that had never been part of the plan. Coming so close, especially with Home Fleet and Lusankaya's consorts already closing. Tyrannic was doomed. Unaccustomed sorrow descended over her. Dala was used to casualties in combat, to seeing ships and men under her command die following her orders. That was part of the job. But Tyrannic was the ship that Kratos commanded, the ship he'd earned with his loyalty, his talent, and his effort. For years, Kratos had been her strong right hand, the loyal subordinate that every commanding officer needed to govern her men. She was going to have to watch him die. With an iron grip, she forced the sorrow back. Maybe she was, but his death would not be a waste. Even with Tyrannic's unfortunate accident, all of her ships had reached their targets, and if they could destroy them, she would cripple the New Republic's ability to launch an offensive against the weakened Empire. Kratos would die, yes, but his death would buy her the time she needed to prepare the Starfleet to meet the threat it faced. That would have to be enough. What happened, Grand Admiral? Asked Loyalty Officer Siridi from just behind her. She had entirely forgotten the man. He'd done the best possible thing for him to do during the fighting, and made himself scarce. They engaged maybe 5, 6 minutes ago, she said, her tone almost that of a tutor, coldly explaining to a diligent, if slightly stupid, student. Their cloak must have failed when they collided. Dad or Captain Kratos decided to drop the cloak after the collision, knowing he was revealed either way. He knew their home fleet would be alerted, so he decided to draw all attention towards him, so that we'd have the best chance to escape. She nodded firmly. Let's not waste it. If we destroy our targets, we'll set our enemy back months, but if we're destroyed in the process, it won't matter. Proceed as ordered. Asterisk. Report 3 additional Star Destroyers. That voice belonged to Lusankaya's communications officer, Commander Nita, who announced the sudden, unexpected appearance of the additional enemy ships with remarkable steadiness. Confirm. There was a sudden eruption on Lusankai's hull, and his voice vanished. The ties, which Dorset had assumed were racing to launch proton torpedoes or concussion missiles with maximum effect, never pulled out of their dive. The first of them slammed headlong into Lusankai's hull. The resulting explosion left a decent-sized crater in the Superstar Destroyer's armor, wiping away a turbolaser emplacement. Then the second struck. Then the third. One after another, bracketed over Lusankia's vital systems, ties rammed home, each leaving an oversized explosion in its wake. One struck the ship's bridge tower, and horrified, Dorset thought it had been destroyed. To her relief, as the glare from the explosion faded, the tower reappeared. Captain Creffy had raised the ship's bridge shields in time. "See confirm," coughed Nita over the comm, and then continued more steadily. "Confirm they include Stormhawk and Nemesis. Dala is in play." Distantly in the periphery of her vision, there was another bright light. She looked instinctively, and there she saw another flash, followed by a much larger third. "What was that?" asked two, sounded stunned. They had chased the ties as long as they had, but now there were no more to chase. Each of them had struck Lusankai's hull. Dorset pulled her a wing up, swallowing back a lump in her throat as she saw the array of smoking craters where turbolasers and tractor beam emplacements had once been. The imp destroyer delivered a rain of green turbolaser fire, skittering over Lusankai's armor to mar it further. No one blast did as much damage as the suicide ties, but the vulnerable, encumbered Lusankaya could not mass her batteries while still in dock. Her computer answered Two's question before she could, and the answer only amplified Dorset's sense of dread. "That was the primary logistics and supply facility for Fifth Fleet," she said flatly. "It's gone, and it looks like the Empire took out one of Home Fleet's primary supply centers too." Stormhawk was out there, too distant to engage, almost taunting her with its inevitable escape. Hate bubbled up in Dorset's chest. With a snarl, she kicked her a wing back around, pointing his nose straight at the Star Destroyer that she could reach and which was still attacking Lusankaya. "With me?" she ordered, sending that command out not just to Polearm 2 but also to all of Lusankaya's fighters. "We have a Star Destroyer to kill." Asterisk. Commodore Atral Tab and sprinted out of the bridge lift over Lusankaya's long bridge walk. On either side of her, surprised, but remarkably disciplined, officers fought with their stations. Lusankaya shuddered over and over, and now that she was out of the lift she could see why. TIE fighters struck Lusankaya's hull like flaming meteors. She momentarily was awed by the sight, as the ties accelerated until they struck the ship's enormous hull, producing gouts of explosion and flame on impact. Wings and Wings fought off some of them, but that often resulted in TIE fighter debris striking Lusankaya at high velocity. It was a dangerous thing to try to stop those ties, because the enemy Star Destroyer which had launched them was still filling the space between it and Lusankaya with turbolaser fire. "Incoming." Atral turned to look at the call. One of Lusankaya's officers was pointing out the ship's bridge window, and in the distance Atral could see the rapidly growing dot that was an incoming TIE. "Reinforce bridge deflector shields," ordered Captain Creffy. Still a young officer with little time in command, and one who had little direct combat experience before being handed Lusankaya, Creffy responded to the surprise attack in space dock with aplomb despite the speed of the assault and the damage Lusankaya had already sustained. "Are we free of the station's docking clamps?" "The last clamp has disengaged, sir." They watched together as the TIE hurtled towards them. Atral stared as the starfighter flew right at them, building speed for his ramming attack, and she couldn't resist the urge to flinch as it smashed into the forward bridge window. A terrific burst of light and fire washed over the polarized transparent steel, which tinted in response. The brightness still left splotches of glare on her eyes that she struggled to blink away. "The bridge shields are holding," Creffy muttered next to her. "Good." Then he raised his voice. "Engage maneuver and thrusters. Bring us up and away from the station. As soon as we have reached a minimum safe distance, raise all shields." Now that they were free, Creffy could raise Lusankaya's entire array of shields without blowing up the repair station in the process, what was left of it. 3 of the station's grasping arms were gone, destroyed by TIE impacts. Lusankaya had taken some heavy blows as well. The ship's status display was replete with orange and red lights indicating combat damage. But while the explosive-laden TIEs had done more damage than 50 proton torpedoes would have, it took more than 50 proton torpedoes to knock Lusankaya out of a fight. The general had needed many, many hundreds to do it at Thifera, after all. All fighters, Creefy called confidently, target Tyrannic. Helm, bring us to combat range. Let's see if we can get there before our fighters deprive us of our prey. Asterisk. Dala watched as Lusankaya's fighters swarmed over Tyrannic. Proton torpedoes struck home, knocking holes in shields, but Tyrannic fought past the minor wounds. Kratos' ship tore away at Lusankaya, targeting weapons and vital systems with the precision that came from meticulous planning and excellent gunnery practice. Given enough time, Tyrannic would have inflicted considerably more harm than it already had, but Kratos did not have that time. More squadrons of fighters, belonging to the New Republic's home fleet and flown by some of their finest pilots, raced up from Coruscant's surface. Unlike Lusankaya's squadrons, currently under refit and largely believing their motherships safe from attack far behind the planet's outer ring of defenses, home fleet squadrons were always prepared to defeat an attack or combat unrest on the capital of the New Republic. With no fighter cover, Tyrannic could do nothing as the B-Wing and Y-Wing squadrons lined up and launched torpedo volleys from their maximum range. As Tyrannic was struck by the first volley, Stormhawk charged away from Coruscant, trying to escape its gravity well. The New Republic outer orbit defenses which they had snuck by on the way in now tried to maul them on the way out. A Victory-class Star Destroyer clawed at them recklessly, clearly hoping to prevent Stormhawk from escaping. Its fighter squadrons managed a few ineffectual torpedo salvos, unable to produce the kind of mass fire that Tyrannic faced. Stormhawk scattered the Vic Star with ion cannon fire to disrupt its attempts to lock tractors. When Stormhawk finally crossed back across the hyperlimit, and her engines glowed with the energy required for a jump, Dala was rewarded with the last glimpse of the dying Tyrannic and the wounded Lusankaya before all was lost to the spinning lights of hyperspace. She felt Kratos' absence. An iron band wound tight around her heart. Then she took a breath and stared at the stars swirling through the window of Stormhawk's long walk, trying to put him away. Lusankaya had seen better days. Wedge and Han stared out at the massive superstar destroyer, and Wedge's heart fell as he got a closer look at the wounds she had sustained. Dala's TIE droids, rigged with explosives and aimed to ram, had managed to catch his flagship while Lusankaya was in dry dock, locked within the cradling embrace of a repair facility, and unable to raise most of her shields. The fact that Lusankaya's bridge shields had been operable had saved the vessel even more severe losses. Wedge would have lost Captain Crefray, not to mention Atral, and most of Lusankaya's bridge crew. Even with that small grace, Lusankaya's damage was horrifying to see. Even after Kurita, and the subsequent hard-fought campaign to force the New Order farther and farther back into its outer rim territories, Lusankaya had not looked so damaged. And she's supposed to be brand new right now, he thought dismally. Just finished her repair cycle. Ready to go out and fight the Empire once again? Least we don't need to go liberate Corellia, Han drawled philosophically. His large hand patted Wedge's back. Yeah, right, Wedge sighed. We delayed and delayed and delayed getting ready to face the enemy, wanting to make sure everything was perfect. We waited too long. I should have had the fleet out hunting her down days ago. Han scoffed. Then you would have been out there hunting her before you were ready, and who knows what she would have hit on Coruscant if you hadn't been there to take the hits. Besides, this changes nothing. Han pointed at Lusankaya through their shuttle's forward window. That's a super star destroyer. The flagship of a fleet of star destroyers and Mon Calamari cruisers, and we're building and crewing more every day. They aren't. This attack wasn't a show of strength. It was a sign of desperation. Wedge knew Han was right. But in his gut, the fear wouldn't quit. Far worse, some time later, was a different realization, one that left him hollow when it hit him. I didn't even think to ask how many people we lost. Chapter 18. The Star Destroyer Stormhawk made orbit around Intrala a few days after their squadron's assault on Coruscant. Following the astrogation charts that had been sent by Emperor Regent Hamir, Dala had managed to evade the major New Republic blockades along the major hyperspace routes. Instead, they had darted down the riskier paths, temporary hyperlanes, or lesser-used ones that required far more precise astrogation. Dalal's opinion of Hamir's leadership may have fallen into the gutter, especially after the news upon Major, but she respected his talents as an astrogator. Without his charts, her squadron would have been pinned down and destroyed long since, unable to evade all of the New Republic's pincer movements. Now, they allowed her to escape into Imperial-held territory. She stood on Stormhawk's long walk and watched the crew work. Captain Markarian was a good officer, a fine officer, one deserving of his rank, but right then she resented him. She was furious with him. That was horribly unfair, because Markarian was not at fault for Kratos' death. Ultimately, she was, for sending him to battle when so many things could go wrong, but he stood where Kratos had once stood, doing the job Kratos had once done, and she could not but wish that it was Kratos aboard Stormhawk and Markarian dead with Tyrannic. Markarian seemed to know what she was thinking, because his approach was more cautious than she had grown accustomed to. Grand Admiral. She mastered her anger, lest it master her, and schooled her features into a focused calm. Kratos' death is not Markarian's fault. She took a breath. Yes, Captain. We've received our orders, sir. His caution remained as he extended a datapad for her to take. 2 transports are being sent to us from Intrala Command. They're apparently carrying wounded who are due to receive further treatment at Silencer Station. We've also been told to turn navigational control over to Loyalty Officer Saridi. He will be guiding us to the Emperor's Bastion. Her lips pressed together, a fresh wave of anger, directed not at Markarian, but at Hamir and his idiot minions, washing over her. Summon Loyalty Officer Saridi to the bridge. Yes, sir. He made to turn away, but then turned back. If I may, sir, I'm sorry about Captain Kratos. I didn't know him for long, but what little I saw impressed me. She nodded stiffly. Thank you, Captain, she said, a touch of thickness creeping back into her voice. She said nothing else, and the silence hung heavy there, like a promise of rain or thunder. Thankfully, it did not take long for Saridi to arrive. He was rarely far from the bridge, and if he was far, it was always because he had some specific task that had been delegated to him from on high. Grand Admiral, he said, the initial cheer in his tone dissipating as he saw Dala and Markarian's expressions. Emperor Regent Hamir has ordered Stormhawk to attend him, Dala pronounced. We've been summoned to his secret lair. The latter words were spoken with such pronounced sarcasm that Markarian winced. To get there, we are required to turn navigation of this vessel over to you, and you alone. She did not offer to have an actual astrogator plot their course, and then be shot to ensure the secret was kept, for fear that one of her political superiors would take her up on it and cost her a talented young officer. Saridi swallowed. Of course, he said after a moment. You can plot the course. Dala pressed. The loyalty officer hesitated, then nodded, holding out a hand expectantly to Markarian before the hawk-nosed officer placed his command-linked datapad into it. Move Stormhawk to these coordinates, Captain Markarian, he ordered, and put a series of numbers into Markarian's datapad. And I will get us safely to the Emperor Regent. He looked distinctly nervous plotting the course into Stormhawk's astrogation computer, the eyes of the entire bridge watching him from a safe distance, but there was no hesitation when he finished and put in the course. You may engage the hyperdrive, Captain. Dala nodded at Markarian, and the ship's captain straightened. Of course. He did it himself, rather than making his helm officer take final responsibility, and it was like the entire bridge crew inhaled at once before the ship vanished into hyperspace. We did not all die, Dala thought sourly, so that is at least better than nothing. Cray and Niches did not have many opportunities to speak privately. Since her success at creating the Silencer command interface and subsequent attempt at escape, she had noticed a clear intensification in the amount of monitoring. Holocams hidden in wall mounts, microphones hidden virtually everywhere. It was becoming harder and harder for them to plot their sabotage of the Empire's plans. Cray desperately wanted to talk to Nichess about her ideas, too. Yes, they were quietly working to sabotage the Empire, however they could, but they only had access if they made themselves useful. If they simply refused to work, the Empire would just kill them, slowly, painfully, and Nichess first, so they had to work, make their work look valuable, while simultaneously building in flaws that would not be noticed until it was too late. It did not help that Nichess was getting weaker and weaker. He had never fully recovered from the stun blast he had taken, and feigned weakness had become real weakness. Many days he could not even stand, and the amount of Peregrine he required to dull the pain also made it harder for him to concentrate. He still had good days, and on those days the two of them worked together just as they had for all their time at the McGrody Institute and got so much done. But those days were fewer and fewer. Had they been back at McGrody, she could save him. They had come so far with their work on the SS Siroid technology, and she was convinced that she could at the very least transfer his consciousness from his own failing body into a fully synthetic one. But there was no way to do that here, so the opportunity was forever lost. Instead, she worked to improve the TIE droid design, while seeking out the best way to subtly sabotage it. This was more Nich's specialty than hers. She did better with the actual hardware of cybernetics, while he was the superior programmer. That did not mean she was not capable of doing the work while he was indisposed. The door to her lab whispered open, and she heard the familiar footsteps of Irek Ismaren. "Have you made progress?" She sat up and glanced at him. "Some. I'm working to make one of the more advanced AI profiles work with the TIE Droid's performance suite. It can work, but the TIE Droid suite is so different from the late-model Techno-Union fighters that it needs a lot of tweaking." It was odd, she thought. When Irek had first started overseeing her work, he'd been more imposing and domineering. But since Irek had succeeded in using the command interface to command the silencer AI, he had become less dismissive. In particular, she noticed, less dismissive of Nichess. The young Emperor's gaze found Nichess, where he was sleeping on the reclining couch he so often occupied. "That's a task Dr. Marr is best suited for, isn't it?" Cray's heart jumped in her chest. Today was not one of Nich's good days, if he tried to force Nichess to work in his current state. Asterisk. Since his encounter with Emperor Regent Hamir, Irek Ismaren had worked diligently to try to accomplish the mission Hamir had set him to. Resentfully, but diligently, he had used the command interface to try to boost the rate at which Silencer Station could construct new TIE droids and had some minimal success, though only at the cost of slowing the station's further growth. Largely foiled, he had done as his mother suggested and put Cray and Nichess to work. He needed Nichess to work. There was no other way to meet his mother's demands. He concentrated. The Force bent to his will and allowed him to do many things, and among those things was to sense and manipulate the minds of others. He wanted Nichess to work. He wanted the TIE droid to defeat all of his enemies to establish his unquestioned lordship over the New Order. He wanted, and because he wanted, the Force would give. Reality itself would warp to his desires, if he wanted it enough. With the Force solidly in his grip, Irek reached out towards Nichess. The man's mind was in a stupor. Irek felt only a lack of focus, an inability to concentrate, a lack of precision. The painkillers Nichess was on had robbed him of everything that made him useful to Irek, and Irek wanted him to be useful. So Irek made him useful. He could feel the Force unwinding the ameliorative effect of the Peregrine on Nich's body. He could feel as the man's mind became active and aware again. Sharpness of thought was restored, along with the sudden spike of meaningless fear, as Nichess realized that something was happening, and there was the brilliant scientist that could fix the TIE droid. That was what Irek wanted, what he would. And then the pain. Stretched out in the Force as he was, Irek's mind focused so closely on Nichess. The pain did not just strike Nichess. It tore at Irek as well. His hands and feet were on fire. Needles thrust through his digits, coming through the other side. Those needles worked up his thighs and down his arms, puncturing his shoulders and knees. All the sharpness of mind that Irek wanted dissolved under the sudden intensity of the onslaught. He crumpled, unable to keep himself standing, feeling like his lungs were on fire, like breathing itself was a chore, and Irek Ismaren would give anything for the pain to stop. He tried to withdraw his senses from Niches, to retreat from the sudden devastating barrage. It was Niches who took back control. Irek was not sure how long it took. It could have been minutes, or hours, or even days. The pain was consuming, devouring, nibbling away at his mind and thoughts, rendering him dumb. After a time, he realized the pain was beginning to recede. Slowly, excruciatingly, those violent punctures were pushed back into his digits and were replaced. Asterisk. Niches Mar refused to succumb. He couldn't. Cray needed him. He could feel her, clinging to his chest, urging him back to her. Distantly, he could feel Irek Ismaren too. That was an odd sensation, one of touch without touch, one that roiled with agony that matched his own. But Cray was the one who mattered. Cray was the one he loved. She needed him, and he would not succumb. Not until he knew that she would be all right. He fought for Cray Mingla. At some point, he realized what had happened. He wasn't sure how, but Irek had neutralized the effects of the perogen in his system all at once, and the pain had erupted over him in his absence. He also wasn't sure how he fought the pain back, how he brought himself back to sanity, but he did. His hands and feet were afire, excruciating, but it was just pain. Pain he knew, pain he had grown accustomed to, over weeks turned to months. Pain he could defeat. He wrapped his arms around Cray Mingla and hugged her tight, ignoring the way his hands hurt when he did. The pain was irrelevant. Cray was what mattered. Asterisk. Slowly, excruciatingly, those violent punctures were pushed back into Irek's digits and were replaced with the sudden, soaring sense of love. It made his own attraction to Cray seem like a petty thing. Commitment, promise, companionship all wrapped together into one. Irek was suddenly and quite inadvertently subjected to a powerful burst of Niches feelings. It lasted only a second, because the mental connection Irek had forged with Niches burst under its intensity, shattering to nothing, and instantly all the pain he felt was gone. He stumbled to his feet and left without an acknowledgement or an apology. Cray Mingla was on the couch by Niches' chest, clinging to him. Niches was hugging her back, and Irek was amazed that Niches' hands only trembled. In an instant lasting forever, Irek Ismaren understood. Stormhawk's trip from Entrala to his destination, whatever that was, Bala thought, took more than a day. It required multiple hyperspace jumps, presumably to navigate along the less well-known routes of the outer rim and to avoid any kind of pursuit. The secrecy of this place was taken very seriously. Now they were here. Wherever here was. Full system scanned, she ordered as Stormhawk came out of hyperspace. I want a detailed report. Yes, sir. The system was dense with planets and planetoids. 10 planets and 3 asteroid belts were the system's defining characteristic. The route that Sariti had programmed brought them in on a predictable course, one aiming at what appeared to be a particularly dense portion of the 3rd asteroid belt. That's strange, Markarian said. What is, Captain? He gestured at the plot. This asteroid belt is still consolidating, sir. I think it must have been a planet sometime recently. All the matter is concentrated here, not spread in a typical ring. It doesn't look like it's settled into a stable set of orbits yet. I imagine it's quite dangerous to get too close. Bring us above the system plane, Dala ordered, and raise shields to maximum. Warn damage repair teams that we may suffer impact damage. Yes, sir. She lifted a hand and crooked a finger at Loyalty Officer Sariti, inclining that he should approach. Yes, Grand Admiral, he asked as he came near. What happened here, Loyalty Officer? Sariti's lips pressed together. I'm afraid I don't know the specifics, but you'll see enough to understand when we get close. Dala did not like that answer. Are we in danger here? Sariti took a reluctant breath. I think proximity to the Emperor is inherently dangerous, Grand Admiral. An honest answer. And also a warning. She could work with that. Reduce our approach velocity, she ordered. Turbolaser batteries. Keep watch for stray asteroids or other incoming. Do not fire without specific orders. The officers in the crew pits called their understanding. Beside her, Sariti watched the plot. Bring up the forward scopes, he murmured to her. And I suggest bringing us to a stop here, rather than approaching closer. If the crew doesn't see silencer station, my superiors at ISB are less likely to deem them security risks. All engines, stop, Dala ordered, glancing at him sideways. And bring me a pair of macrobinoculars. Markarian handed her a pair. She handed them to Sariti. The ISB loyalty officer stood in front of the bridge window, focusing their lenses. Then, expressionlessly, he handed the macrobinoculars to Dala. It took her brain a few moments to process what she was seeing. There was indeed a planet, or what was left of one, in the center of a dense cloud of shattered rocks. Hovering over the planet's surface was an enormous, gray and black rectangle. As she adjusted the macrobinoculars, she could see it more clearly. Really, it was two mostly square portions, attached by a thick connecting portion. On either side, the rectangle had enormous leg-like appendages, which ended with portions that looked like massive hooves. Below the ship, space itself seemed to shimmer, and she could see matter being sucked up into the space station, as if it was feeding off the corpse of the dead planet. The station had the mass of many Imperial-class star destroyers. She handed the macrobinoculars to Markarian. Then, as the captain took his own look, she turned to Sariti. Silencer station. Yes, Grand Admiral, Sariti confirmed. That is where the TIE droids are constructed. She asked. Sariti nodded. It's an arms manufactory, he said, keeping his voice low enough that it wouldn't carry across the open bridge. And it is Emperor and Empress Regent Ismaren's personal fiefdom. Markarian lowered the macrobinoculars. How capable a manufactory is it? He asked. I know it isn't fully operational, Sariti said. There have been some issues bringing it to full capacity. But the Inquisitors have told ISB that once it is fully capable, it will be able to construct not just TIEs, but also ships the size of star destroyers in sufficient numbers to smother the New Republic. He took the macrobinoculars and looked once again. When he lowered them, his expression was slightly odd and a bit fearful. It's still growing. Growing. When I first saw Silencer Station, Grand Admiral, it was less than half the size it is now, he said. Beside her, Markarian inhaled with surprise. How big will it get? Asked Dala. I don't think there's a limit to its potential size, Sariti said. We should approach via shuttle. I have my transport and crew. They've all been here before. Captain Markarian, you're to stay here to mind your ship, Dala ordered. Yes, Grand Admiral, Markarian said, clearly relieved. She gestured at the turbolift. After you, Loyalty Officer Sariti. The true size of Silencer Station became all too obvious on their approach. Not as large as the Death Star had been, Silencer Station was nonetheless enormous. The fact that it was growing became more clear to Dala as they got close enough for her to see the station's hull with her bare eyes. The outer hull was in slow, constant motion, components shifting slightly as new components were incorporated into its frame. Below the ship, a swell of shimmering light sucked up the mass from the broken planet beneath it, drawing it into the station's two massive maws, one on either side, centered on each of the station's two centers of mass. The amount of raw material the station was consuming was on par with what a shipyard like Bilbringi consumed, if not more. Dala could also see the station's defenses. The ship's exterior was lined with turbolaser batteries and tractor beam emitters meant for combating large enemy ships, and swarms of hundreds of TIE droids circled it on cap. The droid starfighters ignored Sariti's shuttle as they approached, paying them no attention whatsoever. In fact, there was none of the typical formality. No approach challenge. No escort. Silencer Station had identified them and determined they were not a threat, and that was all. The main hangar was in the middle section of Silencer Station. Unlike the other components, this part was thickly armored, and not undergoing the same kind of constant transformation. I don't think anyone lives or works on the sides, Saridi commented from beside her, watching, as she was, their approach towards the station. It's all managed by droids, and I don't think those sections are even pressurized. The central core is where the people are. How does it work? The technical details are beyond me, Saridi admitted. But I know that the station is built around something called a molecular furnace. It takes the raw materials of the planet and uses them to construct whatever it's told to. Of course, the primary product of Silencer Station is TIE droids. How many TIE droids can it build at a time? She asked. Saridi shrugged. I don't know for sure. What I do know is the intent originally was to build thousands each month, if not more, but the station's production rate has never reached those predictions. Henshammer's failure to deliver the TIEs he originally promised me, Dala thought sourly. They passed through the magnetic shields into the hangar. Inside, Dala could see the lines of humanoid forms, prepared as an honor guard, and the singular, smaller, white and black armored form of Emperor Regent Hamir. She straightened her white Grand Admiral's uniform, making sure all the wrinkles had been worked out of the fabric. When the shuttle touched down, she was waiting at the top of the ramp, and her feet touched the station's deck shortly after the ramp finished its descent. As she had expected, none of the lines of troopers were actually people. Black metal figures armed with large blaster rifles, they looked sort of like stormtroopers, but on closer inspection the differences were all too obvious. The entire thing sent a shiver down her spine. Unlike the last time she had met him, Hamir was alone. She snapped to salute. Grand Admiral Dala, reporting as ordered, Your Highness. Welcome to Silencer Station, Grand Admiral Dala, Hamir said. His voice had a dull, eerie quality to it, almost as lacking in verve as the droid chorus he had serenaded her with upon their last meeting. I have reviewed your report. Your assault on Coruscant was inspired, and I appreciate that you knew when to strip our outposts of ships that would no longer be able to protect them. The loss of Corellia is dire, but at least you saved some of our loyal ships and their crews. Thank you, Your Highness. We will of course retake all we have lost, Hamir continued in that same dull tone. Despite our recent setbacks, this station will provide all we need to secure the future of the New Order and crush the New Republic. How may I be of assistance, Emperor Regent? We are taking stock of our remaining resources, Hamir replied. Loyalty Officer Saridi, I want you to oversee the transfer of wounded from Stormhawk to Silencer Station. Attend to your duties at once. Saridi looked at her, then bowed and took a step back. Of course, Emperor Regent. I will see to it. He spun on his heels and retreated, already reaching for his wrist. As for you, Grand Admiral Dala, I want you to review all the assets the Empire has left, including what is available to the disloyal warlords in the deep core, and develop a battle plan. I trust you will be more competent at this than Admiral Valentine proved to be. Dala restrained herself from pointing out that she had told him, very specifically, that Valentine was an idiot. After all, she had command now. What had already been lost could not be regained by pointing out that fact, and Hamir might accuse her of treason if she displeased him. Both self-preservation and her honest assessment there was no one else left in the Empire who could competently command the Starfleet, summoned her obedient response. Of course, Emperor Regent, she said, until I am dead or unfit to serve. The pair of medical transports soared into the hangar on parallel courses. Expertly flown, they both settled to the deck of the large main hangar bay. Once they were on the ground, medical droids swarmed over them to assist the wounded. One of the medical droids rolled up to Saridi. How many wounded are aboard these two vessels? It asked, in its passably soothing voice. Medical droids were designed to put their sentient patients at ease, but were mediocre at best at doing so. 4,000 all told, Saridi told the droid. You have medical facilities adequate to their needs here. Of course, the droid said, his eyes flickering. We could attend many more. How many of the wounded are pilots? Pilots are our priority patients. Their skills are vital to the Empire in this trying time. Not many, Saridi said, checking his datapad. After the repeated defeats of the Imperial Starfleet, TIE fighters have become a precious resource, and TIE pilots even more so. A few dozen at most. That will have to suffice, the droid said. Please inform Imperial Command at Entrala that Silencer Station has facilities to ensure that the Starfleet's pilot corps will be able to return to duty as quickly as possible, and that priority should be placed on sending wounded pilots here whenever possible, even small numbers. Saridi frowned, unsure why Silencer Station, which was designed to produce droids, not care for people, would have the finest medical facilities in the Empire for the care of pilots. But he supposed that was not his call. Of course. He looked around. Do you have any immediate human superiors, droid? Our immediate superior is Empress Dowager Ismaren, the droid reported obediently. All around them, the wounded were being loaded onto a variety of repulsor sleds. The hum of repulsors filled the room as the sleds lifted up off the ground and started to make their way towards the exits, escorted by medical droids. But she is not currently available for consultation. Do you have a second in command? Both Bevel Lemelisk and Nasdra McGrody have been retired from active service, the droid said. Saridi waited for the droid to say more. He frowned deeper when the droid did not elaborate. So this entire operation is managed by droids. Loyalty officer, I can assure you that we are more than capable of seeing to all the needs of the Empire, the droid reproached. Something about all this gave Saridi the hives. Perhaps I can visit your operations later then. Attend to the wounded and ensure that they are in good spirits. Humans often appreciate seeing a friendly face, especially if their only alternative was a creepy medical droid. The droid swiveled to look at him. Loyalty officer Saridi, what is your ISB clearance rating? Saridi frowned. What did that have to do with anything? I was ranked lieutenant colonel before I was promoted to loyalty officer. Specific clearance ratings are at the discretion of the senior command hierarchy. Please wait. The droid went dark, though occasional lights flashed side to side in his eyes. Upload link to the Ubictera database established. Verifying identity and command authorization. State your name and rank. His frown deepened. Effin Saridi, loyalty officer assigned to Grand Admiral Dala. Voice print verification complete. The droid's eyes illuminated, but the light in them was narrow to a dot. Please look into my eyes, loyalty officer. Saridi was starting to get really freaked out, but he obeyed. He leaned forward and made direct eye contact with the medical unit, as if he were undergoing an eye exam. Retinal verification complete. Identity verified. Thank you, loyalty officer Effin Saridi. The droid withdrew, its eyes returning to normal. Project access authorization confirmed. You may accompany me, if you wish. Despite his misgivings, he did. The hospital corridor was extremely well lit, either side of it was lined with numerous doors. Peeking inside, Saridi saw men lying in medical beds. The treatment rooms were entirely silent, without any conversation between the wounded officers and their nurse droids. You sedated them. Examinations and operations occur in an unconscious state unless consciousness is required, the medical droid said. Saridi snapped his mouth shut. Operations? He asked warily. He should not have asked. Asterisk. Effin Saridi got off Silencer Station as quickly as possible. He spent the entire trip back to Stormhawk Wretched in the shuttle's confined refresher until his stomach was empty but his nausea remained. He told himself he would feel better in the morning, but sleep was long in coming, and when it came the nightmares were even more terrible than his waking hours. The smiling officers, who had thought they were being taken to a medical facility to treat their wounds, refused to leave him be. I didn't know, he pleaded in his dreams. I didn't know. But now he did. He did know. He tried, briefly, to rationalize it. There was a logic to the madness. And they were all Imperials, they had all sworn the oath. But with what Roganda had cooked up in her House of Horrors, that oath took on a whole new meaning. If this is what it takes to preserve the new order, Effin Saridi asked himself in the privacy of his own mind, locked behind a transparent steel cage of mental discipline, is the new order worth preserving? But that wasn't the right question, he realized. If the New Order is willing to do this to its own people, was it ever the thing I imagined it to be? That my father imagined it to be? It was a simple question. Effin Sariti found a simple answer. No. Chapter 19. Roganda's shuttle was one of the fastest vehicles in space. Originally a dispatch boat designed to carry communications too vital to be sent via the HoloNet or passengers who couldn't be, it had military-grade hyperdrives tuned by some of the best engineers the Kuwait drive yards had to offer. Then Roganda had spent years hiring engineers to modify and improve it. The result was that she arrived at Coruscant a few hours before Pulsar Skate did. The arrival at Coruscant was more complicated than she had expected. It became clear, after only a few minutes reviewing the local HoloNet's data feeds, that Coruscant had been attacked, and that the attack had been largely successful. The image of Nada Sidala, wearing the stark white of an Imperial Grand Admiral, was in the corner of every broadcast as commentators speculated about her history and her recent successes. Roganda didn't think much of Dala, or much about her. She'd never been overly concerned with the Starfleet or its personnel. Still, she could appreciate talent when it forcibly imposed itself on her universe, even if it made her infiltration into Coruscant slightly more difficult. Ultimately, though, the multiplicity of fake identifications that Palpatine had forged her remained valid. Coruscant was not a world which could afford to shut down travel for long. It was too busy, too important, the hub that brought the galaxy together in one place. It was also very easy to blend in once she was on the ground. She had a few options for what to do next, and she had spent the entire trip from Nar Shaddaa evaluating those options. Everything depended on what the Jedi would do with their prize. If they secured it in former Imperial facilities, such as what was left of the not yet fully dismantled Imperial Palace, she would be able to get in without too much difficulty. The numerous override codes she had access to as the Emperor's hand still worked, and they especially still worked in the facilities that the Emperor had constructed himself. But they likely knew that as well as she did, given Mara Jade's former affiliations, which made it more likely that they would secure the engine on their own turf. The hours she had in advance of their return, therefore, she spent staking out the so-called Jedi consulate. Doing her best to keep herself small in the Force, there were too many Force sensitives in this place to take any chances. She systematically surveyed the structure from all sides, identifying all the entrances. There were the landing pads for direct entry, but also numerous windows for potential covert or aggressive entry, and on Coruscant there was always the possibility of entry from the building's lower levels and then climbing upwards, though that option was not very appealing. She would make a decision about how best to approach later. When the computer twanged, alerting her to the fact that Pulsar Skate had just been identified by Coruscant's navigational system, she kicked her airspeeder to full throttle, heading directly away from the consulate. She would return when she was ready. In the front window of her speeder, the Imperial Palace loomed. Some of the enormous towers that the Emperor had constructed around the original structure were still present, spiraling and creating the highest peak in the senatorial district. Most had been dismantled. Enormous construction and reclamation droids surrounded the structure, continuing the dismantling day and night, with crews working hard to reclaim as much of the raw material and all the valuable assets as possible. She set her speeder down in a large parking facility a few blocks away. Over the next few hours, she made her way towards the structure on foot, using the Force and her espionage training to bypass New Republic security checkpoints and avoid construction crews. Around the interior building, security was extremely high, but around the outer ring it was laxer. Most of those structures were now gone, after all, leaving behind only their foundations, which were nothing but solid permacrete and should still be present. It was with sudden, horrified fear that she realized that some of those foundations were already gone. One had been excavated, and with a sinking feeling, Roganda realized that the New Republic knew that Palpatine had hidden secret facilities within the seemingly impermeable blocks of solid permacrete. She feared her plans had been foiled, but the New Republic had not finished excavating all the outer ring towers. They had started with Tower 14 and were steadily working their way around, but Tower 8 was as yet untouched. Hope and confidence flared back to life. She didn't need her old facility, but it would definitely make things a lot easier. At ground level, the remains of the palace complex were a sprawling labyrinth. At the center of the structure were a number of old buildings that dated back to the early days of even the Old Republic, and archaeological restoration of those structures was evidently part of the New Republic's plan. But virtually every other structure within a wide radius around the palace had been leveled. The buildings that had replaced them became part of the sprawling Imperial Palace, a governing facility that centralized authority for much of the known galaxy into a single space. That labyrinth was now Roganda's best friend, because even half dismantled it offered no end to potential cover. Using her jammer, she scrambled all the holocoms in the area and made her way from building to building, blending with construction workers and droids as much as possible. There was something else that would make this easier. Concentrating, she reached out with the Force. There were mines all around her, but she looked for ones alone. Careful to stay out of sight, she made her way towards one that seemed promising, a construction worker, a woman who was examining some of the work that had already been done. She was near Tower 5, one of the towers which it seemed had not concealed some secret Imperial facility, but had been the solid block of permacrete that appeared to be on maps and taking notes on a datapad. Lost in her work, the woman didn't hear Roganda behind her. She was using a holocam to take holos of the structure, then making notes. About what? Roganda had no idea, but she finally noticed Roganda's approach when the Emperor's hand was only 20 feet away. "Hey," the woman waved at her. "It's not safe around here. This is a construction zone, and there may be explosives in these ruins. When we dismantle Tower 2, it exploded." Roganda held her hand by her ear and waved it in a circle, offering the woman a quizzical look. The construction worker sighed and shook her head. As she got closer, Roganda saw that she was a bit older, with graying hair and a professional demeanor. "I said it isn't safe here. You should go back the way you came." She waved her hand, pointing her datapad away from the palace's growing ruins because we've had multiple fatalities from Imperial booby traps just in the last 2 days. "I'm here checking to make sure that there aren't." Roganda jabbed the other woman in the stomach, driving all the air from her lungs. The woman's expression was one of stunned surprise. Then Roganda couldn't see her face anymore as she wrapped an arm round her neck and squeezed. Dropping to the ground for added leverage, she tightened her grip until she felt the woman's gleaming presence in the Force go dark. There would be no way to pretend this was a construction accident. Roganda efficiently stripped the woman of her clothes and put them on, then hid the body in the ruins. It would be found in no more than a day, but that would be enough time. With her appropriated clothes, including the attached security pass, Roganda was able to make her way to Tower 8. This tower was still standing, though if she had arrived even just a day or two later, it might not have been. The construction teams looked poised to begin work on it. All was providence. She stepped close to the smooth, painted stone of the tower, looking for the right place. She pressed her palm to the stone and shifted her fingers. There was a click, and Roganda stepped back as creases in the stone appeared and a heavy door swung slowly open. Roganda flicked on her glowrid, casting its beam down the corridor. She didn't feel any presence, but her first line of defense had always been droids, and they didn't have one, so she focused instead on amplifying her danger sense. When she didn't sense any immediate danger, she hurried down the long, featureless permacrete corridor. The familiar passageways were unchanged from her last visit, which was a relief. There had been a chance that even if the New Republic hadn't known about this place, that someone like Irek Ismaren might have found it before being forced to retreat from Coruscant. But when she arrived at the heart of Tower 8, it became clear that Ismaren had not found this place. It was out of time, a little reminder of the Empire at the height of its glory, the Empire that she would restore and rule. The Empire that belonged to her by right. A small army of deactivated battle droids, the predecessors of the ones she had brought with her to Nar Shaddaa, were laid out in their cradles, dusty with disuse, though not damaged by the nearby demolition work. Combat droids with legs and blaster rifles, repulsor-mounted droids with hover sleds and many missiles, all that and more were here. At the far side of the room was a heavy freighter that looked innocuous, but Roganda knew better. It was an army of unquestioning, loyal servants. It was a bulwark against the galaxy trying to bring her down. It would provide everything she would need, and more, to give the rebels and anyone who doubted her a sharp taste of what was to come. Pulsar Skate raced through hyperspace at a speed only slightly slower than the Millennium Falcon on her best day. The flowing lines of the vessel's ocean-dwelling design inspiration gave their passage through the spinning lights of hyperspace an oddly oceanic feel. Luke didn't usually consider the parallel of space to an ocean made by all too many people. To him, space was far closer to the harsh deserts of Tatooine than anything oceanic. But aboard Skate, the analogy it felt a little more appropriate. Still, despite that, he would have preferred to be back aboard Tempered Metal. How long until we arrive? Asori Rogris sat perched in the chair Mirix had offered her, towards the rear of Pulsar Skate's bridge. Luke was still getting accustomed to the appearance of the woman in her Imperial uniform. Somehow it just didn't look like it fit just right. But Luke himself had once dreamed of going to the Imperial Academy just to get off Tatooine, so perhaps it wasn't right for him to judge the life choices of others. Besides, it wasn't like he hadn't wanted to follow in his father's footsteps too, as she had. Hours yet. We're making good time, but we have enough time for a meal before reversion, Mirix said. Asori nodded awkwardly, then her head swiveled to take in their surroundings. Commander Dreef was working on his report for the Admiral. Where's Jedi Jade? Luke had just been wondering that himself. Through their bond in the Force, he felt no threats, nor had Mara sent him any kind of warning that something was wrong. I'm not sure. I'll go see where she is and get started on dinner. He found Mara on the couch in the Skate's primary lounge. Someone had pulled a blanket over her. Luke wasn't sure who, but he guessed it had been Lyot, because she had fallen asleep. Her head lolled over the edge of the couch, in as deep a sleep as Luke could remember, which was stunning. For Mara to fall asleep in a public location, with Imperials about, and with that powerful Force artifact stowed in the Skate's secure hold, was nothing short of astonishing. She must have been exhausted. Smiling, Luke carefully slid onto the couch next to her. "Hey," he murmured. She started, staring blearily at him as she gradually returned to consciousness. Her poleaxed expression almost made him laugh. "MMH. Huh? You fell asleep," Luke explained, able to hide his laugh but not able to hide his broadening smile. She was cute when she was like this. "Asleep?" Mara asked. "What time is it?" "Middle of the afternoon in the Palace District on Coruscant. You're usually adjusted to time switches faster than this." Mara rubbed her face with both hands. "During my time as the Emperor's hand, I used to be able to stay awake for." Now Luke did laugh, and sudden realization passed over Mara's expression. Slowly, she offered him a rueful smile. "I used that line when threatening you on Miraker, didn't I?" she said, and yawned widely. "I am tired. I didn't miss dinner." "No, I was just about to get started on it. If you want to help?" Mara scoffed. "Farm boy, we both know that if I try to help you with dinner, we're all going to go hungry until Coruscant. Have the Imperials behaved?" "I haven't seen Dreef, but there's no indication that anyone has tried to breach the secure hold." Luke helped her to her feet, a gesture which under other circumstances would have earned him a glare, but Mara was evidently still sufficiently sleep-addled that she didn't notice. "I'll go check on it, just to be safe. I was supposed to be doing that." She shook her head. "I can't believe I fell asleep." The self-recrimination was mild, without any bitterness. For that, Luke was grateful. He kissed her forehead fondly. "I'll do my best to make something you like out of Mirax's supplies." Asori Rogris sat with her back straight in one of the Pulsar Skate passenger seats as it came out of hyperspace, appearing just outside of Coruscant's gravity well. Slowly they coasted in towards the busy planet. Warships were assembled in formation just inside the well, protectively guarding the hordes of civilian transports and freighters streaming in and out of Coruscant to provide for the needs of its masses. They did not approach the planet. Instead, they vectored towards the warships, their forms growing large as they approached. She saw the entire New Republic Fifth Fleet from a distance that, were she aboard Termagant, would have meant the immediate death of her command. Lusankaya's massive starboard insignias dwarfed Pulsar Skate, and they were plastered on the hull of a ship that would dwarf Termagant by an even greater margin. She caught herself holding her breath, as if waiting to be fired upon, and forced herself, with difficulty, to relax. Lusankaya looked like it had seen recent combat. Its hull, especially its dorsal hull, was pocked and scarred by unrepaired impact damage. Dreef, who was sitting next to her, leaned in. "It looks like Lusankia has seen some action," he murmured. "It is surprising indeed that Fifth Fleet is still here," Asori murmured back, grateful for the distraction from her upcoming meeting with Antilles. "You would think it would be gone by now. Do you think they went out and came back?" With all the rumors floating around in AR Shadow about Corellia, maybe there was a battle between Fifth Fleet and Dala. Asori nodded. Whatever had happened, she was sure to find out soon, so there was little use worrying about it. But if she wasn't worrying about the ships and their guns, she was worrying about her mission and her responsibilities, and that was little better. "We're coming in for landing now," Lusankaya, Merrick said into her comm, and Pulsar Skate nosed towards the Superstar Destroyer's bridge tower landing bay like a tiny fish swallowed by a massive undersea leviathan. The Mackin field shimmered as the nose of the freighter penetrated it, and then the side of Lusankaya's hull was passed, and the comfortably familiar hangar interior was there instead. It looked like an Imperial ship. The New Republic hadn't gone to any great trouble to redo the interior furnishings of the Imperial vessels it captured, but instead of rows of orderly stormtroopers, rows of New Republic Marines were there instead, a variegated mess of species that still gave Asori a first impression of disorder and chaos. But then, as chaotic as it might seem, Fifth Fleet had proven itself time and again since the failed peace negotiations between Grand Moff Kane and the New Republic. More than that, Asori's own crew aboard Termagant was much more diverse than anything the New Order would tolerate. The mix of species who had been brought under the umbrella of Fel's Unknown Regions Expeditionary Force, willingly joining the Alliance for their own defense, had been a shock to Asori's system. There were still moments where she felt discomfited. Perhaps there always would be. But her discomfiture, wherever it came from, was simply wrong. She suppressed it with discipline and intent as Pulsar Skate settled to the deck. "And we're here," Merrick said cheerfully. "Now that we're here, and I have secure access to the Coruscant HoloNet, I'm going to get caught up on messages. If Corrin doesn't check in from Corellia soon, he and I are going to have some words." Merrick looked at Asori. "And you should prepare yourself. I'm not sure how Wedge is going to react to that recording of Syol." "How was she supposed to do that?" Asori wondered. "Very well. Thank you for the ride, Captain Tarek." "This way, Commander," Mara J said, poking her head into the bridge and pulling Dreef to his feet. She nodded at Asori. "There's an officer here to take us to meet with Wedge in his quarters." A trim, attractive brunette taller than Asori, and clad in a New Republic fleet uniform with Commodore's pips, stood at the foot of the Pulsar Skate's boarding ramp escorted by an entire platoon of New Republic Marines with intent, expressionless faces. Asori recognized the officer from her briefing book, Commodore Atral Taban, General Antilles, current adjutant. The Commodore's dark eyes focused intently on Asori as she and Dreef descended the ramp. "Welcome aboard, Lusankaya." She had a brisk Coruscanti accent, one that Asori found oddly reassuring, despite the woman's somewhat brusque tone. "What in the nine hells is this all about?" the Commodore asked. Asori opened her mouth to answer, but found that Merrick stopped on the way out the door to beat her to it. "We're here to talk to Wedge. It's important." The Commodore didn't respond. She just narrowed her eyes and assessed Asori and Dreef. Then she nodded once. "Any surprises?" she asked Jade and Skywalker. Luke shook his head. "We didn't sense anything, and all the medical scans for Yarite and other compounds came back clean." Taban's neutral expression softened, and she favored the Jedi with a warm smile. "Your word is good enough for me, Jedi Skywalker. That and Mirax's access to top-shelf medical tech." We'll probably have to test you two again to make the brass happy, but that can wait. This way. She led them through the silent gauntlet of alien and human troopers to the lift. A few minutes later, they arrived in a stateroom that made even her father's quarters aboard Agonizer look mundane. The massive admiral's quarters aboard Lusankaya dwarfed some small spaceships, able to host a decent-sized party or an absolutely massive officer's briefing. While the walls were inundated with holopics of warm landscapes, architectural diagrams, and the black-bordered pictures of squadrons of pilots, the center of the room was dominated by a large holo map, which displayed a mundane map of the galaxy, though Asori noted that Corellia was now in New Republic red. Two men, both wearing the New Republic's beige and blue fleet uniforms, were talking quietly and looked up as the door opened, but she noticed that only one of them bore a general's rank badge. When Mirix started forward, Asori fell back, more than happy to have Antilles' childhood friend make first contact. Wedge, have you heard anything about Corrin? Mirix's tone was both happy and concerned, and she and Antilles shared a quick embrace. Last I heard he was still on Corellia, Wedge confirmed with a grin, and he's been invited to help set up their defenses. It's quite the story. Wedge saw the two Imperial officers standing over Mirix's shoulder and stopped. I'll tell you later. He moved towards her, but stopped again when he saw Luke. A sudden smile blossomed on his face, one that took years of strain away, and he and Luke shared a back-slapping hug. Luke, do you and Mara ever not to get into some kind of trouble? In our defense, Captain Rogris and Commander Dreef were looking for Mirix when they happened upon us, Luke said with a laugh. Not that we didn't get into all kinds of trouble on our own. On that note, we need to borrow a shuttle, Mara said from beside him. Mara and Wedge shook hands with the awkwardness of friends, and then she made a sound of discontent when the second general, who Asori realized with surprise was Han Solo, engulfed Mara in a hug. Mara did her best to ignore the embrace, but she did offer Solo a token pat on the back. We have a sensitive item we want to move to the Jedi consulate. It seems like the most secure place. We don't want to keep it in any former Imperial facilities, given that our foe is in Emperor's hand. Solo made a disgusted sound. Ever since watching you work on Kessel, I've been paranoid about that, he muttered, releasing Mara so he could embrace Luke. And don't ask, kid. Dala was an academy buddy, and Wedge convinced me to come back to the service. Your sister is tolerating it for now. Eventually she'll get tired of 3PO's cooking, though. I'm sure that's not the only thing she misses, Han, Luke said with a laugh. It won't be long, Wedge cut in. Han's just here to help us deal with Admiral Dala. She attacked Coruscant a few days ago, and beat up our logistics train pretty well. He looked at Asori and Dreef with a cool, assessing gaze that reminded her of her father's when she'd done something silly as a child. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? I'm afraid not, Asori said. We've been on this mission for weeks. As it happens, Dreef said, the New Order has cut us out of their information loop. Most of our sources are either very dead or very quiet. So you're with Pellaeon, Antilles said slowly. He looked at Mirix, then back at Asori. Captain. Rogris, sir. Asori Rogris, she said. Sure enough, just as Fell had promised her, the general's eyes widened slightly at her name. She could see him suddenly pausing, reevaluating, and looking closely at her, searching for some familial resemblance, perhaps. Commodore Taban, too, hesitated and was now looking at her again. Asori did her best not to fidget under their attention. I'm here to bring a message from Grand Moff Pharaohs and Baron Soontir Fel. Antilles froze, turning stiffly in shock. Excuse me? Mirix placed her hand on Antilles' back. It's true, she said. Wedge, Mirix's voice went soft, sympathetic, and Asori could see the way Wedge tensed in response. I think you should sit down. They have something you should see? Antilles gazed at Mirix for a long moment, then nodded once. It took Mirix only a few moments to set up the holodable. It was the same message Asori had seen aboard the Pulsar skate, but this time she considered Antilles as it played. She had seen Baroness Fel on a few state occasions, always elegantly coiffured and with her children in tow. Quiet, impeccably behaved children who bore a not inconsiderable resemblance to Antilles, now that she saw him in the flesh. "Hello, Myri," said the recording of Wedge Antilles' sister, giving a fond, earnest smile. "It's been a while. I'm sorry for taking so long to reach out to you, but there really hasn't been a good moment until now. Soontir, and I need your help." Asterisk. For Wedge, hearing his sister's voice and seeing her face after all the missing years was a punch to the gut, one of mixed pain, relief, and longing. He had only been 10 years old when his big sister had left home, very much against the wishes of his parents. Wedge could remember many arguments in those years before she vanished out of his life, and he still saw in her face the much older sister he had adored. He could feel his hands clench into fists at his side as she spoke to Merrick's, so easily falling into the big sister surrogate role that she had played all those now long ago years before. "These officers are looking for you because they know that you can get to Wedge, Myri," his big sister said. "That's the extent that I've told anyone who you are. Please help them do that, for all our sakes." Then Sayal took a deep, bracing breath, but of course, she had been a professional actress, one of the best, and the gesture of gathering strength could easily be feigned. "Wedge," she said softly, and Wedge could not believe that the expression of pain, relief, and longing that passed over her features was any more feigned than his own. "Wedge, I'm Solchurch." He could feel all the eyes on him. Luke was the one to react, because of course he was. The two of them had been through the war together, been packed into closets hardly big enough for one, and they had fought the Empire with whatever sticks and rocks were close at hand. The rogues were the closest things Wedge had to family other than Sayal, and he and Luke had been the first rogues. Luke stepped in close, not touching Wedge, but just being present for him. He was faintly aware of Merrick's, his sister in all but blood, taking tentative steps to his other side. "I don't regret leaving home," his big sister said. "I do regret what it did to you. Soontir told me about his time with the rogues, the conversations you had. I knew when I left home it would hurt you, but I certainly didn't know that you would lose Mom and Dad so soon after I left. I thought you had died with them. I mourned you. I didn't realize you were still alive until I saw the wanted posters after Yavin, and I'm so sorry it's taken me this long to reach out to you, and that the reason for this message isn't just because you're my little brother, and I love you, but because I'm Baroness Feld, and you're General Antilles. I'm so sorry that this whole message is going to be paraded in front of every Imperial intelligence officer and every member of the Republic Senate before this is over." His sister took a breath. She looked so much older than he remembered her, older even than she had looked in her last holofilms. "You're an uncle," she said. "4 times over, even. Chak, Cherith, Sim, and Jagged." Wedge bowed his head and shut his eyes when he heard his father's name. "I've taken the liberty of enclosing some of their holos in the message. I suppose it goes without saying that Soontir and I are still very much in love and as happy as time and the galaxy permit. And in a way, I suppose that makes us foes, because despite everything, Soontir and I are still tied to the Empire, and you are an icon of the New Republic. But I'm hoping this message can help start to bridge that divide." Sayal bowed her head, his pose mimicking Wedge's own. It reminded him eerily of their mother, deep in thought. Something they had either learned or inherited from her. When Sayal resumed speaking, there was a difference in her tone. A dialect that reminded Wedge of his own, the unique Corellian twang that belonged to the children of Corellia's many orbital platforms, faded into something crisper, the aristocratic coruscanti of Baroness Feld. "The New Order is determined to destroy us both, little brother. Grand Moff Farrow's is an Imperial, that is undeniable, but you will find that the Empire he and Soontir intend to build is one that the New Republic would accept as a legitimate peer. They have already abolished legalized discrimination against non-humans within their territories. Captain Rogers will fully brief you on the other changes they intend to make later. The New Order has committed many atrocities during its existence. Alderaan, Camus, Dayer, Dantooine. We are their next target." In his sister's eyes, Wedge could see her pleading, not with the senators who would see this next, but with him personally. Your sister? Her children. They are the New Order's next target. They have already attempted to destroy us once, but their attempt failed in large part thanks to the bravery and skill of Captain Rogers. Asori Rogers stirred uncomfortably. Sumter, and I have no doubt they will try again. They cannot allow us to remain as we are. We are an example to all who still live in the New Order that things can be different and better. That is intolerable for the New Order. While we won the last battle, we may not win the next one. Their attack demonstrated an ability to construct and field droid starfighters in huge numbers. This was not enough to defeat us the last time, but that may no longer be the case the next time. And of course, we both know that once they have finished us, they will come for you next. Jade Antilles, stage name Wines of Starflare, had played the acceptably bold love interest and strong wife in Imperial performance after Imperial performance, but none compared to this one. So, it's best we end their threat together. With the end of the New Order, so ends the war that has plagued this galaxy for so many years. That was deliberately vague, the corner of Wedge's mind that was still the general thought deeply, pulling everything Baroness Fell said from a dozen different angles. The Empire still grouped the rebellion against Palpatine's rule as part of the Clone Wars on official documents. To Cumnor, all the resistance to Palpatine's authority, both Old Republican and Imperial, was all one enormous, decades-long plot against galactic order. The New Republic, by contrast, defined them quite clearly as independent conflicts. The speechwriters who had prepared Sile's script were very careful parsing those lines. His sister was an actress, one who had skillfully played so many roles. Wedge didn't care. He knew his sister and he knew the difference between Wynsa and Sile. This was Sile. I love you, Wedge. Stay safe, please. Please. We haven't had a chance to be a real family in so many years, and that's my fault. It is my fault. I am so proud of you. I love you. Stay alive, and we'll find each other again. The message died quietly, light rays folding into dark. Wedge clenched his fists. Luke's hand was warm on his back, and Merrick's tucked in against his side. The two Imperials still stood far back, respectfully silent, but even Mara had come closer. Very well, he said, in the cool, collected voice of General Antilles, because Wedge still didn't have one. Han, call your wife. Tell her that we have something that the Inner Council needs to see. Atral, prep a shuttle. We're going directly there. Atral managed the controls of the sleek New Republic shuttle herself, bringing it expeditiously down towards the senatorial skyhook. While their party was small, she, General Antilles, and General Solo were more than qualified to fly a Lambda, and in order to prevent more people from finding out about Captain Rogers and Commander Dreef, and the offer they carried for the New Republic, they had minimized party. Atral would have just come herself, but Han lived on the skyhook and his wife would be meeting them, so he had invited himself along. She forced herself not to look back at the pair of Imperials sitting quietly behind them. Their uniforms were impeccable, and they carried themselves with the same appearance of professionalism that Atral expected from officers in the Imperial Starfleet. But Atral knew better than most that appearance was all too often only skin deep. At the same time, though, Atral found herself wanting the two Imperials to be here for purely honest reasons. Wedge's stark reaction to the holo of his sister and Fell, and his clear desire to be reunited with them and their family, was one reason. Another was simply what it would mean for the war, because it was suddenly possible, perhaps even probable, that the war could be over soon. Pellaeon and the New Republic working together could no doubt destroy the New Order. Atral had her own personal sympathies, though. She had been a prisoner of Asori's father, Admiral Terran Rogers, and he had lived up to his reputation for honorable conduct, including going above and beyond his responsibilities to protect her life and the lives of her captured crew when his superiors had ordered their execution. Asori didn't look exactly like her father, clearly, in appearances she took primarily after her mother, her face less angular and more rounded, but she carried herself with the same sense of bantamweight aggressiveness that old Admiral Rogers did. Without some of the good-natured humor, even when he had been interrogating her, Admiral Rogers had been quick with a smile and a light-hearted comment, but Atral supposed that, under the circumstances, she wouldn't really expect the younger Rogers to be quite so relaxed. Commander Dreef, by contrast, never seemed stressed, but his humor tended towards the dryly observational rather than the sorry staid seriousness, even after a turn in Lusankaya's exceptional bioweapons lab. Atral set the shuttle down on the secure landing pad and depressed the landing ramp. Beyond the shuttle, Coruscant sky was filled with red-orange clouds. Han was the first one down the ramp, sprinting past Wedge. Below, Atral could hear him talking with his wife, asking something about their children. She gestured at the Imperials. "After you?" Asori nodded at her, stiff-faced, and walked down the ramp. Dreef flashed her a quick, irrepressible smile and followed. At the bottom, she discovered that Counselor Organa Solo was not alone. Counselors Akbar, Philia, and Karithra were there as well. So too was General Kraken, the head of New Republic Intelligence, and General Abad, the head of the New Republic's armed forces. Han and Leia stopped their quiet discussion as the Imperials' boots stepped off the ramp and onto the Skyhook's landing pad. Asori Rogers' hand snapped up in a greeting salute. "Captain Asori Rogers, I am here on behalf of Grand Moff Pharaohs." "We know," Philia drawled, looking utterly unimpressed with the two Imperials. "General Antilles says you have come with vital intelligence," General Kraken cut in. "She has," Han said. "So I forego the normal grandstanding and get to the real work." To Atral's surprise, Asori stepped forward, folding her hands behind her back. "Between what I was told before I left Pawn Major and what I saw on Nar Shaddaa, I believe there is a significant threat to both the Empire, the true Empire, and the New Republic. If you'll allow me, Commander Dreef, and I will explain." She nodded at Han. "Thank you, General Solo." To Atral's even greater surprise, Rogers then turned to her. "And thank you, Commodore Taban." "My pleasure," she said, the words coming instinctively. Atral glanced over the array of senior officials who had come to meet the Imperial and felt a sudden pang of sympathy for the interrogation, comfortable, polite, and civilized though it would be, that Asori was about to undergo. "Good luck." "A distinct pleasure to meet you both in the flesh," said Aaron Kraken, stepping forward a single, measured pace. He did not offer to shake hands. Instead, he gestured them forward. Asori's gaze swung over to Kraken, as did Dreef's. They both paled, as if suddenly realizing that rogue Sith-powered droids, medical scans on the skate end and aboard Lusankaya wouldn't be nearly the most terrifying, invasive, and life-threatening experience they had encountered in the last few days. "Let's dive in," Kraken said, and smiled. When Luke and Mara arrived at the consulate, the dormant seat in tow, they found a hefty transport already there. Cargo containers, each one containing a large branch attached to a nutrient frame, were carefully rolled down the cargo ramp, and stepping onto the platform felt as if a cold wind suddenly swirled around Luke. The Force, a constant companion, guidance, and life, was suddenly absent. The Islamary, sessile lizards deeply integrated into those tree branches, dampened the effects of the Force around them. It was part of the creature's evolved defenses, a unique ability. With the four creatures, they could create a large space where the Force would remain utterly quiet for a Jedi. Luke only hoped that it worked the same for the Seed. The two men guiding the lifter droids to place the nutrient frames safely down waved at Luke and Mara as they approached. Said Chen. "I don't know what you need these for," said Aves. "And I don't want to. Carr just said to get to Mirkar, collect some Islamary, and get them to Coruscant as quick as possible, so I did." He frowned. "There isn't another Seabath out there, huh?" "There's always another one," said Mara. "Well, that's reassuring," muttered Aves. "We're going to move the frames to the upper level," Mara said. "All the way at the top. We don't want the Islamary's dampening effect to extend down to the meditation rooms, and the tower's defenses and armoring should make that the most secure location." Luke could not feel his fellow Jedi in the Force, but he could see them. Clearly, the effect of the Islamary was as disturbing to them as it was to him, perhaps more so, since they had never encountered the creatures before. Kirinati was pale and unhappy, while Stream looked somehow more contemplative than normal. Cam folded his arms across his chest. "I got your message," he said to Mara. "All the consulate's defense droids have been activated and put on high alert. We are ready to secure the object behind the Asalamir and our droid defenses." "And the entirety of Coruscant's planetary defenses," pointed out Tyria. "Good," Mara said. She waved at Chin and Aves. "You heard them? Let's get the Asalamir into place." As Carriage people and their droids worked to move both the Seed and the Asalamir to the highest levels of the consulate, Luke brought the Jedi together. "We recovered a powerful ancient force artifact," he explained, making sure that each of them understood. "I'm not sure how powerful, but the vision is shared with me on an AR shadow suggests that it could be used to construct an army or to consume a star." "Roganda Ismaren wants it," Mara said, her tone stiff. "Which means we need to be on high alert," Luke agreed. "For now, the precautions we've taken should be enough to secure it, but," he gestured at himself, Mara, and Cam, the three members of their new order he considered to be full Jedi, "one of the three of us should be present here at the consulate for security purposes at times." Cam nodded seriously, resting his hand on the lightsaber that hung from his belt. "I'm going to perform another round of security upgrades," Mara said. "And I'm going to talk to Wedge to make sure that the orbit above the consulate is always protected by Home Fleet," Luke agreed. "Our object is just to contain the object until we understand it better. Tion, I need you to work on the historical record. All the myths we have of the Jedi of the past, all the stories that you know, hopefully something about it is remembered." Tion nodded with unusual gravitas. "Of course." Luke smiled. Mara, Cam, Tion, Stream, Tyria, and Kirinati, they were missing only Corrin and Silgal. "We've been entrusted with this because we are Jedi," he said. "Trust the Force and yourselves." Chapter 20. Luke Skywalker often woke before the sun rose. Especially when he had the luxury of going to bed early, his eyes would open of their own accord during the cooler morning hours. Even on Coruscant, a world with weather as artificial as everything else, there was a dewiness to certain early mornings that he could sometimes even smell, and that sensation stoked instincts in him that dated back to childhood. The need to rise, to tinker with machinery, to make sure the morning harvest was as prosperous as it could be. On Coruscant there was no harvest, but that didn't mean he couldn't set up the calf maker in the small kitchen that he and Mara shared in their suite in the consulate so that when she woke, which would occur far later, and with far more aggravated grumpiness, he could have her calf waiting for her. He was just sitting up when he realized that Mara wasn't laying beside him. Her place on the bed had a slight indent and residual warmth, so she had been there. Clearly she had woken and been unable to fall back asleep. He reached out in the Force and found her, but her presence had receded from him, shrunk down into a tiny space, as if she was trying to hide from some inquisitorial assassin. But he didn't feel any physical threat. There was no tingle at the back of his neck that presaged danger, and she didn't reach out through the Force to him to warn him of some imminent danger or nearby foe. She felt distant, and the emotions that he could feel from her were so tangled and knotted that they were hard to interpret. There was some anger in her mind, and at least some of that anger was directed at him. But more than anger was fear. Fear so deep and profound that even with her emotions withdrawn from the Force he could tell that Mara was not just fearful, she was terrified. Seconds later, he found her on their couch. Her knees were tucked up against her chest, her chin resting against them, and her arms wrapped around her shins. Her red gold hair looked almost black in the pre-dawn dark. "What's wrong?" he demanded. "Mara, what is it?" He reached out to her with the Force as much as he did with his words, and his hands, and even as he dropped to his knees beside the couch, his hand covering hers. "Do you always think you have to rush in and save someone?" she asked. But her voice hitched midway through. It was an old jibe, and he ignored it as he studied her features and reached out with his heart. He found her locked down tighter than an Imperial excise vault. He had known her for years now, especially during the last year they had spent as little time separated from one another as possible, growing together, transforming as individuals and as a couple. The only time he had ever seen her anywhere close to this scared had been before they had breached Mount Tantus, when she had asked him, in all seriousness, to kill her rather than let her become a slave to Jorah Bayoth. "Mara, talk to me?" He felt her reluctantly relax her defenses and stretch her hand out to take his. She grew in the force before him, and he could feel the warmth of her mind, which clashed harshly with the coldness of her dread. But, he realized, it wasn't just anger and dread he felt from her now. Fragile hope stoked his own. She turned his hand over in her grip, drawing strength from the warmth. Slowly she uncurled, putting her legs back under her. "Just feel this," she said softly. "Use the force, you tell me what has happened." He arched his eyebrows and frowned up at her. She laid his hand over her abdomen. "Don't argue," she instructed. "Please, just do it. I want an unbiased second opinion." Confused and baffled, he obeyed. He stretched out with his feelings, probing Mara, looking for a wound, preparing to offer her whatever comfort she needed, to assuage her fears, to help in any way. He reared back almost as if he had been struck, surprise smashing over him. There, under his hand, inchoate and unformed, he felt potential, and his universe was forever changed. Mara swallowed, sounding hoarse. "This wasn't my idea. I know neither of us missed our repressed meds. This isn't the right time. We have so much to do." Her tone was full of sorrow, almost plaintive. "I'm not ready for this, Luke." He took both her hands in his, feeling the crashing wave of all his half-formed hopes lap across them. He tried furiously to let himself think before he spoke. In the end, as he usually did, Luke spoke from the heart. "You're not alone, Mara. I'm not ready for this either. But we have each other, and I know you. I know how deeply you can love." "What about how deeply I can hate?" Mara shot back bitterly. "I've never had. We've never planned." This time Luke thought before he spoke. "If this is what we want, I know you'll be a great mother." The reality of the words crashed over him even as he spoke them. Mara, a mother, of his child, of their child. In a moment, the bastions and walls blew away, and their connection as it always had been, open and warm and pulsing with love. Together the two of them fell into the future. Mara, holding a child, looking into a face that was part of each of them, and still entirely their own. Luke hadn't let himself imagine it. He'd barely been willing to broach the topic of marriage with Mara, much less children, but he dreamed about it and he knew that Mara had as well, though marriage dreams always came with a deeper trepidation. "This wasn't supposed to happen," Mara whispered. "Repressed meds aren't perfect," Luke pointed out. Her nose wrinkled. "They're not," she agreed sourly. "And I suspect they don't work well at all right after dathomary, which fertility rituals." She shook her head. "I've been thinking about nothing else for the last hour, and that has to be it." She started to rise. "I should go get Grand Admiral." Luke took her wrist in his hand, and Mara sighed and sank back down onto the couch without resistance. Then he realized that Mara was staring at him. "You want this? You're glad," she accused him. She was right. He was. He did. Even as he felt Mara's fear, and even her terror, echoed within himself, they were matched and surpassed by his sudden, towering joy. The abrupt, total commitment to the potential that Mara carried, the unborn life, the child that would be, a commitment that, whatever Mara's anxieties, he could feel matched with her typical ferocious vigor. "I am," he admitted. "I'm so glad." "Mara, Will?" "Luke Skywalker." Mara cut him off before he could get out another syllable. "If you're about to offer me a slut-thrower wedding, I swear I'll kill you with one." He was pretty sure she was joking. She didn't look like she was joking. "We should tell Leia and Han," he finished instead. "No, absolutely not," Mara said. "Do you know how many people live in their household? Or how many times a day they have to sweep that apartment for bugs? The last thing we need is sludge news finding out about this. Nobody finds out about this. Nobody." She prodded him hard in the chest. "And don't you dare try to tell me to take it easy." Leia didn't let Han tell her to take it easy, and Merix hasn't let Corrin, and I'm not about to. It was his turn to interrupt her, though he didn't do it with words. His lips met hers and he kissed her with all the love and confidence he had. In her? In them? In his family. In the life they had led together these past years, in the life they would lead together, together with the rest of their family, for the rest of their future. Together, Mara, he murmured against her lips. Her arms were around his back, her eyes closed as their foreheads pressed together. This kind of thing is how we got into this mess, she mumbled. He laughed with her and felt as her fear finally subsided into something that let her share in his joy, and his joy became their joy, and they would figure it out. They would always figure it out. Together. Now, though, he had to deal with something else, because that sensation was definitely a concerned Leia, probing him through the Force. Mara sighed and resignedly rested her head against his shoulder. Why can't you keep a secret for more than 5 minutes, farm boy? Since I can't keep a secret anyway, he whispered against her hair, can we tell R2? He could practically feel the small, amused smile form on her lips. Leia was profoundly grateful to have Han back, even just for a few days. His reluctant decision to accompany Wedge on the Corellian campaign had pulled him out of their home and back into military life, something Han had fought for most of his life to get away from. Han's time as a general after Endor had often done that too, but then Leia herself had usually been away, also, fighting one diplomatic battle after another, trying to keep the nascent New Republic from spinning completely apart. Now she was well established on Coruscant, in a role that required her to stay on world as much as possible. There was no way for a member of the government's inner council to be absent for more than a few days at a time, and though Han had merely moved to temporary quarters, Lusankaya, which hadn't even left orbit yet, the distance between them felt cosmic. His chance to come home for a night, after dropping Captain Rogers and Commander Dreef off with the government, had been a precious one. Han had expelled 3PO from the kitchen with extreme prejudice. Leia just hoped he hadn't also deleted the droids' cooking subroutines, because if he had, they were going to have to be reinstalled. And once more, that had been his space. The apartment only felt like home when Han was inside it. She watched him, all cold and breathing softly, adorably next to her in their bed. She had tried to sleep herself, but a persistent sense of unease had nagged at her until a late-night update from General Kraken on her datapad had compelled her to rise from her attempts to sleep, and for the last half hour she'd been reviewing the transcript of Kraken's interview with Rogers and Dreef. That had only fed her anxiety further. Grand Admiral Thrawn had created a secret reserve force in the unknown regions. It was everything she had had nightmares about for the last few years, right after clone emperors and new superweapons. But perhaps even that was not as alarming as Leia would have assumed. The New Order had attacked both Pellaeon's forces and the New Republic, and done so with the same TIE droids. The note that Rogers carried, signed by Grand Moff Ferals, indicated a willingness to conclude a peace under the terms proposed by Grand Moff Kane. It was clear that Kraken thought the request for peace, and for an alliance against the New Order, was genuine. Ferals' note said that he and the Empire, once he was in control, would accept all of the demands Leia and the New Republic had made of Grand Moff Kane, the recognition of the New Republic as an equal government, the end of all military operations against territories held by the New Republic, the end of slavery in the outer sector, with verification by New Republic monitors. And though this had not been a precise demand, even the restoration of the Imperial Senate as a democratically elected governing body with genuine power to constrain the Grand Moff. Ferals' demands in return were more limited than Kane's had been as well. While Ferals wanted amnesty for the men and women under his command, there would be no amnesty for senior officers, Moffs, or ISB agents who had sided against Ferals in battle. The new Grand Moff proposed to eliminate his rivals for power and satisfy the New Republic's desire for justice with the same sure stroke. If Ferals had a personal history of atrocities, it would never have worked. Kane's proposal for peace might never have gotten over the fact that it came from Kane, who had been a founding member of both Comner and ISB. Ferals, by contrast, had been far from the center of Imperial power, a regional Moff of a well-governed sector with a large, prosperous alien population. Leia wasn't sure that would be enough for the Inner Council, much less for the Senate at large. She suspected, ultimately, that whether those terms were acceptable would come down to Councilor Carithra's reaction to them. The Wookiees, as one of the species who had suffered the most under the Empire, carried a lot of weight in such things. But Leia could now see a path forward to peace, and she sat up straight, looking away from her notes, her brow furrowing. That was Luke. Through the Force she could feel his sudden alarm, and she reached out with the Force to him. Had something gone wrong with the artifact he and Mara had secured on an Air Shaddai? But Luke's alarm wasn't the kind that came during battle. It lacked the acuteness of danger and was more intensely personal. Was he having a fight with Mara? The two of them hadn't had any major disagreements that Leia knew about, and always seemed perfectly at home together, but Mara was Mara, and Luke could be incredibly stubborn. Alarm transformed into stunned surprise. Surprise so profound that Leia could feel it through the Force even across the great distances between the senatorial skyhook in low orbit and the Jedi consulate on the ground. And then his surprise shifted into a towering joy, married to concerns and anxiety, but always with a steady heart of happiness. Leia blinked. Had Mara just asked him to marry her? Mara had batted away those questions like an angry pigeon with a tetherball, but Leia supposed it was possible. Leia never had any doubt that Mara loved her brother, so maybe now that Mara was established as a Jedi, and they dealt with the threat on an Air Shaddai, she had decided it was the right time to ask. Or maybe she'd just gotten tired of Leia and Han subtly, or not so subtly, asking. That would explain what she currently felt from Luke. Maybe this was all for the good, but it was hard to be sure. Concentrating, Leia reached out to him with the Force, extending her mind across the great distances between them. This took exertion, but they had always had an attunement to one another, and she probed him lightly, sure that he could feel her. In response, she felt Luke's dazed acknowledgement, and his return of reassurance. "It's all right," his voice almost whispered in her mind. "What is it?" she tried to send. Luke had no words in reply. She could tell, in fact, that he was trying not to reveal exactly what had happened. But his emotions were written in the Force all around him, and abruptly Leia knew exactly what it was that had happened. She had, after all, once before felt almost exactly the same when she found out she would have twins. "Oh, my stars," she thought, feeling suddenly dizzy. Mara is pregnant. She sat heavily on the bed, next to where her husband slept, and covered her mouth with her hands, stifling her giggle. Mara is pregnant. She swatted at her husband's chest with sudden, playful enthusiasm. No result. She poked him gently, just under his floating ribs while rubbing the tip of his nose with a single finger, a perfect execution of the mission-critical "is Leia get up now" maneuver. "Blah. What? Huh?" Leia. Han's drowsy voice came as he groped around, reaching for the side table where he kept his blaster locked away. "What is it? Is everything okay? Is the Empire attacking again?" Leia's amusement had taken her from giggle to full-on guffaw. The sound brought Han around to stare at her. "Leia?" he asked, his tone suggesting sudden speculation that she had been dipping into their liquor cabinet. She bit her lip. "You should get started on breakfast," she said. "Luke and Mara are coming. Here. Now." Han looked at his chrono. "Leia, it's barely morning. Why would they be coming here? What happened?" She shook her head, unable to hide her bursting smile. "I can't tell you. Luke needs to." Han rolled his eyes. "If they're coming over at 0400 just to tell us they're getting married, I'm gonna kick the kid's ass. It's not like it would be a surprise. That could wait until actual breakfast." "Just cook, will you?" she said, and then shook her head with mulish stubbornness at a plaintive look from her sleepy husband. Her grin peeked through her facade of resolve. "I'm not telling." Han stared at her, then shook his head in bafflement. "Unbelievable. You're lucky you look so good in that robe, your worshipfulness," her husband grumbled. "No way you're lucky I look so good in this robe, laser brain," Leia shot back. "Well, yeah, I am. The phrase Aunt Leia, Aunt Leia, Aunt Leia might have been racing around her head and her heart, but her husband's lopsided grin was still enough to leave her weak at the knees. Luke and Mara were later in arriving than Leia had expected, at a time more reasonable for breakfast. The trip between the Jedi consulate and the senatorial skyhook was far longer than the distance between their old apartments in the Imperial Palace, and clearly Luke and Mara had not been in a huge hurry to arrive, and especially did not want to arrive at a time so early. It would be disruptive to the solo household morning routine. The joke was on them, though. Once they had kids, they'd know that in truth there was no such thing as a reliable routine. Every day was his own adventure. With Chewbacca back to help look after Jacen and Jaina while Han was with Fifth Fleet, it was less exciting that morning than it was most. Once they were up and moving, 3PO had been charged with looking after the kids, and more importantly, keeping them well away, as the last thing Leia wanted was for them to start pestering Mara with questions about a prospective cousin, which meant that it could be just Luke, Han, Leia, and Mara. Leia had Winter cancel everything in her planner for the morning, something which had astonished Winter. Leia Organa, canceling all her work plans. But she had simply nodded, wielded her stylus with the florid flair of a shadow guard with a stiletto, and then headed into the office to tend to the duties that she could do without Leia's help, which was most of them, Leia thought. The most important meeting was the one with the Sori Rogris and the Inner Council, but that wasn't scheduled until lunch, which gave Leia some time. She made sure the calf on the table was the spice blend that Mara had once said she liked, and then panicked and poured 3 kinds of non-caffeinated Alderanian tea. It was expensive, and normally something Leia just kept in her office for dignitaries, but now she, Han, and Chewbacca waited at their kitchen table with bated breath. Han was grumpy and, unlike Leia, he still hadn't quite figured out what this was all about. Leia kind of suspected that Chewbacca had guessed. There was something almost smug about the way he moved, and the Wookiee hadn't stopped grinning since he'd been awakened by Leia and Han's preparations, and been told that Luke and Mara were coming. The chime at the door brought Leia lunging towards it, then stopping and sliding her hands down over her clothes to remove any wrinkles the excited movement had brought. Han's expression was baffled. "What is this? You're acting like you've never seen your brother and Red before." He pulled the door open and, with a theatrical wave of his arm, invited the pair in. "Welcome back." "Thanks, Han," Luke said with a smile. Mara stepped in after him, removing her jacket. She looked distinctly uncomfortable, which was most unlike her. Even when Mara was uncomfortable, she could feign comfort quite well. Leia and Mara locked gazes, and in Mara's eyes, Leia could see the other woman's disorientation. Her world had just been spun on its axis, her expectations and certainty shifted, and her future changed. Leia sympathized, but Leia and Han had chosen, quite deliberately, to start trying to have children. They had not been a surprise. That was not the case, she knew, for Luke and Mara. Conscious of the fact that she had herself been beyond irritated at Han and Winter and 3PO's attempts to treat her tenderly during her own pregnancy, she stepped close and took Mara's jacket, hanging it on the nearby coat rack. "Are you okay?" she asked Mara quietly. Mara nodded tightly, a wordless affirmation. "I have breakfast on the table, so why don't we all sit down and eat while we can," Han said. "Before Leia and I have to get to the council meeting with Captain Rogris and Wedge." "That's a good idea," Luke agreed. He came close, patting Leia's back. He went to guide Mara to the kitchen, but her sudden determined glower made him back off. She headed towards the kitchen at a brisk pace. The others followed behind. "So what's this all about?" Han asked Luke, leaning towards him and keeping his voice pitched low. "Leia's been acting weird all morning. I'm not sure she's gotten much sleep." "Let's eat," Luke said instead of answering. Chewbacca thwacked Luke's back with a gigantic paw, roaring a welcome. "Congratulations," Han asked. "Wait, is that what this is about? Are you getting married?" Luke squirmed. "Well, no." "Well, then," Han's eyes suddenly went very, very wide, and a knowing grin started to develop on his face. Oh, don't tell me. Luke and Mara were standing next to each other now, looking at one another as if sharing some silent, private conversation. Mara sagged and nodded reluctantly, briefly allowing her head to rest against Luke's shoulder. Luke put his arm around Mara's back. Yes, he admitted shyly. Mara's pregnant. Surprise gave way to hugs. Mara and Luke got swept into Chewbacca's massive arms together and were squeezed against the Wookiee's massive, furry chest as Chewie yelled a fervent congratulations. Han batted him away so he could get his own hug in, and found himself ensnared by the Wookiee capturing all three of them at once, an image that Leia promised herself she'd never forget. Eventually, she had her brother to herself, and she threw her arms around him. How did this happen? She asked quietly, a whisper in the hug. Luke reddened. Dathomir. The witches were using the Force as part of their planting season rituals, and I didn't realize the potential implications. She hugged him tighter. He was surprised but joyously happy, as she would have expected. Then she found herself embracing Mara instead, as Han pulled Luke out of her embrace. Unlike Luke, Mara's emotions were not so easy to read. Instead of trying to ferret out Mara's true feelings with the Force, Leia just wrapped her future sister-in-law whatever Luke and Mara said. Leia had no doubts, in a hug that would make a Wookiee proud. Congratulations, she whispered. Over the cacophony that was R2 excitedly beeping away at 3PO, Leia took a quick breath, and the two women paused to listen in. A secret? Why, I never. R2 responded with a blat and a series of scolding whistles. Oh, do go ahead and tell me, you misfiring bucket of bolts. Yes, of course, I promise. No, you don't have to reprogram me. I can too keep a secret. There was a pause, and they could vaguely hear R2's whistles, pitched low. Mistress Mara is what? Well, at least we still have all the baby things. I shall have to paint a bassinet black, I suppose. Mara started to laugh and actually hugged Leia back, but only after being silent for many seconds. I have no idea what to do, Mara admitted, her voice thick with uncertainty Leia had only rarely encountered from her. That's okay, Leia promised. That's okay. I'll help, I promised. Roganda's surveillance of the Jedi consulate was scheduled to last another week at least, but the droid she designated as her aide sent her a message in the middle of the night. Using a Force technique to rid herself of bleary fatigue, she read the message. Skywalker and Jade departing consulate. And with that, she was wide awake. The difficulty was always going to be breaching the consulate with the two of them there. Skywalker had killed the Emperor, and Jade had been a hand. That made them the only two real threats to her. With them removed, all she would have to deal with was Skywalker's untrained Padawans, and that was something she could do. How long will they be gone? Unknown. She put her trust in Providence. Prepare for the assault, she ordered. Pattern Delta Orec, preload variations 5 through 11. Send the initiation command to the palace main computer. Acknowledged, Mistress Roganda. Asterisk. Grand Admiral swung her spear through a series of ritualistic combat forms. A traditional Dathomiri warrior exercise. It was meant to be practiced in the forest, surrounded by nature, not in a building, surrounded by buildings. The Jedi consulate had plenty of plants and even a few animals, especially in the large central spaces, that were tended to by droids, and they made her feel a bit more comfortable. But it was not the same. Still, it was best performed at first light, and while that meant something different on Coruscant where even the darkest night featured plenty of artificial light, it was first light. Nearby, Stream performed his daily morning meditations, sitting by one of the windows and looking out over the city. She felt him watching her before she noticed it. He gestured at the sitting cushion next to him. Care to join me? Somewhat reluctantly, she set her spear down and sat cross-legged on the cushion. She had tried this style of meditation, but its stillness and passivity did not come easily to her. The Force, as the witches of Dathomir used it, was more tangible, more knowable, and more predictable than in the practices of the Jedi. Theirs was a more esoteric tradition. How many people live on your world, Grand Admiral? He asked her curiously. She shrugged, counting the number of tribes she knew of and estimating it. A few thousand, maybe. A few thousand, Streen said. His hair was brown, streaked with gray, and he had a deeply lined face from many years of exposure to the sun and wind. Where I am from, there were a few million. Here, he gestured out at the cityscape, more than 1 trillion. Can you feel them all? Corellia's lips pressed together. The learning had been a persistent frustration in the short time she had trained as a Jedi. She could feel strong emotions. Even a child could do that, but more than that. When I was young, Streen murmured, everything was always so loud. I traveled into the clouds of Bespin, looking for quiet, and I found peace and riches. Some of the other prospectors would talk of how their intuition would lead them to the right place to find Tabana, so I started letting mine lead me. Soon, I was finding Tabana reserves even before the machinery searching for it did, reaching the places it would be, before it was there. Corellia did not understand, but Streen spoke with such quiet fervency that she leaned closer and listened closely all the same. I learned, over time, that I was more successful when I was calm, Streen added. Clear-minded, well-fed, rested, and serene. He sighed. And then, I realized I was starting to feel other things too. I could feel the people around me. No, they were there. It became harder to be clear-minded because my mind was not alone. I could feel emotions, good and bad, and it was impossible for me not to feel them. Then, when the Empire took Cloud City, everything got much worse. The people were agitated, their thoughts full of chaos. Noisy and ugly. He shook his head bitterly. I had to be alone. Such was known on Dathomir too, Corellia thought. She remembered the sisters who had chosen to live alone, without husbands. Many of them had fallen and become night sisters, but others still lived apart. Many others, those most sensitive, learned with time to dull their senses, so as to not be overwhelmed. Piloting massive barges of explosive gas through lightning storms above Bespin is much more relaxing than listening to people on Coruscant. Even if Mara taught me how to control how much I feel, Streen continued with a smile. And Luke taught me that this empathy was a blessing, not the curse I thought it to be. A Jedi acts on behalf of the Force, and the Force is life. One way the Force guides us is through the feelings of others, their hopes and dreams and fears. If a Jedi is to be a true servant of life, we must understand these things. He offered her a rye, Weather Smith, and not be overwhelmed by them. Close your eyes. All right, she agreed curiously. She settled into a more comfortable sitting position and did so. Empty your mind, Streen encouraged, of all thoughts of self, of fear and desire. Fill all the minds of Coruscant, all the lives, the trillions. So many. Remember that the Force is created by all life, and that we are a part of the Force, and it of us. Let them guide you to where you need to be. Listen. She tried, but she found none of the calm that Streen described. Instead, a gnawing anxiety chewed at her gut, one she couldn't put a name to. Her eyes popped open. She saw on Streen's face a similar expression to her own. Maybe we should try again later, he suggested tiredly, pulling himself to his feet. She popped up, grabbing her spear and strapping it to her back. Perhaps we're hungry, she suggested with false cheer. She adjusted her armor, making sure it sat properly on her sinewy frame. I'm not yet Luke's equal as a teacher, Streen said with a self-deprecating smile, but I'm not a bad cook. Corellia wasn't sure why, but she found herself hurrying Streen a bit, moving them both deeper into the building. Barely 10 seconds later, the windowed alcove they had been sitting in exploded. Chapter 21. One of the last structures that remained from Palpatine's Imperial Palace was the Palace Security Operations Center. The tower spiraled up, one of the ring of semi-dismantled towers that had been built around the central palace complex. Lieutenant Caston Nall, Palace Security, had an excellent view of the ongoing deconstruction efforts. Massive cranes and construction droids busily worked to dismantle the towers that remained. Soon, they would turn their attention to security ops, but not just yet. His fresh cup of morning caf steamed on the desk in front of him as he reviewed the collection of reports from the day before. Have they found that missing construction supervisor yet? he asked. Corporal Cord Brandis, the only other person in the tower, shook her head. No, sir. I've requisitioned another team to go looking. We didn't see any signs of explosions, did we? No other minor disasters or booby traps. None have been logged. He frowned. People didn't just go missing from the Imperial Palace. Do you think the Empire sent an infiltration team? Brandis' voice was cautious and carried more than a little caution. It's possible, Caston mused. But the real question is, why would they? We have stumbled across a few additional hidden facilities, like the one we found in Tower 14, but nothing as elaborate as that one. His lips pressed together unhappily. That doesn't mean, though, that there isn't one. And if there is... Yes, sir, Brandis agreed unhappily. Maybe we should report this to intelligence. I already sent up a flare, he said. They just asked to be kept updated. Bringing in more security is really all we can do until we know more. The lights in security ops suddenly dimmed. His console screen flashed red with an alert, persistent and demanding. We're under attack. His hand slammed down on the alert button on his desk, then on his comm. This is Palace Security. Our systems are reporting an orbital assault. Multiple starfighters on strafing runs, escorting troop transports. Brandis' eyes were wide, staring at her console. Where did they come from? She gasped. The entire fleet is here, and we've got multiple layers of air defenses. But the computers insisted they were there. Even as Caston watched, 2 TIE fighter signatures came in for a strafing run, straight through the teeth of the planet's protective guns. Completely unscathed, they raced straight towards him and Cord, and with a pained grunt he grabbed the corporal and threw them both under a semi-armored console. Asterisk. On the bridge of the Star Destroyer Lusankaya, Admiral Taban watched as the ship's repairs continued. Captain Creffy supervised the repair crews with a gimlet eye as they swarmed over the ship's hull, patching the weaknesses in armor from impact damage and replacing destroyed turbolaser batteries. She was pacing along the bridge's long walk, wondering how things were going with Captain Rogris and the Inner Council, when Commander Nita yelped with alarm. Systems alert. Creffy, typically, was first to respond. What ender of systems alert? I don't, no sir. Called back Nita. Even as he did, Lusankaya's alarms started to blare, demanding the crew stand to battle stations. Multiple hostile star destroyers. What? Attrell and Creffy said together. Another group of cloaked SDs. Asked Attrell. They converged at Nita Station as Lusankaya came to life, crew bringing up the bridge shields and guns with a weary belligerence. I don't know, sir. Nita called, sounding confused. They're in orbit. It's like they were already there. They can't have been there, Creffy pointed out. We would have noticed them. Or they would have hit something. Yes, sir. Nita's hand was on his ear. We're getting comms from the rest of the fleet, sir. Other ships are reporting they are getting the same readings. Confirmation from Golan 5, Golan 7, Freedom, and Emancipator. All ships, bear on the enemy, Creffy demanded. Break us free from the repair station at once. Fighters, scramble, repeat, scramble. Attrell stared at the console. From all appearances, no fewer than 5 Imperial-class star destroyers were in low orbit over the old Imperial Palace, low enough that even raising the planet's shields wouldn't be enough to protect it from them. TIE fighters were already scrambling, so far without opposition, and darting down over the planet to attack. If those fighters got in before they could be intercepted, even a few strafing runs could do devastating damage to the dense urban canyons. Captain Herrero reports Orthovan is less than no enemy ships, Nita called, sounding even more confused. She is requesting instructions. How can we see them but she can't? Creffy demanded furiously. Either they're there or they're not. Weapons hold, bellowed Attrell. I want visual confirmation on the star destroyers. Now. Someone fetch a pair of macrobinoculars. She pointed at Nita's console. And run a diagnostic on the main computer. She looked at Creffy, who stared back, his eyes widening with dawning understanding. Lusankaya, Emancipator, Freedom, And the Golans, she explained. All Imperial built with Imperial built main computers. Asterisk. Null and Brandis hit the ground with a heavy thunk, one that sent a spasm of intense pain through Null's old combat wounds. He reeled as his leg collapsed under him, knowing that it would not be easy to stand up quickly. But then, it wouldn't matter, not if those fighters fired on the tower with him and Brandis in it. Nothing happened. No scream of ties overhead, no detonations, no explosion, just nothing. Where did they go? He panted the words out, gritting his teeth through the pain. Leaving him under the table, painfully trying to get back to his feet, Brandis popped up and was back at her station in an instant, reaching down a hand for her boss. Her tone was half surprise, half wry. According to the computer, we're dead, sir. What do you mean, we're dead? He asked, frustrated, angry, and hurting. That's what the system says. We've been killed in a strafing run. He could hear the way her voice changed, going from amused to grimly serious. And we've been locked out, too. Apparently, the computer thinks we're dead and is treating us as if we are dead. He was up on one knee, which was enough that he could see her poised at her station. Check 4, he groaned, his bum knee trembling under him. Check to see if there are any programs running. She nodded, her head bobbing. With impressive, hard-earned familiarity with the computer system, she forced a hard reset of her terminal. There's a program running, she reported grimly once she had brought up the debugging system. It's an old one. I thought our slicers cleared everything out. The computer thinks the Emperor is still alive, and that Imperial Center's defense fleet is attempting a coup. Her expression was grim, and it's not just her computer. This time, the roar of engines was real. Back on his feet, Lieutenant Null could only watch as the mid-sized transport launched from Tower 8, not far from where that construction tech had gone missing. He realized belatedly, and his comm said he was dead and refused to let him tell anyone. One of the benefits of living in a skyhook, Leia thought, was the view. She and Mara were sequestered in a semi-secluded corner of the Solo family apartment, behind a leafy tree of Alderaanian origin. Alderaan had been known for many things, but one of its defining characteristics had been its floating cities. Built over many centuries, those cities had loomed above Alderaan's towering mountain ranges. At first, they had been centers for mining, like Cloud City on Bespin, but as Alderaan's mineral resources dwindled and the world's population grew weary of the environmental costs of their extraction, the cities had become centers for culture, governance, and education. The two of them sat together, looking out over Coruscant. I feel like I should ask you how you're feeling about all this. Are you okay? Leia asked. It wasn't the first time, and Mara's expression of pain tolerance communicated that she was quite aware of the repetition. The twins had awoken, attracted, Leia suspected, to the 3-4 sensitives and the intense emotion of the moment, and had been a welcome distraction from that emotion. Han was busy coaxing them to leave Mara alone and eat while Leia took Mara to sit in quiet isolation, drinking in the view of the galactic capital. To Leia's dismay, Mara's anxiety seemed to be getting worse, rather than better. Yeah, Mara said, unconvincingly. After an uncomfortable pause, she continued, but the more I think about it, the more, Mara's voice trailed off, as if admitting discomfort or weakness of any kind was unacceptable. Nervous. Mara hesitated again, then shook her head. No, I was already nervous, but I have this premonition of dread, like something has gone wrong. Unconsciously, Mara tucked her legs in closer against her chest. Looking absurdly young in that moment, Leia had to remind herself that for all Mara's experience, or all her world weariness, she was younger than the Skywalker twins. I had that too, when I was pregnant, Leia admitted. It was her turn to hesitate now, debating how much to share, but this was Mara. Mara was Luke's life partner, that Leia had absolutely no doubt, and therefore, she was Leia's sister. She trusted Mara, and Mara needed her. After I found out that Vader was my father, I decided I'd never have children, she admitted. Eventually, I changed my mind, but during the pregnancy I had a few dark moments. Mara's lips pressed together. I'm not worried about that, she replied, and Leia was surprised at the confidence in her voice. Really, I'm not. But I still have this sense. Her voice faded away, and her expression tightened. She turned towards the transparent steel, looking down towards the city, where in the distance the Senate Dome, and what was left of the Imperial Palace, most of its towers disassembled, and the original, boxy structure it had been built atop increasingly apparent, could be. In the Force, sudden fear spiked. Instantly Mara was uncoiled and on her feet. What is it? Leia asked, alarmed. I don't know. The emergency alarm had sounded days before, during Dallas' hidden fate assault on Coruscant. Now it blared again, cutting straight through Leia with skull-splitting urgency. The lights of the skyhook instantly darkened, red alert signals glowing atop every door as if a whole breach had been detected. Mara batted away the massive leaves of the Alderaanian plant as she charged into the kitchen, Leia following on her heels. Luke was there with Han, both of them wearing matching expressions of confused alarm. What in the 9 Corellian hells is going on? Han yelled, his arm around a suddenly crying Jacen and Jaina. Is Dala attacking again? And someone shut that off. From the door, R2's whistle was barely heard over the alarm, but a few seconds later the alarm cut out. Leia was already at her computer terminal. The screen was remarkably unhelpful, and the words upon it sent a new chill through her. Remain where you are, it instructed. Imperial authorities will arrive to secure the Senate. The door is locked, complained Han as he tested the front door controls. What is going on? Winter came in from the office, her expression pale. Our communications are out. Do you know what's going on? Is Dala attacking again? Mara gently shouldered Leia out of the way. She moved to the side as the former Emperor's hand started typing override commands rapidly into the computer. It took her a few minutes, but eventually more useful information appeared. None of the words made any sense. Parameter: attempted coup against Emperor Palpatine. Senators under suspicion of aiding the coup attempt. Grand Moff Tarkin under suspicion of aiding the coup attempt. Instructions: confine senators. Confirm Tarkin's complicity and take appropriate action. Commoner authorities will ascertain loyalties based on performance. Tarkin, Leia said, staring in disbelief at the screen. What is this? It's a drill, Mara said grimly. You didn't replace all the computers on Coruscant. Leia gave her an infuriated, disbelieving look. How would we do that? What is going on? It's an old program, Mara explained. I had Gint and Kraken's people on this. None of these should still be in the computer systems. It's a drill, one meant to stress test Commoner's responses against a potential coup by Tarkin and the Starfleet against Palpatine's rule. She continued typing furiously. What's that? Mara's face abruptly went pale, her green eyes wide. She turned to look at Luke, and Leia saw the moment that Luke realized the same thing Mara had. Her brother's expression was suddenly dire, and that same sensation of dread instantly swept over Leia. The consulate, Mara whispered in horror. Tell Wedge to get ships into position over the consulate, Luke demanded of Han. The Emperor's hand, Leia murmured, feeling her own blood run cold as she put the pieces together herself. This is Roganda staging an attack. I can't get any communications out, Han said with a shake of his head. Everything is jammed. Even if the drill isn't restricting the comms, everyone on the planet is trying to make a call right now. The net is completely overwhelmed. There are millions of panicked people out there right now, and no one telling them what to do. Leia turned back towards the window she and Mara had been sitting beside. Through it she saw Coruscant's orderly streams of traffic grow panicked and frenetic. High above the aerial traffic, the superstar destroyer Lusankaya was stirring to life, and many other warships were clearly on high alert, starfighters starting to swirl from cap patterns into precise combat deployments. We need to get back to the consulate before it's too late, Mara said, her tone one of dire certainty. Luke tested the door again. It didn't budge. He looked towards Leia, and she understood instantly what he was asking. Han was still holding a fearful Jacen and Jaina. Leia knelt down in front of the twins and held up her unlit lightsaber. Sweeties, who wants to see your Uncle Luke and Aunt Mara break some doors? Han and Winter held the twins, three sabers ignited, and the Jedi demolished the Solo apartment's front door. Roganda's transport lifted off from the Imperial Palace hangar. Under normal circumstances, the launch of a transport as large as hers would have been an unmissable event. With the chaos unfolding all over the planet, and in orbit above it, the launch went entirely unnoticed. The people best located to see the launch, those in the palace security office, had been killed in the initial wave of the simulation, and it would take them some time to get their systems unlocked to warn anyone else, assuming they had noticed at all. Being the Emperor's hand, she knew all of Palpatine's secrets. The most important of those was the secret of the silencer AI he had given her, of course, though the hidden caches of DT droids she had programmed were a close second. Further down the list, but still important, was the secret of the override codes that Palpatine had buried in every computer constructed while he was Emperor. The rebellion had tried to protect itself against those override codes. Teams of technicians had developed software patches intended to prevent computers from doing things like overloading reactors, firing turbolasers, deactivating shield generators, or initiating hyperspace jumps at inopportune times. They were even making plans to outright replace compromised main computers, completely removing any vestiges of Palpatine's influence, but replacing the main computer, especially in something like a Star Destroyer, was difficult, time-consuming, and expensive. The public could not afford to take their most powerful units out of action, so the software patches had to suffice, and such refits would have been noted by Imperial intelligence. Roganda had thus opted for a more subtle approach. While in the Imperial Palace, she'd been able to access both Palace Security's main computer, yet to be replaced, since the entire palace was being demolished anyway, and its HoloNet connection. From there, she used her credentials as Emperor's hand to schedule a drill. Every warship in orbit with an Imperial-built main computer now believed that a fleet of Star Destroyers and their traitorous admirals and crews were attempting to overthrow Emperor Palpatine. So too did the planet's Golan defense platforms, the manufacturing facilities, and, most critically, all the local precincts of the Coruscant Constabulary. The Constabulary in particular was currently receiving orders to suppress possible mass uprisings. Loyal Star Destroyers were being called upon to attack the traitors, and all of them were being shown imaginary enemies and being told about imaginary events. A bomb threat at the Imperial Museum. The orbital bombardment of the ISB facility nearest to the Imperial Senate by traitorous elements of the Imperial Starfleet. The strafing of both the Imperial Palace and the primary surface starfighter garrisons. Dozens, hundreds of others. None of them were real, but nobody knew that. The population of Coruscant was panicking, and when 1 trillion people panicked, it made quite a mess. She wasn't sure how long it would take the New Republic to sort out the mess, but she was confident it would be long enough. Especially since the program wasn't done causing panic yet. Her transport's main computer beeped insistently at her. By order of the Imperial Security Bureau, this vehicle must land immediately. The line of airspeeders it was in came to a sudden halt as all of their traffic computers started seeking landing locations. Land or be fired upon. Hers was not the only vehicle receiving that order. The neat line of ships in Coruscant sky came to a sudden halt. Some vehicles stayed where they were, blocking traffic. Others started to try to land. Still others started to make for orbit. Roganda overrode the autopilot and veered towards her target. She could see the Jedi consulate out the window of her transport. She was surrounded by consternation and fear as Coruscant's populace tried to figure out what was happening. Roganda drank it in deep and reveled in their terror. Then she sighted the consulate with the ship's hidden concussion missile launcher and fired. Asterisk. Transperi still shattered, sending jagged shards of transparent material slashing into the meditation chambers. Streen stumbled as one of those shards sliced through his Jedi robes, and Corellia T felt multiple shards impact her back as she ducked to protect her head. She was thankful that she had insisted on wearing her leather armor. Grabbing Streen with both hands, she thrust him into the protective shadow of one of the meditation benches in the center of the room. What happened? Streen was wide-eyed, with surprise and sudden fear. His expression was wrenched with pain, and Corellia T checked his wounds, but found none of them were particularly deep. "Where are you hurt?" she demanded. He shook his head, his mouth working silently. "I'm fine," he panted eventually. "But the city, can't you feel that?" She had no idea what he was asking. "No," she said, reaching to pull her spear into cover with them, grabbing the handle at the end and snaking it through the debris. She could hear the sounds of repulsorlifts through the shattered window, of vehicles idling or racing around, as if in some kind of panic. "What?" "I haven't felt anything like this since Vader took Cloud City," Stream said, his expression dire. "People are terrified. I think the whole planet is under attack." There was nothing Corellia could do about that. Whether Stream was right or not, she knew the consulate was under attack, and Luke and Mara had given very specific instructions that the artifact they secreted away in the temple vault should be kept protected at all costs. She crouched, preparing to lurch into motion. The sound of repulsorlifts grew louder, almost overpowering. She hadn't realized just how much sound the now shattered windows had kept out of the serene temple environment. She risked poking her head over the couch to see what was happening, and saw a mid-sized freighter descending towards the temple's landing pads. Its landing ramp was open, and standing on it were a number of dark-armored figures with blaster rifles. Imperials. Stream shook his head in stunned disbelief. "How could Imperials be here now?" he asked, sounding equal parts astonished and fearful. "How?" "Stay down, manling," she ordered him. Even if he had not been wounded, he was no fighter. If the Imperials were after the artifact, they would not be coming to this room anyway, and he'd be safe here. Leaving him, she ran low to the central core of the building. The core of the building was hollow, with stairs and lifts that took people up and down. She could look up and see the peaked roof a half-dozen stories above them, semi-transparent to allow some of the morning sun to provide the building with natural light. She could also look down to the landing pad floor. While the building continued downwards for many more levels, that floor was entirely filled in, giving it the illusion of being a ground floor, something which Corellia appreciated, because when she thought about how high they really were, she got quite dizzy. Crouched with her spear, she heard the sound of blaster fire resonate through the open air. The consulate's defenses were kicking into action, and combat droids and fixed defenses were both opening fire. From her position above, she could see blasts of red and green crossing through the large vestibule that opened to the northernmost landing pad. Asterisk. Roganda stood within her transport, watching as her DTs demolished the consulate's defenses. She'd lost 4 units, but their heavy armor had absorbed plenty of fire before they had succumbed to damage, and their counterpart units had turned the fixed defenses to slag. A quartet of droids moved rapidly through the vestibule, their metal feet clicking softly over the tile. In the center of the space was a statue, and with some surprise, Roganda noted that the statue was dedicated to the Antarian Rangers. Her mind abruptly full of memories of Belsavis and a dozen other last stands of Jedi refugees and their protectors, she waited until the DT units announced the floor was secure. Wordlessly, she keyed tactical directives into her riscom, telling them to storm the upper floors. Roganda knew that she had only so long to secure the seed before the chaos she had unleashed on Coruscant was resolved. It was here. She knew it was here. She would not be denied, not again. Using her riscom, she instructed her aerial support to engage. In an instant, a half-dozen droids drone soared out of concealed hatches on the hull. Each one was suspended by a disc-like repulsor ring and bristled with blasters. They swarmed up and through the smashed-in windows, looking for targets. "Make sure all communications are jammed," she reminded the droid she had designated her aide, who she had renamed DT-130 for the sake of simplicity. "This is a smash and grab. We want to get to our objective and out as quickly as possible. The faster we are, the easier it will be to escape the planet." Asterisk. String's cry of alarm sent Corellia spinning back around. She had seen flying ships before, but flying droids were something entirely new to her. They were so small. But despite her unfamiliarity with them, the combination of her danger sense and her common sense meant she recognized them instantly as threats. There were two of them, beeping and whirring. Gray and black metallic armor, with angular red eyes, and bodies rotating towards her. She charged. The first droid's blaster fire went high as she slid over the smooth tile of the consulate floor, like she was dodging under a particularly energetic Woofa fighting for his life with an array of Dathomiri tribesmen. Bursts of energy shot over her shoulder, and she came up out of her slide with an athletic thrust. The head of her spear grazed the droid she was targeting. Her accuracy was foiled by the droid's sudden defensive retreat, bobbing higher and back in the air. She pursued with an additional thrust. She hadn't expected her second effort to make contact, but it did. She realized, a second later, why the second had been successful while the first had not. Streen, laying on the couch, wincing from his earlier wounds and at least one blaster burn, had gripped the droid and held it still with the force. Her spear, which, despite appearances, had been constructed with modern alloys, drove through the floating droid's thin armor and left it sparking as it sank to the floor. The second droid was coming and her spear was lodged too deep in the first to retrieve. Releasing it, she rolled backwards, dodging a pair of incoming blaster bolts, but that was when she heard the harmonized hum of a lightsaber nearby. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? The droid heard it too. Its blaster cluster pivoted away from her and Streen, reorienting to aim at the new arrival standing in the entrance to the meditation chamber. Tyria Sarkin nearly floated on the balls of her feet, poised and ready, and as the shots came as she wove her green blade in a perfect defensive pattern, batting away the incoming fire with focused determination as her blonde braid swung in her wake. As the droid and Tyria engaged in a furious exchange, Karanati remembered what Luke had taught her and stretched out with her mind for her spear. Getting a solid grip on her weapon with the Force, she tore it free from the first droid's machinery. She snatched it out of the air, and with it in hand she turned to help Tyria face the second. The droid's blaster swiveled back towards her, apparently deciding that shooting at a target armed with a lightsaber was less wise than shooting at a target armed with a spear. She dodged the first two bolts, but the third caught her on the side and sent her sprawling. Her hide armor outfit dissipated much of the energy, but she still lost her footing and spiraled to the ground, only half catching her fall. Tyria leapt. Trained as a ranger from the time she was young, she moved well, though it was obvious to Karanati that the lightsaber was still a weapon with which she was still gaining expertise. Despite that unfamiliarity, the tip of her blade clipped through the droid, which fell like a sparking, fizzling brick to the floor. Breathing heavily, Karanati pulled herself to her feet, smelling the roasting armor and wincing around the pain. Status? Tyria asked, her voice a flat affected channel for information. Wounded, Karana said, twirling her spear, but lightly. Ready to fight? Streen just moaned and clutched at his injury, and Karanati cursed herself for not anticipating the flying droids. As Tyria moved toward Streen, she pulled Bacta and bandaged gel from a pouch at her belt and set to work, giving an assessment of their situation as she worked. There are droids marching up from the landing pad, and all our comms are jammed, Tyria reported grimly. Tion and Cam are somewhere in the building, but other than that there isn't anyone else here. Luke and Mara left early this morning. I'm not sure why. I don't know how long our defenses can hold off their battle droids. Corrin isn't here. We strength. Tyria shook her head again. He's still somewhere on Corellia. Silgul is on Mon Calamari. It's just us, Cam, and Tion. Well, where are they? Streen muttered, cursing under his breath in pain. They're coming, Tyria said. Rest assured. Karanati's spear was a trusty weapon, but it would be little help in this fight. She raised the weapon to a guard position anyway. Tyria eyed it. We need something heavier than what we've got, she said. Come on. Mara's armory isn't far. Asterisk. Tyria watched as the other Jedi hastily armed themselves with the weapons that Mara had in the Jedi armory. Weapons of every type were carefully arranged, each one with guides for proper use conditions and maintenance requirements. Just like the droids that Luke and Mara had purchased to defend the consulate, sourced from Talon Caird, they were of the highest quality, and chosen based on ease of use and flexibility. She wasn't surprised as Serenity changed her spear out for a standard-issue Stormtrooper E11. The Dathomiri, which was uncomfortable with most of the elements of Coruscanti life. But the galaxy's weapons had long since made their way to her homeworld, and she clearly knew exactly how to use one. Streen armed himself too, but with far less confidence. Unlike Serenity and Tyria herself, he was no fighter. "Just stay behind us," she encouraged him. He nodded with obvious assent. "That sounds like a good idea," he agreed nervously. The consulate rocked and a thunderous boom echoed from the upper levels. Paint fluttered down from the ceiling, stone shuddering, and a second boom followed the first. The sounds of blaster fire echoed down through the structure. "They found Cam and Tion," Tyria said with grim certainty. She and Serenity sprinted ahead, each holding one of Mara's blaster rifles. A handful of the battle droids were watching the stairs above, and they both fell to one knee behind a meditation couch, firing over the limited protection it offered. Through the Force, as limited as her own abilities were, Tyria could feel Serenity's intent, and the two of them blasted one then the other, twin blaster bolts converging and blasting through armor. The two-legged, dark-armored, red-eyed droid staggered and fell backwards, spitting sparks and smoke. They were back running before Streen even caught up behind them. Serenity leapt up the stairs to the upper levels, taking them 3 at a time. As they ascended, Tyria could feel Streen come to a halt. Instead of trying to keep up with them, he was far older than either of them. After all, he pointed his blaster upwards and fired. He wasn't really trying to hit anything, but the constant stream of fire gave the two women enough cover to advance. The consulate's defense droids fought a losing battle against the invading Imperials, but they were bolstered by a single woman wielding a heavy repeater that appeared far too large for her frame. Tyon's silver hair flashed as she yelled various obscenities, strong blasts from her weapon punching through black armor with ridiculous ease as the double vial on her back gleamed in the sunlight. But as Tyria and Serenity leapt over the final stair to join the fight, Tion caught a single shot to the side. Spinning to hit the ground heavily, Tion let out a single pained cry, trying to hoist her repeater up once more to return fire. She would have been too slow, but she was not alone. A pair of twin blaster bolts, one from Tyria and one from Serenity, each took the droid lining up the kill shot in the head and torso. With a small plume of smoke, the suddenly headless battle droid collapsed to the ground, twitching. Another floor above them there was a third heavy boom, followed by a fourth. "Cam!" gasped Tion from where she lay bleeding on the floor, struggling to stand. Tyria leapt forward, dropping her rifle and snatching her lightsaber up again, taking a basic guard position. She was still unaccustomed to the weapon. Mara and Tion had helped her construct it only a few weeks before, but she drove herself forward in a vicious charge. Staggering her steps from right to left to throw off the remaining droid's aim, she dropped into a slide and then catapulted off the ground. Her lightsaber slashed evenly through the torso of one of the droids. Then she spun to the side and carved the blade through a leg of a second. Serenity was there, her rifle pumping a point-blank shot into the second droid's chest. The remaining consulate security droids sparked and hissed, every one showing scorches where their armor had protected them, and none of them any longer combat capable. From above there was another boom. The building rattled. "Cam!" Tion moaned again, clutching at her side. Streen had finally made his way up the stairs. It felt like it had been minutes, but it could only have been maybe 30 seconds, and he fell by Tion's side, immediately rendering aid. Tion's silver eyes were locked on Tyria. "Go," she gasped. Tyria prepared to do just that. There was a shade in the periphery of her vision. A foe as invisible to her as the droids, a woman in black armor emerged out of the shadows. She held a nasty-looking blaster in one hand, and before Tyria could call out a warning, she fired. The shot caught Serenity full in the back, sending the warrior witch flying forward to the ground. The witch's armor smoked but, to Tyria's everlasting relief, appeared intact. Her relief was fleeting. Serenity's jaw hit the ground hard and she collapsed in a heap, moaning, struggling to stand and obviously unable to. Tion, Streen, and Tyria stared wide-eyed at the shadowy figure. Tyria still found it hard to even focus on her, like she was there but not there, using the Force to cloak herself in the shadows. Dark black hair was matched with equally black lipstick and eyes. Tyria charged. She had always moved fast and deceptively. As a child on T'Pra, even the older Rangers had recognized Tyria's skill, and she followed her training precisely. Her weight moved from foot to foot, preparing for a perfect slash at her enemy, shifting her weight just exactly as she had been taught. The pressure of sudden impact, the wrench of pain, the sudden limpness of her grip. Tyria found herself twisted into a heap on the ground, dazed and confused. Her attack had been perfect. That same lunge had been difficult for Luke Skywalker himself to deal with when he'd first seen it. The Antarian Rangers had always been trained to fight with Jedi, but they also knew Jedi better than any other paramilitary force in the galaxy, knew their strengths and weaknesses. "You're not the only one the Rangers taught, little girl," Roganda Ismaren mocked. Those words made no sense. But nothing was making much sense to Tyria in that moment. A boot caught her full in the chest as she tried to stand, and she felt one of her ribs give, the painful crack making it suddenly hard for her to breathe. Her lightsaber was gone. When she had lost it, Tyria wasn't sure, but she saw it in Roganda's hand now, the former Emperor's hand, admiring the careful craftsmanship. "Impressive, for one of such limited talents," Roganda commented. A second boot caught Tyria, and she gasped as the kick drove the air from her. "You must have had help. The false hand, no doubt." The Dark Lady's words stopped abruptly. She spun around, looking up. Tyria's gaze followed, though hers was blurry and unfocused. Cam Salozar's bronzium armor did not gleam or shine. It was darkened with blaster grazes and shrapnel scars, and Cam himself was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted, sweat damp in his hair, and blood visible where there were gaps in his armor. He held a lightsaber in a two-handed grip, the blade ignited and humming with an intensity of purpose. "Surrend." Before he could get the single word out, Roganda's hand lifted. With the cackle visible even over the sudden thunderclap, her expression suddenly contorted with hatred. A blue corona of lightning fire erupted from her fingertips, the air around Tyria suddenly heavy with electricity and hatred. She could taste it on her tongue, a tangy, burning that sparked around her. Cam reacted faster than Tyria could have. His lightsaber swept upwards in an arc, catching the lightning on the blade to prevent it from striking Tian and String. He held the blade in place, his eyes locked on Roganda. Tyria could feel him in the Force, feel the power Cam possessed, feel the intensity of his purpose, his need to stop Roganda at any cost, the need to keep the artifact that Luke and Mara had placed in their custody away from the Empire. Roganda hissed, and the lightning burned from her fingers hotter, swirling around Cam's saber. He straightened his arm, confident that he had her attack blocked. The other Jedi were safe. Roganda lifted her other hand, and with a banshee wail that was nearly inhuman, a second burst of lightning erupted from her. Cam's eyes went wide with surprise, and he tried to shift his position so he could. The lightning hit Cam full in the chest. The blue light coruscated around him, lightning tracing all four of his limbs, and his darkened armor suddenly gleamed anew, this time with electricity rather than polish. Roganda was still screaming with rage as Tyria finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Asterisk. Roganda's throat was dry, her voice hoarse. Cam Salazar lay, electricity still crackling through him, his armor cracked and broken. He was still trying to reach for his saber, trying to fight back, because he knew the cost of his failure. So too did Roganda. She smiled at him, tossing the Ranger's lightsaber casually away. She did not try to speak. She did not trust her voice to still work, not after the rage she had unleashed to defeat the Jedi. She was tempted to kill them all, to strangle the new Jedi Order in its cradle, but she did not have the time. Skywalker and Jade were coming. She could feel them coming, could feel their meteoric approach, like a bolt of lightning heading straight in her direction. If they arrived before she could escape, she would not be escaping. As much as she would relish every slow death of every fallen Jedi, it was an indulgence she could not afford. Yet, she raced up the stairs. There was a void in the force up there, one she knew was caused by the damnable Islamry. Her battle droids were strewn and broken, sliced with skillful saber strikes. Salazar had destroyed at least a dozen, all by himself, but there were no defenses left. Her droids had seen to that, before Salazar had destroyed them. In the center of the room, surrounded by nutrient frames containing Islamry, was the seed. She could not feel it in the force. She could not feel anything in the force. The seed looked almost sickly, the pulsing green colors that had pumped through it dim to the point of invisibility. She gathered it up in her arms gently, cradling it like an infant, and ran. Tempered metal screamed through the atmosphere of Coruscant like a revenant spirit, swirling through dense clouds of moisture and panicked starships. Coruscant's sky was full of people, terrified and uncertain. Had the Empire returned? Should they run? Hide? Surrender? Thousands upon thousands chose to run, leaving the galactic capital's traffic controllers utterly swamped and ignored, turning Coruscant's normally orderly sky into a hive of treacherous peril. Mara could see multiple mid-air collisions ahead of her. Crippled airspeeders spiraling down on damaged Rebel sorlifts, or streaks of falling debris. When the day was over, she feared the casualty count just from accidents would be in the tens of thousands, if not significantly higher. They needed to get through that mess. She didn't let anyone fly her ship, but today, right now, Luke was at the helm. He was the better pilot and they both knew it, so he had claimed the pilot seat while she took control of her ship's weapons. Her targeting scanners went wild as they detected rogue ship after rogue ship, each streaking along jagged pathways up into the sky. Above them, confused warships tried to maintain order, but they too were simply overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of people. Coruscant was home to trillions of sentients, and those trillions were confused and terrified. Even as Luke maneuvered tempered metal with casual, ridiculous skill, weaving between panicked starships with an ease that Mara knew he did not feel, she knew they were too late. The consulate was visible now and growing larger quickly, its roof smoking from some kind of explosive blast. A ship Mara had never seen before was fleeing from the consulate's landing pads, its unobtrusive silhouette just starting to climb towards space. That was their quarry. Smaller than tempered metal, Mara's ship was actually quite sizable, and it did not make any attempt to avoid the civilians who filled Coruscant's skies. It raced upwards to join them, blending in, trying to be just one more freighter fleeing Coruscant under siege. Beside her, R2 was trying to get a hold of the commanders of the New Republic fleets, trying to contact someone, anyone, to let them know where they needed to be to prevent Roganda's escape, but the comm channels were jammed and even private comms were unreliable. The system had been pushed to its breaking point and nudged beyond. If anyone was going to prevent Roganda's escape, it would have to be them. Mara brought up the main gun, knowing the distance was too far for the lighter lasers. Tempered metal's primary armament was the long spinal turbolaser, powerful enough to blast through even heavy shields and armor, but only if they made compromises elsewhere. With Luke already stressing the engines, the only place to find excess power was her ship's shields. Tempered metal's alarms started to turn orange, and then red as the friction from Coruscant's atmosphere heated up her armor. They streaked through the sky like a rocket of flame, and Mara tried not to, refused to let herself, think about the fact that she was pregnant. "Get us in range," she said aloud as she watched their prey through her gunnery computer. Luke knew that already and said nothing as they continued to gain speed. She felt no relief when the heat sensors abruptly started to return to normal, because that meant they had exited the atmosphere, and that meant that they were getting close to the edge of Coruscant's gravity well. She would only have one shot. If that? "Closer," she murmured. She didn't have any more time to wait. They were just inside effective range. Her weapons were charged. Luke aligned metal's bow. Mara felt his satisfaction, made some minute adjustments to the servos, and squeezed her gunner's yoke. A green bolt of energy lanced forward and struck Roganda's ship. But tempered metal was not the only ship bestowed upon an emperor's hand by the Empire's finest shipwrights. Despite the ferocity of the strike, their enemy's shields were equal to it. Mara clenched her free hand, holding her breath, waiting for the gun to recharge for a second shot. She fired again the instant the gun reached the minimum power required for discharge. This blast lacked the punch of the first, but it was just as fast, and their target had already been hit once, but then the target was gone. Mara's last shot coasted out towards the void between stars, dissipating like a bad weld on a pressurized hull. Roganda had escaped. Chapter 22. The icy storm of hyperspace swirled around Roganda's message boat. She ignored the red blinking shields and minor hull damage to consider her prize. The seed was as dormant as Roganda's surviving DTs, but just being near it was enough to make her giddy. That was a sensation she could only remember feeling a handful of times in her life. When she confirmed that Irek was Force-sensitive was probably the only other time in her adult life. Her Emperor had described it as the product of ancient dark side practices, but he had never said more than that. Only that if he acquired it and commanded it, he could use it to make even the Death Star obsolete as a tool of Imperial power. It just needed to be directed and, most importantly, controlled. The product of all her subsequent experimentation, all her trials, and all her errors, was the Silencer 7 droid intelligence. The seed would complete Silencer 7, Irek would command it, and all Roganda's plans would be fulfilled. Despite the seed's silence, it practically pulsed with power. Energy and potential swirled around its quiet core. A piece of technology it might seem to be, but it had a presence in the Force, one she could palpably feel. Sleep, precious, she thought to it, fighting the urge to stroke it with her long fingers. Sleep. We're almost home, and then you can be reborn in glory. Irek and Hamir were waiting for her when she arrived. So too were their pet cyberneticists, probably to ensure that the Silencer command interface would operate properly even after Silencer 7 was merged with the seed. She spared her son a nod both severe and welcoming. He seemed to understand the combination of necessary discipline and congratulations for his efforts, but kept her attention on the one real threat of the room. Emperor Regent, she greeted him. You are late, Hamir said. The man's Force sense glimmered with lingering anger, no doubt, Roganda thought. He was still mad at her for the dismissive way she had treated him in their last meeting. Too bad, Roganda thought. I need you even less than I did. Once Silencer 7 is complete and battle-tested, I will need you not at all. She said none of that out loud. For the moment, Silencer 7 was not complete, and she was not sure how long the mergence between the AI that she had built for the Emperor and the seed would take. So instead, as politely as she could manage, she said, I have what I was looking for. Hamir's expression shifted slightly, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, almost the beginnings of a frown, quickly schooled. That is good news. By contrast, Irek was enthused. He always was happy for her successes. Congratulations, Mother. She favored him with a dignified nod, and he swallowed and resumed a more formal mind. Beside him, Cray Mingla and Nitchismar looked as if they were at a wake, which Roganda thought smugly they were. A wake for all the New Order's enemies, all her enemies, and all they held dear. Soon the war would be over, all the losses washed away, and her empire would straddle the galaxy. She wanted that as quickly as possible. Come, she ordered. Now. I will wait no longer. They traveled into the depths of Silencer Station. At its core was something that only she had seen. Inside all the walls, all the bulkheads, all the layers of armor, at the station's very center, was its genesis. The original molecular furnace, designed to break matter down into raw materials and reforge it into whatever was needed. The large computer mainframe which housed the original Silencer, droid intelligence. The last component was her original core. It was tiny compared to the one recovered from an AR Shadow. Small enough to fit within her fist, it too had a presence in the Force, but a tiny one, easily missed. It had been reduced, or perhaps it had never been the equal to the seed she now carried, but it had possessed the kernel of energy she had needed to create Silencer Station's motivating force. That small remnant had brought Silencer 7 to life, allowing it to begin the process of manufacturing the New Order's military. What, she thought, giddy with anticipation, would the true seed accomplish with it? How long would it take her to produce enough droids to defeat the rebellion and see Irek truly installed as emperor? A week, a month, a year. No matter how long it took, she would make it happen. Silencer Station's computer core was as she remembered it. A square room, each of the walls was lined with enormous computer terminals, each with a monitor that provided far too much information for a human mind to assimilate. Their screens flashed with inhuman quickness, a flutter of white and blue light that cast fleeting shadows, quickly replaced. Above them, climbing into the high ceiling, the computers had been built directly into the wall, and Roganda knew had steadily grown outwards, filling the space around this room in almost every direction. The room was hot, and both the floors and the ceiling had vents that constantly cast out cold air, clashing with the heat produced by all that hardware. In the center of the room was a square podium. It seemed to rise directly out of the floor. Seamless, the podium was illuminated with a single, bright light that pointed directly down from the high ceiling above. At the center of that column of light was a small, spherical object, held suspended in midair within the box, spinning slowly. The object itself was not interesting to look at. A dodecahedron, it reminded Roganda of a holocron, another example of force-imbued technology. As they entered, the dodecahedron started to spin faster. Roganda could feel it in the force, just as she could feel the artifact recovered from an AR shatter. They felt the same, two fragments of the same whole, one shaved off by some reckless treasure hunter, and the other forgotten in the depth of Nar Shaddaa until she and her droids had awakened it. The artifact began to spin as well. She pushed the repulsor that carried it into the center of the room, until it was flush against the podium, and the fragment that was already there abruptly shot through the air towards the sled. It impacted the artifact and was swallowed up, merging once more into the unity from which it had at some point in the past been stolen. The now complete seed continued to spin, but that spin slowed. As she and Irek, and Hamir and the cyberneticists, watched it came to a stop once more, gleaming in the dark. "What is it?" asked Cray, sounding amazed. "You study the marriage of biology and machines," Roganda answered smugly. "This is the marriage of the Force and machines." She took the seed in both hands, it was surprisingly light, and placed it at the center of the podium. The podium itself had been the product of many hours of Roganda's work, though with a not insignificant amount of the Emperor's guidance. It had been constructed as a host for the seed, and as she placed the seed atop that podium, she knew that her life's work was truly complete. The computers all around them stopped flashing. All the light went out as one, leaving only the bright illumination of the seed in the center of the room. The seed itself seemed to glow in the Force, imbued with energy and intent, and as she watched, the computers slowly restarted, one by one, until all four walls were bright once more. They flashed simultaneously, and then they all went blank. Text scrolled across them in a large font. Silencer 7 activation complete. Systems test underway. Molecular furnace test underway. Manufacturing capacity test underway. Logic engine test underway. Tests complete. Molecular furnace operating at capacity. Manufacturing facilities awaiting instructions. Logic engine upgrades in progress. Testing command interface. Command interface intended for designate Emperor. Roganda took the command interface that Cray had built from his resting place at the end of the repulsor sled that had carried the seed to its final destination. Carrying it like a crown, she held it out with both hands for her son. And with Irek, she said, "It will become the marriage of all three." Asterisk. Irek glanced at Cray and niches nervously as he took the command interface from his mother. She stepped back from him, as if retreating to a safe distance, and nodded. "I know you have commanded Silencer 7 before," she encouraged him. "It is now ready, and it awaits your will." With trepidation, he settled the interface onto his head, holding his breath, his heart beating in time to his fear. The electricity, the pressure, of merging with the interface started at his temples, filling his ears with a dull roar. He could feel it expand to fill his skull, compressing the consciousness he kept behind his eyes, and pressure grew to pain as his head exploded with presence. The last time he had worn the interface, Silencer 7 had communicated with him via the screen that came down in front of his eyes. That screen stayed dark, because it was unnecessary. He could hear Silencer 7 without it. Its thoughts intermingled with his own. Welcome, designate Emperor. Was the AI supposed to have a personality? There was something almost human about that voice, a voice Irek knew that only he could hear, because it was conveyed through the interface directly from the computer into his mind. He could feel Silencer 7 surrounding him and felt like he was an island floating in an ocean he could not see the ends of. Silencer 7. His own thoughts felt quiet compared to the booming voice rattling his ears. What is your will, designate Emperor? Somewhere in the world outside the interface, he could hear his mother's voice. Or was that Hamir's? They all blurred, and it took his mind some time to reassemble the stimulus into something he could understand. Tell it to begin constructing our fleet. We must know its new limits. Command understood. The AI boomed in his mind, not waiting for him to communicate the message deliberately. It could hear everything he could hear. Now the screen in front of Irek's eyes did activate. There was no scrolling text, but it showed him Silencer Station's massive molecular furnace. The gaping maw of the station illuminated with intensity seemingly equal to that of a star, and the entire station descended lower. What had once been the fifth planet in the K3-947 system, now increasingly just a large cracked planetoid and a growing cluster of large rocks, was sucked up into that maw. All that raw material was broken down by the furnace, processed, and used to construct a quickly growing number of TIE droids. Command execution underway. Designate Emperor. What is your will? Asterisk. Cray watched, both stunned and horrified, as the interface and Irek intermingled. That had always been the intention. It was a cybernetic interface, a vergence of human and artificial intelligence like any arm or organ she had worked on before. But despite that, this still felt wrong. The screens around the room blinked with text. Command understood. Maximizing construction efficiency. Manufacturing facilities at 20% capacity. Estimating time until full capacity. Those words scrolled around the room, sliding from screen to screen, and then went blank. They were replaced, second later, with awaiting further commands from Designate Emperor. Hamir stepped towards the boy, but Roganda spoke before he could. Tell us what else this station can do, now that it is complete. Hamir spoke even before she was finished speaking, eyeing her with annoyance as he did. What are this station's combat abilities? Asterisk. One again, he heard words, like a whisper from beyond his body. What else can this station do? As before, the AI recognized and processed the question almost without any involvement from Irek. The visual interface that filled his sight shifted, revealing a full picture of Silencer Station. As he watched, information poured across it. Turbolaser batteries, tractor beams, concussion missile launchers, layers and layers and layers of armor, overlapping shield generators, all of it powered by the energy produced by the molecular furnace, constantly breaking down and reconstructing matter. Combat abilities undeveloped. Query. Current priority is manufacturing. Alter priority to development of direct combat abilities. There was another voice speaking to him, but he couldn't make it out. Irek, it said, while Silencer 7 ignored it. Irek tried to focus on it, tried to listen. His arms were slow, sluggish things. He'd nearly forgotten what they were for or could do. Could he remove the interface? It felt like a part of his skull, inextricable. He realized that he was speaking, relaying the question from Silencer 7 to Hamir and his mother. It was odd how unconscious that was, how distant the world beyond Silencer 7 seemed to him. He sank deeper and deeper into the ocean that was the AI's consciousness, and the booming voice of the machine started to sound more and more like his own voice as he submerged in it. Asterisk. Silencer Station is also equipped with overlapping shield generators, with individual fusion power generators. In total, the station has power production capabilities on par with 100 Imperial II-class Star Destroyers, making its shields nearly impenetrable to conventional weapons. The station also has armor heavier than a Golem 3 space defense Nova gun, which can be constantly reconstructed as long as the molecular furnace has access to raw materials. These defensive capabilities. Something is wrong. Cray raised her voice to be heard over Irek's litany. She had prompted Irek twice now, and he had responded to neither. His voice had become raw and mechanical, with none of the boy's typical sarcastic energy. He sounded instead like a droid intelligence, and that was not at all how the command interface was supposed to work. That's the AI, talking, Niches agreed raggedly. Even with the weakness in his voice, she could hear the sudden concern. In this kind of cybernetic convergence, the human intelligence is supposed to take precedence. But he can still relay commands from us to Silencer 7, Roganda asked. Tell the station to develop its combat power. Cray stared at the woman in disbelief. If we don't disengage the interface, there's a chance he won't come out at all. To her astonishment, neither Roganda nor Hamir looked even moderately concerned. Hamir's callousness did not surprise her, but this was Roganda's own son. She started towards the boy, intent on tearing that interface off his head, but Hamir grabbed her with an invisible fist. His real fist was clenched in the air. She wrenched backwards when he made a single scattering gesture. Niches stumbled, trying to come to help, but Hamir merely pushed him over. Unbalanced, Niches hit the ground with a heavy, awkward crunch and a cry of pain. Cray struggled, trying to wrench herself out of the Emperor Regent's grip. Irek's voice brought their struggle to a surprised halt. The interface was now in his hand, rather than upon his head, and his eyes were clear. He looked exhausted, ragged, and worn, and like Niches he nearly collapsed. But unlike Niches, he was able to catch himself before he fell. When Irek spoke, it was with the same, exhausted timbre that Cray was used to hearing from Niches. Silencer 7 is developing its combat abilities, he murmured, almost whisper soft. As you instructed. He swayed and Roganda caught him. Are you all right? She asked insistently. Will you be able to command it again? I think so. Irek's eyes went unfocused. He was looking in Cray's direction, but without the gaze that he so often levied upon her, the gaze of teenage infatuation and attraction. He looked through her, as if she were not even there. So much power. Yes, my son, Roganda said, her voice an equal mix of assurance and avarice. So much power at our fingertips. Hamir released Cray. She promptly fell at Niches' side, hooking her arm around him and helping him strenuously back to his feet. Roganda watched them, helping Irek much as Cray was helping Niches. Do not kill them, she ordered Hamir. I still have a task for them. Do you? She smiled. You'll be pleased. I intend to put Project Fit to serve into full effect. She pointed at Cray. I will send one of my droids for you. You will come, and you will work, or there will be consequences. Roganda looked meaningfully at Niches. Cray had no doubt the woman was serious. The way she treated Irek, she surely would kill Niches. But then, Cray was more and more convinced that Roganda would do that anyway. She considered refusing and provoking the two Imperials into killing them both right here. But if she did that, she and Niches' suffering would all be for nothing, because they had not yet found a good opportunity to sabotage the Empire's efforts, and she still could not stand the idea of losing him. Not now. Not here. Not like this. The droid that came to fetch Cray and Niches was one of Hamir's assassin droids. Despite its pretense towards humanness, it came off as far less human than a typical protocol droid. Covered with a thick black armored carapace over its skeleton, the way it moved, and especially the way it interacted with people, made clear that it was an inhuman creation. It did not even look at Cray. Neither his head nor his glowing, pupil-less red eyes focused their attention on her in any kind of overt way. It simply stayed close to them, watching them with less obvious sensors. Cray wasn't sure why his designers had even bothered with the head at all. After all, there was no need to make a new droid design look human. She knew she was babbling to herself, trying to assert some control over her situation. Some understanding. It was hard, because she understood little, and much of her energy was spent supporting Niches. He was struggling now. More than he had been, he had never fully recovered from being stunned during his foolhardy attempt to get a message out, and he had been steadily deteriorating before that. Even worse was the fact that they were going to see Roganda. Roganda was dangerous and unpredictable, more willing to use the threat of force to induce immediate compliance with her demands. That increasingly set her apart from her son. Something had changed in Irek, in the way he looked at Niches, as if he could see a person now, and not just an obstacle, or worse, an animal to be both pitied and scorned. Unfortunately, to Roganda both Cray and Niches were creatures to be pitied and scorned, perhaps minus the pity. The hallways in this part of Silencer Station did not illuminate when they walked through them. The droid escorting her just led her straight down the hall through the precise middle, and the only light was the dim red from the droid's eyes and indicators. "Creepy down here," Niches whispered, his voice strained. "Yeah," she replied shortly. "Any idea what she's going to have us working on?" Cray shook her head wordlessly. "Me neither." The droid escort came to an abrupt halt. His legs stayed planted, but his midsection swiveled to face them, his enormous blaster rifle pointed half in their direction. The droid made an inhuman grunting sound, not something Cray would ever have picked for a droid of her own creation, and the door nearest them slid open. The sudden burst of whiteness and light from within was almost blinding, and both Cray and Niches gasped. She covered her eyes with a hand as they adjusted. Behind her, the droid grunted again, more insistently. Wincing, Cray helped Niches through the door. They stepped into what was, unmistakably, a medical ward. This hallway, unlike the one they had just come from, was well lit. Medical droids were going about apparently important business, hurrying through the hall, coming in and out of rooms. Occasionally, they were accompanied by large repulsor lifts. Some of these were flat, carrying what appeared to be cylindrical containers, about a foot in diameter and 3 feet in height, transparent at the top and shielded in the middle and bottom. All Cray could see was that they were filled with some kind of liquid. Other repulsor lifts appeared to be biohazard disposal units of some kind. A station crewed almost entirely by droids, Niches murmured, his voice both weak and curious. The curiosity reminded her of the man she'd fallen in love with, and she tightened her arm around him. "What does it need with the secret hospital?" "I have a better question," Cray said. Sudden dread wrenched at her. There was something wrong, something deeply wrong with all this. "We're not medical doctors. What does she want us to do here?" Niches went very quiet. Cray looked all around them. Their droid escort had not accompanied them into the hospital, and, other than the medical droids, they were alone. "Where are we supposed to go?" she wondered. Without a better answer to that question, they started to wander down the hall. They tried to get answers from the medical droids, but received none. The droids completely ignored their presence, except when they disrupted their work, which clearly made the droids irritated. They were, however, apparently free to explore at their leisure otherwise. She came to a stunned, surprised stop as they entered one of the first rooms, unable to stop herself from gasping. The first room was filled with beds, each one next to a set of medical equipment. There were men sleeping on those beds, completely and utterly silent. Their arms and legs were hooked up to intravenous injectors from the machines. They weren't dead. Cray could see some of them breathing, but from a distance, Cray would have thought they were. Many of the men had been wounded in combat, she realized. She saw many shrapnel wounds, occasional lost limbs. Combat wounds, Niches managed, taking in the sights as she did. Imperial wounded from the war. They're keeping them unconscious, Cray agreed. Maybe waiting until they have the ability to better treat their wounds. Maybe that's what she wants us for, Niches guessed, working on their replacement limbs and other cybernetics. Getting their wounded warriors back into battle to continue the war. He turned his head slightly in her direction. If that is what she wants, should we go along? Or is it time for us to refuse? Cray finished the sentence silently. Is it time for us to refuse to let them use us anymore? She glanced around, but she couldn't say what she was really thinking. There was too high a risk that the Empire had monitoring devices in these rooms. We're still going to find a way to hurt them, Niches, she promised him, and herself. We're going to beat them, no matter what it costs us. And we're going to do it together. She tightened her grip on him. He seemed to understand, even without the words, and offered her a sparse nod. Behind them, the door to the ward whispered open. A medical droid with one of the repulsor sleds walked in, with 8 of the cylindrical containers arrayed precisely upon it. She got a better look at them than she had inside, but as best she could tell, they contained nothing but the fluids she'd already seen outside. The droid made its way directly to the patient nearest the door. Shortly thereafter, a second droid followed with the second sled. Cray helped Niches out of their path. What are they doing? She asked, confused, as the 2 droids performed a quick examination of the patient. They attached a few pieces of medical equipment, devices that Cray actually recognized from studies she had been doing prior to being kidnapped by the Empire, as ones that monitored brain and central motor function, and waited for the results. Let's keep going, Niches murmured to her. We should try to see as much as we can before Roganda gets here. The medical droids were working their way through all the patients, repeating their scans on each one, when Cray and Niches exited. The second room was not so brightly lit, but neither was it as dark as the exterior corridor had been. Rows of shelves lined through the space, each one dimly lit. Cray could see that on the shelves were the odd cylindrical containers they had seen on the repulsor sleds outside. But these, they weren't empty. A fist of realization and horror clenched itself around her throat, her heart suddenly pounding in her chest. In each one of the containers was a human brain. They were all hooked up to some kind of monitoring system, one that beeped and flickered with light visible in the dimness. Niches had very nearly stopped breathing altogether. Sith spawn, he gasped, sounding more pain, more exhausted, than his illness alone had ever made him. Neither of them said another word. They didn't need to. There was nothing to say, so they clung to one another, hoping to wake up from a nightmare, to be back at the McGrody Institute and find that all the time they lost was restored. That the horrors the Empire had inflicted upon them both had been just a dream. In the final room, they found a hangar. 2 rows of TIE droids were housed within it, one on each side of the room. At the far end, there was an enormous opening that led into Silencer Station's much larger main hangar. Droids were hard at work on each fighter, both medical droids and engineering units, and next to many of them were those horrible repulsor slits, and those even more horrible cylindrical containers. In the center of the hangar, facing the door they entered through, was Roganda Ismaren, sitting on a throne. She watched them wordlessly as they came in, then parted her hands in a gesture of welcome. Doctors Mingla and Mar, you have arrived. I trust your tour of the facility has answered any questions you might have. Fury boiled in Cray's gut. She set her jaw hard, staring viciously. You are a monster. I imagine every inferior thinks that about their betters, Roganda replied with a vicious smile of her own. Welcome to Project Fit to Serve. You actually deserve much of the credit for this, Dr. Mingla. It was your own research at McGrody Labs that first gave me the idea. Cray could feel all the blood drain out of her cheeks. All those horrible nights, all the desperate searches, all the lack of sleep. Even before they'd been kidnapped, she had been hard at work, searching for a solution, any solution, to Niches' illness. After all, his was an illness of the body, not the mind, and she was a cyberneticist. One possible solution, among many, had been uploading Niches' consciousness to a droid body. The sudden tension in Niches' body told her that he understood the implication too. Anger and embarrassment flooded through her. I was looking for a way to save lives, she snarled. These men may not have been in any danger of dying, Roganda conceded, but I can assure you, what we have saved here is no less valuable. You had no right to do this to them without their consent. On the contrary, Dr. Mingla, I had every right. Roganda stood slowly, to her full regal height. I am the Emperor's hand. I am the Dowager Empress. I am the Empire. These men, Every one of them swore an oath to serve the Empire, to serve me, until they were no longer fit. It is I, and I alone, who determines when they are unfit to serve. As droids they will be perfectly loyal, fit to serve longer and better than they ever could have as men. As droids they will see the redemption and restoration of the Empire. As men they would have seen only its defeat. She smiled. It was the kind of smile that had hidden jagged edges, and when Cray gazed, transfixed, at the older woman's twisted features, it was a gaze into the heart of madness. What do you want Cray for? Niches could still speak, which astonished Cray. Her mouth was dry, and she was utterly without words. The merger is imperfect, Roganda admitted casually. The cybernetic brains do not yet work properly. The droids tell me that after installation, and even detailed calibration, the ties become erratic. You put a human brain into a droid. Cray snarled. It's not a surprise if it becomes erratic. Perhaps. But I suspect that is a problem that you can help me with, isn't it? I wouldn't even know where to start. You can't program a human brain the way you can program an AI. I can't just put a restraining bolt. You can help me, Roganda said calmly, or you can join them. My supply of droid bodies is practically indefinite. Cray could feel herself starting to hyperventilate, could feel her anger seizing at her. She wanted to kill this woman, to make her suffer the way all these poor men had suffered, suffer the way Niches suffered. Does he know? Niches asked slowly, and with immense deliberation. The words shocked Cray's rage back under control. What was Niches talking about? Does who know? Roganda asked, equally puzzled. Irek, Niches said, the single syllable pronounced with a stiff anger that matched Cray's own. Your son. The one you're feeding to the silencer AI like you're feeding these men to those droids. If we don't disengage the interface, there's a chance he might not come out at all. He might not come out at all. Those have been her own words, just a few hours before. Cray had not realized her horror could go any deeper than it already did, but she was discovering that there were new depths to her disgust and anger. Roganda just stared at Niches, her eyes smoking. Did you tell him? Niches pressed, yet again. Does he know what it will do to him? Do to him? Roganda laughed. It will make him the most powerful man in the galaxy. I won't help you, Niches said, his jaw set. Oh, but I think you will, Roganda countered. The older woman reached out, flicking her fingers towards Cray. There was a crackle of energy, a hint of blue light, and then Cray's body was on fire, agony tracing through her, crackling around her toes and tangy electricity spasming over her tongue. Asterisk. Cray smelled sulfur. Everything hurt. The toe of a boot nudged her nose. Now do you understand? Cray couldn't talk. She could barely breathe. Somewhere she could feel Niches' presence, could hear his voice, his own desperation to protect her, but all Cray could see was Roganda's boot in her face, nudging her nose. TIE droids with human intelligence, human intuition, and human creativity, Roganda said casually. I want them. I will have them. You will give them to me. The toe of Roganda's boot receded. Somewhere in the recesses of Cray's mind where there was something other than pain, fear, and anger, there was apparently still some capacity for surprise. That surprise came upon her now, as Roganda knelt down to lean towards Cray, the older woman's voice lowering to a whisper. Such anger you have in you, Dr. Mingla. Perhaps someday we will explore that, as well. For all its size, Natasidala found Silencer Station to be remarkably inhospitable. The people who served aboard her were almost uniformly ISB types, and the function they actually served was mostly to keep Hamir and Roganda updated at all times about events in the galaxy. They were advisors and briefing officers, not soldiers. The soldiers aboard were droids. All of them were droids. The DT model assassin droids were the most common sight, though the station's hangars were starting to grow with larger and larger numbers of TIE droids. Dala had, therefore, relocated back to Stormhawk the moment she felt sure she understood the full scope of what Silencer Station had to offer. Suriti had told her that the intention had been for the station to produce 1,000 TIE droids a month, but that the station had never reached that capacity. Whatever it was that the Emperor's hand had brought had changed that, because just in the last few days she had watched the number of TIE droids grow from a few hundred to 3 times that number. They were improved behaviorally too, not as dumb as the ones she'd turned into missiles during her attack on Coruscant. Even with the Empire in such a reduced state, even with the loss of Corellia, the loss of Corellia, with the number of TIE droids she was being given, there was a chance she could save the Empire. At the very least, she would be able to stave off defeat. The ships she'd brought back from the core were now allocated to reinforce the Empire's defenses against New Republic advance. The best thing she knew was to wait. Silencer Station and its capabilities were immense, and they were growing. All they needed to do was let those capabilities grow. If now Dala had what she needed to stave off defeat, what would the station offer her in a month? In a year? In 3 years? Would it always be limited to constructing TIE droids? Where did its capabilities end? She didn't know, but it was best not to provoke the New Republic into an assault that she could not hope to withstand until she found out. Unfortunately, she was only Grand Admiral. That decision was not hers to make. I understand your desire to force Pharaohs to capitulate, Dala said, speaking slowly and precisely. On the other side of the flat screen was the large, blocky form of Emperor Regent Hamir. But Silencer Station gives us a long-term advantage. Time is on our side, Your Highness. Faith in the Empire is waning, Hamir countered. We have lost Corellia and Rendili, and both of them were lost not to assaults by the rebellion, but to revolt from within. Pharaoh's victory against us, and his unexpected strength, was enough to provoke Corellia into rebellion. What will it mean for places like Moonlands? No, Grand Admiral, we must assault, and we must do so now. Whatever Pharaohs and Pellaeon have to oppose us will not stand against the power of Silencer Station. You intend to attack with the station itself? Dala questioned. The station was everything. The station was the Empire's entire future. For all intents and purposes, it was the Empire. With the station they had a chance to win the war. Without it, they would surely be defeated, and in short order. And he intended to put the station in danger. Your Highness. Nothing they have will stand against the power of Silencer Station, Hamir said calmly. We will crush Pharaohs, just as we will crush all those who stand against the Empire. I'll prepare an escort. Hamir's smile was cold. Grand Admiral Dala, I do not think you understand what Silencer Station represents. It needs no escort. It needs no help. It is now the singular power. All it requires to subjugate the galaxy once more under the Empire's control is time. You and the galaxy will see that at Pawn Major, and none will question our rule again. He went silent, watching her. Yes, Emperor Regent, she said, as she was expected to. The flat screen went black. She turned away from it, placing her hands flat on her desk. If he is wrong, all is lost, she said to Effin Saridi, sitting on the far side of her desk. He seems quite confident he is not wrong, Saridi said. Something had changed, Dala thought. Saridi's gaze had a certain intensity to it, but that intensity wasn't on her. But there was a stiffness to his expression, an anger that held his cheeks stiff and his lips firmly together that made his motions appear stiff and mechanical. We will prepare for either eventuality, she said. There were once 11 planets in this system, Saridi said. Silencer Station ate one and used its resources to construct itself into its current form. His intensity was suddenly on her. It will consume Pawn Major too, I think. And then other worlds. What will it look like when it is done? That was an odd question, Dala thought, and not one she thought it appropriate for Saridi to ask. Chapter 23. The Manneray Medical Center had far too much experience playing host to Jedi, Luke thought sadly. Cam would live. That had been far from a certainty 2 days before. Now, though, he was again immersed in Bacta, and the doctors were confident that his wounds were healing properly. Cam's burns from the lightning had been more severe than what Luke had experienced during and after Endor, and Cam had also been repeatedly shot by the droids even before he fought Roganda. Most serious had been the wounds he had sustained when Roganda's lightning had shattered his armor. Silga was already on her way back from Mon Calamari, and would be arriving soon to help care for him. Between Tion, Karanati, and Tyria, the worst injuries were Tyon's. She had taken a blaster shot to the side, and initial confidence on the part of her doctors had given way to more serious concern when it became clear the damage was not superficial. Like Cam, she had gone into Bacta, and like Cam, she remained immersed. While Cam would stay in the tank for at least a few more days, Tion was scheduled to be removed sooner. For now, though, her white hair floated all around her head, her eyes closed, wearing that terrible breathing mask that Luke had first encountered on Hoth. Karanati and Tyria stood with Luke in the hospital. Their wounds were not as serious. Tyria wore a Bacta patch under her tunic to heal her ribs, and Karanati had already recovered from her concussion. But their failure, all of their failure, to stop Roganda loomed around them, a chill wind that Luke could feel with every breath. Soon, very soon, they would pursue Roganda, but first they needed to know where to go. Luke felt in his gut that they would know soon. Leia was astonished by just how poised Captain Asori Rogers was. She and Commander Dreve sat at the center of the inner council room, surrounded by the inner council members, minus Counselor Medano, who was still on Corellia negotiating with the new Corellian government. The sudden chaos of the previous days, starting with Dala's assault on the fleet and culminating in Roganda's invasion of the Jedi consulate. The resulting disastrous panic caused thousands of airspeeder accidents, and subsequent falling debris had caused death and destruction on the capital surface on a scale equal to, perhaps greater than, when Lusenka had broken free from his hiding place buried under the world's surface. The cataclysm had whipped the Senate into a fearful frenzy, and they had taken that fear out on every convenient target. Only that morning, they had subjected a very weak Cam Salazar, only recently decanted from Bacta, to a 12-hour-long interrogation, demanding he take them through every single minute of the attack on the consulate. The day before that, they had gone after Mara, and Leia remained astonished that Mara had not either stormed out or killed them with some of the accusations and insinuations Borsk Philia had thrown at her. Today, they were doing the same to Rogers and Dreve. Rogers looked frazzled, but she doggedly persisted in answering every question she was asked, never once losing her temper. And you say you do not have any knowledge of Roganda Ismaren's plans for the artifact she stole from the Jedi consulate. 3PO translated for Counselor Shantev. As I answered before, Asori said stiffly, clearly trying hard not to reveal her annoyance or exhaustion. I have no knowledge of Roganda Ismaren beyond her role within the New Order's hierarchy, and I have no knowledge of the artifact beyond what I saw in an AR shadow. So you say, Philia growled, cutting Tev off. But I find it very convenient that you found Jedi Skywalker and Mara Jade on an AR shadow at exactly the right time to become involved in their efforts to find and secure the artifact. And it's clear that you knew exactly where the artifact was during this entire trip from an AR shadow to Coruscant. You could have told Ismaren exactly where the artifact was, where it was going, and how it would be secured on Coruscant. We have no reason to believe that you aren't a New Order agent now. Please, don't lose your temper, Leia thought worriedly, watching as Asori's expression darkened with barely suppressed anger seasoned with a frisson of condescension. He wants you to lose your temper. I hardly think speculation without evidence should count against the captain, Counselor Akbar interrupted. His hand moved in large, circular gesticulations as he pointed in Asori's general direction. And there is no doubt that Captain Rogers was a senior officer in the fleet that defeated the New Order at Pawn Major. It wouldn't be the first time that ISB has sacrificed ships for one of their plots, Philia retorted. To what end? Akbar shook his head. I see no reason to believe. The doors at the back of the room opened at once. Through them Leia could see a figure in a New Republic field uniform flanked by the two ceremonial guards who watched the doors. The three figures approached quickly, the center figure leading the other two, who had to make a few hurried motions to keep up. As they grew nearer, the middle figure resolved into General Aaron Kraken. What is this? Demanded Philia. General Kraken, you know better than to barge into the inner council unannounced and uninvited. We are in the middle of. It can wait, Kraken said. Pellaeon's eyes widened with anger, but Kraken seemed neither bothered nor concerned by that. I've just intercepted a communication addressed to Captain Rogers from Baron Suntir Fel. It is vital that both you and she see it at once. Ignoring Pellaeon's aborted attempts at bluster, Kraken produced a data chip from his pocket. He walked up to the desk where Rogers and Dreef sat. The two Imperials stared at him, and plugged it into the interface in the middle. The shimmering blue form of a broad-shouldered Imperial, with dark black hair, and in uniform festooned with awards, appeared larger than life in the space between the large round table occupied by the inner council members and the much smaller desk occupied by the two Imperials. Fel's image looked out towards the center of the council, which meant he was making eye contact with Mon Mothma, while Rogers and Dreef saw only his back. Captain Rogers, I understand you have made contact with the New Republic government. At your first convenience, you need to bring them this message. We have gained additional information on the New Order's activities. They are in possession of a mobile platform they call Silencer Station. The station and its artificial intelligence were designed under the Empire. I am told that Emperor Palpatine himself played a role in its genesis, and Roganda Ismaren oversaw the project for him. That station is now fully online. If our reports are accurate, while it lacks a super laser, it otherwise matches a Death Star in its combat abilities. It also is capable of constructing TIE droids and other droid armaments for the Empire in large numbers. It does this using something called a molecular furnace, which dismantles objects and reuses their raw materials. This furnace is in essence both a weapon and a construction tool, as it can be used to disintegrate anything, including planets, if it has the time to do so. Europe Defense Intelligence has thus designated Silencer Station a world devastator. Fel's expression hardened. Captain, we are reliably informed that Silencer Station will attack Pawn Major in an attempt to defeat Grand Moff Pharaoh's resistance against the New Order. Our forces within range of Pawn Major have been recalled to resist it. It was obvious that the next words were difficult for Fel. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly before speaking. We no longer have the luxury of time. Inform the New Republic's Inner Council that this world devastator poses a threat to both them and us, and we should collaborate to destroy it as soon as possible. Our forces are rallying at Pawn Major. If they can provide anything to assist us, that could save many lives among the world's civilian population and the populations of all its future targets in the Republic. Report in when you can. Fell out. Leia's heart was in her throat. Memories of Alderaan, of the moment of sudden destruction that erased her world, its history, and its people in an instant flashed before her. It made her tense, made her fingers clench at the warm wood grain of the table they all sat at, made each breast suddenly come fast and haltingly. Asori's face was suddenly pale, and the fear there could not possibly be feigned, but even more revealing was Dreef. The man had been virtually unreadable, even for her, playfully unflappable nearly every minute Leia had seen him in the negotiations. His face did not change much, but the sudden tension at the corners of his mouth was almost as revealing as the sudden, unmissable spike in his emotions she could read through the Force. This must be a trick. We must rally the fleets at once. Is there any way to confirm any of this? The Inner Council was all speaking at once. As Leia gradually disentangled their words, she started putting them into boxes. The ones in favor of sending immediate aid, really, only Akbar. The ones who wanted to know more, which was most of them. And the ones who were crassly dismissing the entire thing as a trick, a lie, an imperial deception, led by Borsk Pellaeon. It was a roar from Kerithra which brought the morass of murmurs back to stillness. The Honorable Counselor from Kashyyyk expresses his uncertainty about this situation. He says that before we risk vital fleet assets, the New Republic must be certain that we confirm the reality of this threat. If the Empire had this kind of weapon, why have we not seen it sooner? 3PO translated. Because they didn't have it sooner, Leia said. The artifact that was stolen from the Jedi Consulate is what the Empire needed to complete the project, and it was too tough to be destroyed where it was found. But we know the Empire was able to construct TIE droids before they had that artifact. As Captain Rogers has told us, she was sent because those droids were used at the battle upon Major. Then the artifact was needed to make it fully operational, Leia insisted. It was hard to explain why she was so certain she was right. So often, she dealt with people who thought they knew more than they did, or thought that they were certain when they should only have been confident. But she had the Force, and the Force's guidance occasionally spoke loudly. If they were able to build so many TIE droids before without that artifact, what can they do now that they have it? Nonsense, Philae objected. I agree with Counselor Carithra. And even if they do have such a weapon, the solution is not to send our fleet to fight for an Imperial world. We defeated 2 Death Stars, and we are stronger now than we have ever been. No single station can be a threat to the Allied forces of the entire New Republic. We do not need to rush to act before we are ready. I'm afraid I agree, Leia, Mon Mothma said softly, her first words spoken. This Imperial faction is asking us to take a lot on their word. Whether they mean it to be or not, it could be a trap laid by the New Order meant to draw as many of our forces away from our territory so they can launch a surprise attack. We can't take that risk. We can't take the risk that this thing exists either. But Leia was the only one on the council who wanted to take that risk. The others were either vociferously opposed to helping the Empire at all, or opposed to acting in haste on the word of Baron Fel. She raised her hands. The room gradually stilled around her. Then she lowered them and began to speak. I concede that we cannot send Baron Fel a battle fleet to help protect Pawn Major, she said reluctantly. Especially after what happened with Grand Moff Kane, the Council is nearly unanimous in its opposition, and is correct to be wary. With your permission, I will speak with General Antilles and arrange an observation and reconnaissance force, so that we can see this world devastator with our own eyes. Nods went around the room. That seems wise, agreed Counselor Akbar. Until we know Silencer Station's capabilities, we cannot begin to plan an appropriate defense. Carithra growled something short and cruel. 3PO glanced at the Wookiee, then shifted uncomfortably. Counselor Carithra wishes to express that if one of us is to be the target of the Empire's wrath, it is only fair that it be the Empire. Asori and Dreef maintained outer command, but Leia caught twin spikes of shame and rage. I would further suggest that Captain Rogris accompany the observation force, Leia continued. She knows Pawn Major and his defenses and should be able to defuse any potential crises, should our observers be confronted by ships aligned with Baron Fel. There were fewer nods this time. I would prefer we keep Captain Rogris here, Philae countered. You can send Commander Dreef. Captain Rogris is Grand Moff Farrell's designated negotiator. We cannot make a deal with Commander Dreef. If you had any intention of making a deal, we would already have one, Leia thought dimly. Commander Dreef is an intelligence expert. He will be more able to review the information that Baron Fel sent and estimate its importance. Captain Rogris is a fleet officer. She will be better at interfacing with other fleet officers. Counselor Organa Solo makes her points well, Aaron Kraken said. He nodded at Dreef. There are still a number of things I would like to ask the commander about. Dreef looked calm enough, and he nodded as acquiescence, but Leia could sense his discomfiture. He had no choice in the matter, and Aaron must loom as large in his subconscious as Iser did ours. Philae receded reluctantly into his chair. Very well, he conceded. I's promising a reckoning at a later date. Leia stood. I moved to adjourn, so that I might take Captain Rogris to confer with General Antilles. Asterisk. Asori was still not a prisoner exactly, but she was feeling more like one with each passing hour. Being bartered over by New Republic politicians was an unnerving and slightly humiliating experience. As Counselor Organa Solo came to usher her away, she leaned towards Dreef. I don't see that we have any choice but to go along. I'll be fine, Dreef promised calmly. They won't interrogate me. Much. Go help the Admiral. I think you will be of more help in the battles to come than I would, and Termagant needs you. I just can't believe the vaunted New Republic is missing out on a chance to send its full fleet into battle. Asori said, you think they'd want every opportunity to fight the New Order? Dreef just shook his head mutely. Sir, if the implacable enemy you have been fighting for your entire life decided to turn on itself, Would you feel a burning need to get involved? Asori didn't answer. She didn't need to. The approaching footsteps of Counselor Solo brought her head up. We should be moving, Organa Solo murmured, nodding briefly at Dreef, before the council decides to change its mind. Is that a concern? In a democracy, it's always a concern, the counselor said dryly. With me now. The two of them hurried through the halls, through the gauntlet of guards that parted like waves of grain before a reaper, and out towards the landing pads. Asori practically ran alongside the counselor, struggling to keep pace with the other woman even though they were of a height. The Golden Protocol droid, which had performed translations in the meeting, whirred along behind them, talking unhappily to himself as he did. Oh my, she heard him say more than once. Not again. It's almost like the Imperials have another Death Star. A shuttle was waiting for them, and a white-haired woman, Winter Selchu, if Asori's briefing slates were at all accurate, stood at his ramp next to a triple-seat hover stroller, with the pistol belt slung over his handlebars, a metal cylinder hanging from it like a short tail. A lightsaber, similar to Skywalker's. Leia took the weapons and strapped the belt around her formal vestments. And as Leia bent to whisper something private to her own children and the little baby, Asori could not help but remember all the goodbyes her father had given at the ramps to so many similar shuttles, leaving for weeks and months, and coming back half-remembered. Her world, her parents, her culture, time with her children. Yet another thing the Empire has stolen. And I helped. Leia's eyes were wet with unshed tears as she embraced her friend. When she finally turned back to Asori, Dreef cleared his throat. The counselor turned towards the Imperial, wiping her eyes without embarrassment. Yes, Commander. Asori had never seen Dreef hesitate before, but he hesitated now. Counselor, I'm from Pawn Major. My mother and family are there. His voice trailed off. Leia offered him a tight smile and a nod. I promise, we'll do what we can. Dreef swallowed. Thank you. Asori said nothing. She waited, she watched, and then she followed Leia up the ramp, Leia's formal cape billowing like the promise of an approaching storm as they left her friend, her children, and Dreef behind them. Within 5 minutes they were departing the senatorial skyhook. Within 10 they were closing on Lusankaya's position in orbit. The damaged Super Star Destroyer was swarming with repair teams, patching damage and reinforcing armor with an eye more towards short-term functionality than perfect form. They flew low over the ship's hull, an enormous red starboard seal just below them, heading towards the bridge tower. There the mag-sealed opening of the captain's personal hangar loomed. Within it were a handful of vehicles. Repair skiffs, a large, industrial-looking freighter, and a single pristine X-wing marked with an impressive to the point of absurd number of kill markers. When they debarked, Asori realized that the gathering was quite a bit larger than it first appeared. Luke Skywalker and Mara Jade were both there, looking grim. So were General Antilles and his aide Admiral Taban. The last figure she recognized was Han Solo. It was, she thought with a bit of trepidation, a parade of rebel luminaries. I already know about Fell's request for help, Antilles said as they all clustered together. Kraken sent me the holo. What's the verdict? I got permission for you to send an observation team, Leia said. The general's eyes narrowed in thought. Do you think I can designate Lusankia as an observation vehicle? That sent a light chuckle rippling around the group, but it was without much genuine amusement. I think anything as large as a Star Destroyer will need to be accounted for, Leia said. Only subcapital craft then, Wedge nodded. I expected as much. Admiral, you're transferred back to Rendili Vigil. You're hereby ordered to reconstitute Mirage Formation. Take every Marshal we have in 5th Fleet. Reconnaissance is part of their official mission profile, after all. I'm also lending you all our elite starfighter squadrons, so you'll be taking the rogues with you. Take Captain Rogers too. Asori's eyes moved from Wedge to Admiral, her expression grim. What are my orders once I'm there? I can't order you to do anything the Inner Council hasn't already authorized, Wedge said. So observe and use your best judgment according to our rules of engagement. That was an order no Imperial officer would dream of giving to a junior subordinate. It was simply too broad, too vague, and too subject to interpretation. But then, Asori thought, in this case that was the point. If Wedge and Atral were Imperial officers, there was a good chance that Order would get them both brought up for disciplinary action, but they weren't, and she wondered how common that kind of discretionary order was for officers in the New Republic Defense Forces. From Atral's grim expression as she accepted the weight of the responsibility, it was notably uncommon. We have 17 marshals in system. I'll take them all. When are we leaving? The instant you are ready, Counselor Solo said. We are not giving the Inner Council the chance to change its mind. We'll be leaving for Vigil immediately. It took her choice of words a few seconds to register. When it did, Asori felt herself staring. She wasn't the only one. We? General Solo asked darkly. The counselor took her husband's hand. Not you, Vahan. You have duties here, and with Atral serving as my escort, Wedge is going to need you more than ever. Asori blinked. Nothing in the Inner Council meeting had even hinted at the counselor going herself as part of the observation team, but that explained the emotion of Leia's parting with Winter. She couldn't imagine a Moff putting himself into that kind of personal danger. Except, she reminded herself belatedly, wasn't that exactly what Grand Moff Kane had done? But that also got him killed, she thought. That misses the point, Leia? Han exclaimed. We've got 2 kids at home. I was already putting myself at risk, but at least I'm going to be on the bridge of a superstar destroyer. You're heading off into Imperial space in a barely tested heavy corvette to a place you've just been told something called a world devastator is preparing to attack. Tabin's eyes narrowed at the aspersion cast upon her ship. She had helped design the Marshal, after all, and Han made a nervous, placating gesture. Chewbacca and the Nori will stay and look after the kids, Leia said firmly. I already ordered Kakmain and Miwal to protect them while I'm away. I can't bring Nori to a peace negotiation with the Empire anyway. It would be viewed as an affront. And Winter will be there. She squeezed hands, and Asori felt out of place at being part of this intimate moment, like she was seeing the inner workings of a family she had known for years, but who she had, in truth, barely met. This is just like Counselor Medano going to Corellia, or Grand Moff Kane coming to us. There's an opportunity here for me to make a difference, maybe create lasting peace, and I'm not going to miss it, because if I do, more people are going to die. She won't be alone, Luke said. He glanced at Mara, whose stone face was utterly unreadable. Then he said, Mara and I are coming too. General Solo's mouth opened and closed a few times. He pointed at Luke, then at Mara, then at Leia, but whatever he almost said he held back. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I know better than to try to talk you out of this, he graveled. But I do not like this. I don't like it at all. We'd be going even if Leia wasn't. If we had to, we'd go alone, Luke said. If the artifact we recovered has been used by the New Order to create another Imperial superweapon, it's our responsibility to get it back. And even if it wasn't, as Jedi we can't allow Paul Major to be attacked by that kind of weapon without doing everything we can to stop it. How long will it take to have Mirage formation ready? Asked Mara grimly. I'll be ready in a few hours, Atral replied, looking up from her datapad. It'll take some time to move all the fighter squadrons to the Marshals, but the personnel transfers are already underway. Are you going to bunk on Rendili Vigil or tempered metal? Metal, Luke and Mara said as one. I'll ride with my brother, Leia said. Captain Roger should go with you. That way you can discuss the best way to approach our arrival while we are in hyperspace. Asori's eyes met Atral's. Is that all right with you, Captain? Atral asked. I can't reveal any classified information, Asori said hesitantly, but yes, we can discuss the best approaches on the way. Fine. Atral pressed a few buttons on her datapad. Vigil doesn't have much in the way of guest capacity, but we have enough. She looked at Antilles, then extended a hand to him. I'm going to get to work. Wedge. We probably won't see each other again before I leave. They shook hands. It was a casual gesture, one unlike the formal partings of senior and junior officers that Asori had been a part of. It was more like one of her father's informal, familial partings than anything like Asori's own departures from assignments, and she felt a fierce pang of his absence in her memories. "May the Force be with you, Admiral." "I'm bringing 3 Jedi," Admiral said, jerking her finger towards Luke, Mara, and Leia. "So that's a given." Asterisk. "More than 3, Luke corrected. He had tried to talk Mara out of coming, tried to convince her to be the one to stay behind, but she made it clear that if he persisted he would actually make her angry, so he had relented. Her pregnancy was still in the very early phases, he reminded himself. It would be a long time before she would need to hold herself back. And, as she had pointed out with grim seriousness, it was their mistake, their personal distraction, that had allowed Roganda to swoop and pluck the artifact out of the consulate, and he would need her help to get it back. Hers would not be the only help. "We'll need bunks for 3 others," Luke explained. "Tyria, Streen, and Corellia T will be coming too." Admiral tapped away at her datapad, issuing new orders. "I'll find them berths on my other ships." "All right. Let's move," Wedge said. "Admiral, take Captain Rogris back to Rendili Vigil and get her situated. I'll clear your departure so that the moment you're ready to leave you can." Han placed his hand on Leia's lower back. "You already said your goodbyes, but we're both going to go call Chewie and the kids and let them know how long we're probably going to be gone. And you, Counselor Organa Solo, are going to convince him that it's okay to stay behind with him when we're going off into obvious danger. He's going to be furious." Leia winced. The others started to head in their own directions. Behind him, Luke heard 3PO's sad reflection. "Danger never does leave us alone for very long, does it?" R2's somber whistle in reply filled Luke with an indescribable sense of weight and sadness. With most attention off him, Wedge's resting expression had progressed past concern and had landed on grimly drawn. In the Force, Luke could feel his friend's exhaustion, not just see it in his already graying hair and premature worry lines. He was suddenly reminded of one of the harder moments of the rebellion, when they found out that Renegade Squadron and the convoy of supplies it had been escorting had been destroyed by the Empire at Dara IV. The loss had crushed the rebellion's morale, and despite Wes Jansen's antics, Rogue Squadron did not truly recover until Luke's return after their successful evacuation from Hoth. This time, Wedge's exhaustion was not born of sorrow, but sheer accumulated stress and fatigue. To Luke's surprise, Mara was the one who initiated the hug. She stepped in close and embraced Wedge, offering murmured words that Luke couldn't hear. The hug didn't linger. Even a brief hug was more than Mara typically offered, and then Wedge and Luke shared a much fiercer embrace. A vision flashed before Luke's eyes. Wedge, not in the beige and blue general's uniform he currently wore, but clad in an orange flight suit, with the green ribbon around his arm, in his X-Wing's padded seat. Through the canopy, Luke could see flashes of green and red lasers. Wedge's mouth worked as he spoke into his comm, eyes flashing with tightly suppressed emotion. Then the entire cockpit blazed with light as his X-Wing was hit by something. Controls sparked and dimmed. The X-Wing spun above the ecliptic of a hazy featured planet. As they broke apart, the image fled. Wedge tilted his head, his brow furrowing slightly. "What is it?" Luke managed to keep his sudden fear from being too obvious, or he hoped he did. "Fighter fear flashbacks. That's all. I thought we were past the worst of it," he said. Maybe it was a vision of the future, but maybe it wasn't, and allowing the fear that followed from this particular premonition to dictate his decisions, or Wedge's decisions, would surely be the dark side. "Always in motion is the future," Yoda's memory voice quietly reminded him. Wedge shrugged his shoulders and huffed out a slow exhale. "Someday it'll be someone else's responsibility, but today is ours, so we carry it." "Anyone ever tell you you'd make a good Jedi?" Luke asked, too lightly. "Stars preserve us." His friend blanched, rearing back in mock fear. "If you say that anywhere near Wes, he'll steal me a lightsaber and then I'll have to track down the owner." Luke surprised Wedge by giving him another hug. "Take care of yourself, Wedge." Wedge laughed, patting Luke's back. "You're the one going into the path of a world devastator, At this point, now that we've confirmed Corellia isn't under any immediate threat with the Imperials busy fighting themselves, I doubt the Inner Council will even let me leave Coruscant. And Han is right, unlike the rest of you, I'll be on the bridge of a superstar destroyer. There's no safer place for me to be. Hours later, Wedge was alone in his quarters, the massive, spacious quarters that were the farthest thing he could imagine from the cramped bunks that the rogues would be sleeping in aboard Rendili Vigil, when his door chime rang. He opened the door. Ila was there, wearing an affectionate expression, and one of the robes she kept in his stateroom closet. She went into his arms, her hands sliding around his back as she leaned in to steal a kiss. His own hands dropped to her hips, and when the kiss broke, they just stood together, foreheads pressed to one another, hands in each other's hair, moving softly. Wedge knew that Luke and Mara had a gift that other couples could not replicate. The two of them could read one another's minds through the Force, which gave them an intimacy that no couple that lacked their Force gifts could replicate. But Wedge had known Ila for a long time, better each day they spent together. She might be an intelligence operative, but Wedge found her all too easy to read. "You're going with Luke and Mara," he murmured, tightening his arms around her. Her lips firmed with surprise, and then apology. "Yeah," she admitted. "Kraken wants someone present with an intelligence background, and I'm the only person in the service Mara would be willing to keep close. Don't worry too much. I'll be with Mara, and Cap is bringing his commando team." He hated it. But Wedge had hated a lot of things over the years. He'd hated it every time he ordered pilots into battle, knowing many of them wouldn't come back. He'd lost so many friends over the years, and Ila was going with Luke and Mara, two people who had proven to be able to walk across coals and come away with only scars. So far, his mind whispered insufferably. So far. "You know I need you," Wedge said, the words coming without thought. "As my friend, and more than my friend, for good." He stroked her cheeks gently, pushing her dark blonde hair back over her ears. Then he put one hand behind her neck and the other around her waist and drew her to him. "I love you." He pulled her face to his and kissed her, and was lost in the sweetness of her lips. The milliseconds stretched into full seconds, and her arms snaked around his neck and held him tight. When the kiss broke, because no matter how much he loved her he could not breathe love alone, her lips were curved ever so slightly in an enigmatic smile. That sounded like a proposal. "Let me make it formal." Wedge pulled back, but Ila didn't release him. "Later," she said. "When I come back." She stroked her fingers over the back of his neck. "How long until Rendili Vigil is ready to go?" "Another few hours at least." "Good," she sighed, and she kissed him again. Chapter 24. Tempered metal was quieter than Millennium Falcon. With common spaces divided into two separate decks, the upper deck was cozy and homey, and without any of the rattling sounds that the Falcon sometimes made in hyperspace. R2 was busy collecting dishes from dinner. Leia had helped Luke make a simple Alderaanian grain dish as a distraction from all their fears, one that had fed not just Luke, Mara, Ila, and Leia, but also Cap and his commando team, and the astromech balanced them, earthly, using skills that Leia had once seen displayed at Jabba's palace. Leia carefully poured the 3 cups of caf, placing them on a tray and then carrying them over to where Ila and Mara still sat. Mara had been even more quiet than normal. Mara could be vocal when she had something to say, but just as often she was content to fade into the background and let others carry the conversation unless deliberately dragged into participating. But she offered Leia a grateful decaf. Mara asked. Of course, Leia agreed. Ila frowned at them both. Of course, the NRI operative said. She checked her wristum. Why decaf? Leia and Mara shared a look. Mara's anxieties were all too obvious to Leia. The former Emperor's hand was normally very good at keeping a sabbac face and concealing her feelings in the Force, but Mara was not too good at either at that moment. Mara took a deep breath. Leia could see the mental debate going on in her mind, the weighing of the pros and cons. So far, Luke and Mara had only revealed Mara's pregnancy to their family. There had hardly been time to tell anyone else. Events had simply moved too fast, but now, even with the urgency of their trip to Paul Major, it would be several days before they could arrive, which would give Mara time to sit and think about her new reality. Leia wasn't sure if Mara would prefer to do that in solitude, or do it with the support from her family and closest friend. Mara was nothing if not decisive. "I'm pregnant," she said. New Republic intelligence trained its operatives very well, and so did Corellian security. One of the prodigal daughters of both institutions, Ela Wessery, moved and spoke as though she hardly needed that training. Like Mara, she was preternaturally good at keeping a calm expression and hiding her surprise. Like Mara, she was constantly on balance, even-keeled, aplomb, and steady. She tilted to the side in sudden shock, her eyes going wide and a bit of her calf spilling over the edge of her mug. "What?" Ela stared at Mara in shock, reeling. Leia could feel the surprise radiating off her in waves. "Pregnant." Mara just nodded, looking more embarrassed than Leia could ever remember her. "It's not public," Mara said, the word said with a nervy uncertainty that was very unlike Leia's future sister-in-law. "Luke and I want to keep it a secret for as long as we can. After we've dealt with all this, I want us to take some time away from Coruscant and Sluga news, maybe visit a quiet world where we won't attract any attention." Mara was babbling, knew she was babbling, and hated being seen babbling, but couldn't stop herself. Her embarrassment glowed in the Force for Leia to see, which of course, only made the whole thing worse. "Then we need to." Ela Wessery put her mug down, spilling more of the calf onto the table, and pulled Mara out of the chair. Leia saw Mara's eyes widen in surprise for a moment before she was pulled into Ela's tight embrace, and then Mara reluctantly melted into it, taking the combination of comfort and confidence that Ela offered. When their embrace broke, Leia hugged Mara herself. She knew just how much Mara hated being seen as anything other than strong, but this was just Leia and Ela. They already knew Mara as well as anyone, other than Luke, in the galaxy. In that moment, Leia could feel as Mara allowed herself to be uncertain and confused, and allowed their strength to give her back the confidence that surprise and change had wounded. Hours later, they had been quite distracted from all of the turmoil of galactic politics, superweapons, and Imperial tyrants. "Luke and Wedge ran a squadron of idiot toddlers for years," Ela said. "The only thing they haven't done is change diapers, though the jury is still out on Jansen. If they can handle raising toddlers who get to fly X-Wings, I'm sure you can handle a Force-strong toddler." Mara knew that Ela was trying to make her smile. To her chagrin, it was working. "Jacen and Jaina weren't different from normal toddlers," Leia added, the voice of experience. "We didn't have them throwing spoons around during tantrums or anything like that. They're more emotionally attuned to one another and the people around them than normal children. But some other parents tell me that even non-Force strong children are always very aware of how their parents are feeling, so maybe that isn't even that different from the norm." "You've babysat the twins and Mia," Ela pointed out. "If you can handle that, you can handle anything. Is it a boy or a girl?" "I don't know," Mara said. "Luke and I didn't check, and it's so early still. We only had time for a cursory checkup to make sure everything is healthy." She took a nervous breath. This was all still so unbelievable. How could she be pregnant? Pregnant. How could she have been so irresponsible as to fall in love with Luke Skywalker and want to share intimacy with him? That wasn't irresponsible. Having Luke be part of her life, her friend, her partner, her lover, wasn't a mistake. It was the best thing she'd ever allowed herself to do. Still, she wasn't normal. She had been the Emperor's hand. Palpatine had raised her to be a tool, an unknowing agent of his darkness. How could she ever be sure that she was free from his influence? His voice had long since stopped plaguing her waking nightmares, but her past was immutable, permanent. What would that mean for her as a mother? What would it mean for her child? The only parental figure Mara had ever had was Emperor Palpatine. "Mara," Ela said. She looked up, found her friend giving her an intense stare. The intuitions that had made Ela Wessery one of the galaxy's premier investigators were on full display, because somehow Mara could tell that Ela knew exactly what she was thinking. You're free. Palpatine is part of your past. He always will be. But now you're free, and you're not alone. Mara couldn't bring herself to say anything. She didn't know what to say. There was nothing to say. In Ela Wessery's gaze was an intensity that matched the sense of certain purpose that Mara had felt when she had been Emperor's hand. I promise. Osori Rogris was deeply impressed by what she saw about Rendili Vigil. The ship was small, significantly smaller than her own termagant, but it crammed a great deal of capability into that small space. That came with its own costs, and Osori was quite sure that Vigil's comparatively light armor and heavy emphasis on speed would not always be to the ship's advantage. But it was still impressive, and a confirmation that the New Republic was working hard to translate its growing military advantage into something that could easily patrol space lanes in a time of peace, and for a fraction of the cost of a bulk cruiser or star destroyer. Perhaps more impressive than the ship itself was the crew. Osori noted few humans among Vigil's crew. Other than Commodore Taban and some of the rogues, most of the crew was non-human, but all spoke basic, and it never impeded on the ship's function. It was yet more evidence, hard evidence, that the old Imperial line about the inferiority of non-humans and the difficulties of cross-species cooperation were at best overstated, and far more likely to be complete fabrications. They gave her as wide a berth as they could, given the compact nature of Vigil's interior architecture. Virtually none of the ship's volume was wasted, which helped explain how the New Republic's designers had managed to cram as many weapons and systems in as they had. But it also meant that there wasn't a whole lot of room for individual accommodations. Compared to star destroyers, which were spacious almost to the point of absurdity, Vigil was downright confining. New Republic officers, dressed in their fleet's blue and beige colors, brushed past her despite their best efforts, and more than once Osori found herself annoyedly brushing fur off her uniform. There wasn't any right place for her to be. Vigil did have a small brig, and there were times she thought that maybe she should confine herself to it just out of sheer principle. She wasn't a prisoner, technically, but despite her liberty she still felt like one. She had felt like one ever since her arrival on Coruscant. The only times she hadn't felt like one were when she'd been engrossed in some formal briefing about the military threat with an officer of equal or superior rank from the New Republic, treating her as a resource and a colleague. Captain Rogris. She turned. Rendili Vigil's Bothan communications officer Hyakin was there, holding a datapad. He handed it to her. Commodore Taban would like to invite you to join her to discuss the situation at Paul Major at your convenience. She'll be in her quarters. Osori nodded, the kind of nod that expressed approval of a deserving subordinate. Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll be sure to do that. When she served as Exigence Executive Officer, Osori had been lavished with enormous quarters. An Imperial-class Star Destroyer had plenty of interior space, and her quarters had stretched into a 3-room suite, including a decadent refresher. Her quarters on Termagant were far smaller, yet still comfortable. Commodore Taban's quarters were cramped. She did have 2 rooms, one out of sight that Osori assumed was a bedroom. The public room was a combination of a kitchenette, living space, and briefing room. In the middle of the room was a decently sized table which had been folded down out of one of the walls. Atral herself stood on the far side of the table. Take a seat. I wasn't expecting a formal dinner, Osori said uncertainly. We'll eat and work, Atral promised. Besides, when I was a guest of your father, he made sure I was fed and watered. It's the least I can do to return the favor. She gestured at the chair on Osori's side of the room. Try and relax a bit. She set aside the mention of Atral having been a guest of her father for later. Slowly, Osori sat. After she settled into the chair, Atral sat across from her. I'm afraid my ship doesn't have the same comforts of a Star Destroyer, Atral said, though Osori thought that the Commodore's tone wasn't exactly apologetic, and wondered if she was being tested. But we do have ship's cooks, and they do have the ability to cook for guests, on occasion. Plus, we just left Coruscant, so we are well stocked with fresh fare. That's very kind of you, Osori said graciously. The last thing she wanted was to alienate her host. As troublesome as the New Republic's inner council had been, both the Jedi and the New Republic military had been nothing other than respectful to her, and it was the least she could do to return that respect. Have you had the opportunity to review my report on Paul Major's defenses? I have, Atral said with a nod. She gestured at the food, a well-spiced offering of perfectly cooked and citrus-braised fish over slightly nutty groats. I know it's not what your father steward would serve, but it's the best I have available. As for Paul Major's defenses, you were quite clear about best approach techniques but somewhat vague about just how many ships your unknown region's expeditionary fleet has available for its defense. There are certain things which I'm not at liberty to share, Asori countered, keeping her tone light. Then let me ask the big-picture question. Does the URF have additional forces it can use to defend Paul Major from the New Order's imminent attack? That was a reasonably safe question to answer. We do. Do you personally think it will be enough to protect the system, assuming my ships are there to offer reinforcement? Asori hesitated before answering, using a taste of the dinner as her excuse to do so. She was surprised at how flavorful it was, and she was doubly surprised that it tasted as good as it did. She nearly took a second bite before answering, but resisted the impulse. If the New Order were attacking with a superstar destroyer, I would say yes, she said. But I don't know how to estimate the capabilities of this silencer station. If it's as capable as a Death Star, her words trailed off, and she offered a small shrug. I suppose without a convenient exhaust port to shoot at, we'd be stuck fighting it the old-fashioned way. Asori nodded, and the Death Star had shields and armor strong enough to deflect any conventional assault. At Endor, the second Death Star was effectively rammed by Executor, and did not appear to suffer any significant structural damage. If Silencer Station has similar defensive capabilities, I don't know that any conventional force would be capable of defeating it. Atral's lips thinned together. And the URF doesn't have some superweapon of his own stashed away somewhere that could do the job. If it does, Asori said carefully, neither Grand Moff Pharaohs nor Baron Fell has seen fit to inform me about it. She took another bite of the dish. This is quite tasty. It's plasma-charged Eshi fish. Came out of the rebellion actually. Bothans love seafood but hate getting there for wet, and most Mon Cal designs have a few aquaculture tanks aboard. Some fresh food helps morale, plus it's fun to stare at on long patrols. I'm told it became common at rebel bases during the Civil War after the Bothans joined the cause. It's easy to make and from common ingredients. I once heard an X-Wing pilot describe it as the single most important contribution the Bothans made to the war effort. Hiking sometimes makes it for the crew. Your Bothan communications officer, Asori checked. Atral nodded. There was a sudden shift in her expression, a slight hardening of the other woman's eyes, but Asori saw her take a breath and let it out, and the moment passed. When did you have the opportunity to dine with my father? It was the wrong question to ask. The hardness was back, and this time it took Atral a longer moment to push past it. Atral sighed heavily, putting her utensil down before leaning back in her chair. I was a prisoner of his briefly, during the Yukio campaign. He pinned Eshin Strike, my previous command, with an interdictor and a pair of impars. Ah, Sori said. She nodded choppily. I hope it was a cordial affair. Atral laughed lightly. He did his best, she conceded. Set a very good table, but I ate ration bars and water. Still, he was courteous and kind. Given what happened afterwards, I certainly am glad it was him who captured us, and not someone else. I see, ration bars and water. I refused to eat any of the fancier fare on offer, since I hadn't been allowed to see my crew. He assured me that their interrogations would not cause any long-lasting harm, and that he wouldn't allow me to be executed as a defector, given, well, the fact that I had defected. This was definitely precarious ground, and Asori wished they were having some other conversation. Any other conversation? An odd combination of guilt and defensiveness fought for dominance in her gut. She allowed neither to win. He kept his word, Atral admitted. When he disappeared, I worried that perhaps ISB had punished him for that. When next you see him, thank him for me. Asori managed, barely, to fight back her sigh of relief. We were recruited by the UREV, she explained. They pulled me off of Exigent, my brother from his base on Sardinian, and took my father's entire Star Destroyer. It was quite the surprise. What changed afterwards? With the UREV compared to the Empire, I mean. That was a hard question. Asori took a moment to debate it before answering, deciding first and foremost not to contest the fact that the UREV was the Empire. The New Order, Comnor, ISB, they made it impossible to breathe or question without feeling like I had a blaster to my head. With the UREV, I think we're all feeling a little more free. She took a bite and watched the other woman regard her with, she thought, a small bit of respect. Then she fired her return salvo. If I can ask, what made you leave? Atral almost laughed. She did smile in a way that warmed the room around her. You serve with the Empire, so this will make sense to you, she said. With the Empire, you could never trust the people above or below you in the chain of command. Oh, everyone puts on a brave and forthright face, and they say the right things, but the entire structure was rife with corruption, and not just ISB. I remember one junior officer, an ensign from a prominent Coruscant family I had under my command while I was a lieutenant on Arleon. He was bitter he hadn't been promoted to lieutenant as befitted his station, and he took out his unhappiness by being insubordinate. Worse, I caught him pocketing supplies and selling them, and when I brought him up on charges, I got lectured by my CO, while he got a promotion and a transfer. And above me, captains like the man who protected him were everywhere. Competition for officer slots was intense, but competition for officer slots with captains who had a good reputation, those were worth their weight in Coruscant gems. Captain Naito had been a good, fair-minded officer, Asori remembered. That was why she fought so hard to be posted to Exigent, and why getting pulled away so abruptly had been so frustrating. What is it? Asori realized that the thought had not stayed confined to her brain, and the sad frown she was wearing had become obvious to her dinner partner. She hesitated, debating how best to answer, and then surrendered. One of my best COs was killed at the last Battle of Palm Major, she said sadly. He sided with Pharaohs after Corita, and Exigent led the defense during their last attack. The pride of being the first ship in the line, and all that, we crushed the New Order, but it cost us Exigent. She put down her knife, realizing that she was gripping it too tightly. I lost one of mine, too, Atral said. I was just a lieutenant then. She laughed softly and shook her head. Captain Hrackness. He was commanding Eshin Strike, though she was still called Nightcaller. We hadn't won the Battle of Eshin yet, and the bridge took a direct hit. I was still new, and as a defector there were many in the New Republic military who didn't trust me yet. Jade took me under his wing, being promoted to captain to replace him. Her voice faded and she shook her head. It didn't sit right. Still doesn't some days. I knew Jade Hrackness, Asori exclaimed, looking up in surprise. He served on Arleon. He defected. She thought back. Arleon had been an ancient Victory-class Star Destroyer, and her first assignment out of the Academy, on Annexus. Hrackness had been a lieutenant commander then, young but grizzled, wise beyond his years, and had been on Asori's list of good officers. She shook her head. If Hrackness had been disgruntled with the Starfleet, she had never seen a sign of it from him. Did he ever say anything about why he defected? To Asori's surprise, Atral laughed softly. Small galaxy, she murmured. The Commodore leaned back in her chair, gesturing at Asori with her index finger. And you sound just like your father, you know. During my cordial interrogation, he asked me why I defected too. Subtly concerned that she may have stepped onto precarious ground, Atral sat up straighter. I did not mean to pry, Commodore, she said, letting her tone shift from the more familiar back into Starfleet formal. But Atral waved her concerns away. Jade and I had similar experiences. Abusive senior officers created resentment and doubt. Then we had our noses rubbed in the Empire's corruption. What finally set Jade off was an anti-smuggler operation. His ship boarded a transport and seized its smuggled cargo. Days later, he found out the captain of his ship had never reported the seizure and resold it at their next port. He was offered a cut for his silence, which he took because he believed that if he refused, he would be put out an airlock. Then he quietly slipped away. Old anger curdled in Asori's gut. She had heard such stories before. Scuttlebutt from other fleet officers was common. Her mother had warned her again and again that the Empire was corrupt and would only become more corrupt. That despite what Comper and ISB said, that the coming of the Empire hadn't removed the corruption of the Old Republic, it had institutionalized it and made it part of the fabric of governance. May I ask you a question in return? Atral prodded, and at a nod from Asori, she proceeded. From what you've said, you're not oblivious to the problems of the Empire, and you weren't one of those exploiting them. Why didn't you defect? The question hung in the air between them. Asori put her silverware down, then looked at her hands. I thought about it. Over the years, she admitted. In quiet moments, especially after I heard that someone I knew had gone over to the rebellion. She looked up, found Atral gazing back attentively. For better or worse, Asori had the Commodore's full attention. I'm sure you had it worse at the Academy than I did, Asori added quietly, allowing herself to digress, working her way through her thoughts aloud. My mother didn't want me to join. She didn't want me to become part of the Empire, like my father had. I could have escaped it, too. My brother had to join. The social expectation that he would follow our father's path was just too strong on Annexus. The Starfleet is everything there. Or, well, it was. I don't know now that it's owned by the New Republic. She was babbling, but Atral didn't stop her, so she kept babbling. As a woman, I could have escaped it. But I was the older child, and if Tarek was going to have to join, it felt wrong not to join myself. And I always looked up to my father. On the far side of the table, Atral leaned to her side. She flicked open a cabinet, grabbed 2 mugs with a nimble grip, and put them on the table. She then reached back and plucked a bottle of cheap wine from the shelf, flicking the vacuum seal. I have detox meds, she said as she poured, then handed a glass to Asori. The 2 women saluted each other in an obnoxiously formal manner taught to all Imperial cadets, and drank. It wasn't the best wine Asori had ever had, far from it, but that was hardly the point. And then I was in, Asori continued, still tasting the wine on her tongue. She could hear the almost plaintive tone of her voice, as if she was trying to persuade Atral of something, but of what she wasn't entirely sure. If I had left, if I defected, it would have been about more than just me. My father and brother would both have been suspected as accomplices. ISB isn't known for its judiciousness. They could have been accused of treason in my place, maybe even be executed. And even if the New Order was horrible, was everything the rebellion propagandists said it was, I had friends and colleagues in the Starfleet. Like Captain Nidal, who always looked out for his crew. I could tell myself I wasn't fighting for the New Order, I was fighting for them. So they could survive the battle and go home to their families. And they were fighting so I could. We weren't fighting for the Empire. We were fighting for each other. Her voice grew stronger. Whether it was momentum or alcohol, Asori wasn't sure. Even if every single one of us hated the Empire, we couldn't talk about it. Any of us could have been ISB, and even the hint of disloyalty could. So everyone had to defect alone, and I was never alone. I had my father and brother to think about. Suddenly exhausted, Asori sank into her chair. At least that's what I tell myself. Told myself. When it was easier to look away. I was alone, Atral said softly. Asori looked up, saw the other woman sitting in her chair at the far side of the table, holding her now half-empty wine glass. Her eyes were lidded. The unit I defected from was staffed with people I hated. The Empire potentially killing them all for complicity, and my crime would have been a bonus, not a bug. Atral took a sip of her wine, licking it from her lips before continuing. I hadn't talked to my parents since I left to go to the Academy, and they were nobodies. The Empire doesn't usually concern itself with people from Coruscant's poorest neighborhoods. Atral's eyes locked on Asori's, and Asori suddenly felt trapped and immobile. In the back of her mind, she knew that being this open was probably a terrible idea. Uref or no Uref, This entire conversation would not reflect well upon her if it ever leaked back to Pharaohs or fell. All the same, she didn't want it to end. For a time, neither of them spoke, drinking in a companionable silence. Then Astral smiled again. More wine. Another glass of this, and I may even show you my cadet ID holo. Asori reached out with her glass. Please? Can't be worse than mine. Chapter 25. Silencer Station now had a throne room. Irek had never been in the Emperor's throne room during the Empire's heyday. He was old enough to remember the Empire, but only in vague snippets, and his mother had kept him secluded with droid nannies and tutors. Clearer in his memory were the days following the catastrophic Battle of Endor, and the subsequent adventure of his mother spiriting him out of their secret penthouse, only moments ahead of agents of Imperial intelligence. He had thought it all a game at the time, realizing only much later just how seriously Is and Iser's goons had been intent on seeing them both dead. Even in their subsequent exile, his mother had never let him forget that he was destined to be emperor. He was strong in the Force, as the Emperor had been, and as any emperor must be. True wisdom and power came from the Force, and that was the point of the Force, to bestow wisdom and power on the chosen few so that they might rule the blind. Though he had never seen the Emperor's throne room, the space had an obvious splendor to it. It was an octagonal room with multiple concentric layers, so that anyone who entered would have to climb upstairs to the center. In that center was the throne, a new command interface, replicating the one that Cray had constructed, had been built into the polished mixture of durasteel and inset ebonwood. A messy array of wires formed into a gleaming crown that would descend down to fit over Irek's head when he sat upon it. All around the room were massive flat screens and holoprojectors that would give the Emperor a plethora of visual information and feedback, although Irek knew from experience that just using the interface itself caused an overwhelming swell of sights and sounds and falafels directly his mind. Perhaps, he thought trepidatiously, once he became accustomed to using the interface it would not be so overwhelming. His stomach roiled, but though his back went damp with sweat he tried not to show his fear on his face. His last experience using the interface had been, he shied away from the word, but in the privacy of his own mind, away from the judgment of his mother or Hamir, he could not deny the experience had been terrifying. He did not want to use the interface again, but his mother needed him to keep them safe. She was not to be disappointed. She had spent her entire life fighting to protect him, fighting to see him elevated and crowned, and the very least he could do would be to protect her. Still, he wished Cray and Nichus were here. The two cyberneticists had become a comfort to him. Nichus in particular, while the crippled cyberneticist was worthy only of shame in so many ways, his conversations had surprising wisdom to them. It had been Nichus' suggestion, after all, that allowed Irek to successfully command Silencer 7 with Cray's command interface. Instead, Irek had only Hamir. The Emperor Regent loomed, his large frame and heavy black and white armored robes providing the pale man with presence and dominating the space. But Hamir's attention was only partially on Irek. The older man had spent hours secluded in meditation, working with the station's astrogation computer. As Irek had meditated himself over having to sit in the new command throne, Hamir had worked silently, plotting hyperspace courses. On one of the throne room's large flat screens, a map of Imperial space glowed with tiny triangular symbols, each one representing one of the New Order's remaining Star Destroyers. Hamir drew up courses for each one, guiding them through temporary hyperlanes that would normally be too risky for travel. Thanks to Hamir's astrogation, those Star Destroyers would be able to assemble into a single formation quickly, forming a reserve to defend Silencer Station. At the moment, Hamir's attention remained on his meditation and astrogation. His dismissiveness of Irek was mildly insulting, but at the same time being ignored was better than being actively belittled. Fear and obligation warred for control of his actions, and their combination rendered him in stasis. He stood at the bottom of the concentric layers, looking up at the throne and the constructed interface attached to it. This was his future. This was what it meant to be emperor, to rule and to shape. This was what his mother had fought for, what he had been destined to since his birth. The obligation was strong, tugging him to climb up to the throne, to take it for himself. But the voice of the AI, the sensation of being swallowed by a consciousness of seemingly infinite size, and his fear of that voice, rendered him still. There was only one entrance to the throne room, and Irek felt his mother's presence beyond it even before it slid open. Roganda Ismaren swept into the space, wearing a regal dress appropriate for the mother of the Emperor, crafted into black ruffles that swirled but did not hinder her steps. Her gaze locked upon him as she entered, and it seemed like the air around him became heavy with electricity as she approached. "Son," she said. "Mother," he greeted in return, trying to keep the uncertain waver felt out of his voice. He succeeded, but it didn't matter. She didn't need to hear the fear to feel it radiating off him in the Force. He'd never been able to hide anything from her. She looked past him towards Hamir, her lips tightening with unhappiness, then returned her gaze to him. That expression was one he recognized all too well. It was the expression she had turned on him all his life after he had disappointed her. "You have not taken your throne." "I wanted to wait until you returned," he lied. Her eyebrows rise incrementally, her dark eyes measuring him. "I am here," she pointed out. In the battle between obligation and terror, obligation won. He'd never been able to deny his mother anything, and he could not deny her this. Despite his fear, despite his reluctance, he began to climb towards the throne. The stairs became steeper the higher he went, forcing him to be more careful with each step. At the top, he stumbled into the chair just to have the safety of secure balance. The throne began to whir, the finely machined inner workings of the machine shifting. He placed his hands on the armrests, and small indentations perfectly sized for them. Behind him, the interface sized precisely for his head settled over his head, cold metal pressing against his scalp. Pressure in his skull grew as the neural connections were established one by one. A whir, and the floor panel swept up, exposing an IV arm of nutrients and stimulants that reached out to his arm and hissed into his veins. Fear and pain intermingled as the connections became more intense. He was aware of his mother and Hamir watching him, watching Silencer 7's tendrils insinuate themselves in his mind. The moment of merges passed, and Irek's consciousness swam on a sea of thought. All around him was Silencer 7, its constant processing and evaluations, its sensors keeping watch as the station traveled through hyperspace, its awareness of him. It was as if Silencer 7 closed around him, suffocating, the sheer loudness of the AI almost drowning out Irek's own thoughts. "Welcome, designate Emperor." The words sounded different than they had. Irek was no longer conscious of his body, could no longer feel his limbs or see with his own eyes, and yet still the words brought to mind the sensation of the hair on his arms, all sticking straight up. "What is your will, designate Emperor?" Was the AI placing more emphasis on the word designate than it had been? There was a faint edge to the AI's tone, almost mocking. Irek set his jaw hard, scowling. "I am the Emperor," he claimed. Not yet. Now Irek was sure it was mocking him. Was sure that the AI was toying with him. He had seen his mother toy with her prey on occasion, that one intelligence operative she had captured, when he was much younger. She had kept that agent alive for weeks, stretching out his interrogation, extracting information with caresses and lightning alike. It had been a game to her, a game she had been very good at. He had admired her skill and power, but now he felt like the toy. "I will be," he insisted fiercely, putting all his mother's confidence into the words. The AI did not bother to respond. He could feel it, watching him from every angle, and somehow just being watched made him feel judged. "I am not inadequate." "You fear." "The Emperor does not fear." "I am the Emperor." Irek insisted again, but even to his own ear the words sounded lame. "What is your will, designate Emperor?" The words he spoke came from beyond him, from the outside. "We are almost clear of hyperspace. Attack Pawn Major when we are. Tactics at your discretion." Was that a smirk Irek felt? And if it was, who did it belong to? "As you command." "Are you sure this is necessary?" Gilad Pellaeon watched from the bridge of Chimera. His fleet had dozens of logistics freighters, each loaded heavily with supplies meant to keep his star destroyers and smaller vessels combat capable. Everything from food to concussion missiles was normally stocked on those ships, which could be tucked into a star destroyer's main hangar for quick loading and unloading. At the moment, though, they had been turned to another purpose. Freighters lifted off from the surface of Palm Major, carrying families who had chosen to evacuate rather than stay. Grand Moff Pharaohs had chosen to inform people of the threat posed by the World Devastator, and many had chosen to evacuate. Each freighter rushed to Pellaeon's trio of star destroyers to disgorge their passengers, and Chimera, Basilisk, and Gonfalonic were becoming host to a growing number of civilian refugees. Next to him, Grand Moff Pharaohs watched, blank-faced, as the evacuation continued. He and his family had been among the first evacuees, a fact that had been widely publicized in order to encourage the rest of the population to do the same. If the threat turns out to be overstated, Pellaeon continued, frowning, we'll have undermined the planet's defenses unnecessarily. I can't take my star destroyers into battle, not with so many civilians aboard. Admiral Rogris and the reserve fleet will be here, Pharaoh said. The Grand Moff's hands were folded behind his back, his attention locked on the side of a transport vanishing into Basilisk's main hangar, escorted by a formation of TIE fighters. They will be responsible for primary defense. Pharaoh shook his head. Palm Major is an insignificant world by galactic standards. There is nothing down there worth more than the lives of his people. Baron Fell has assured me that there are numerous hospitable colony worlds under the control of the UREF, each of them hidden from the New Order. Pellaeon did not like it. He did not like it at all. Since Endor, it sometimes felt like he had never stopped running. Running from the rebellion at Endor became running from the New Republic at Bilbringi and Yukio. Then he ran from the New Order at Karita, and was preparing to run again from the New Order at Palm Major. He'd run so far that his back was against the unknown regions, and he was still running. Clustered up against his formation, in a defensive posture, were the 4 Lively-class frigates that had been under the command of Captain Asori Rogris. Pellaeon had found himself thinking about the young officer quite a lot since their discussion at the governor's mansion in Whitestone City. She had been so outspoken, so confident, and so bluntly dismissive of the Empire. At first, he had taken refuge in the idea that she was merely too young to really understand. She hadn't lived under the Old Republic and the dysfunction of the Senate. She hadn't seen the inadequacies of the old judicial forces, the lack of preparation to address the threat of the separatists. She hadn't seen the corruption that had been wrought through the halls of the Senate. And yet, what if she was right? It was a hard question for Pellaeon to ask himself. He had spent his life fighting for the Empire, and he was not a young man. He had decades of service behind him, and decades more for the Republic that had preceded the Empire. He knew things could be bad, that the Empire had not fixed every problem. He prided himself on not being one of ISB's useful idiots, but he had always been sure that the cause he fought for had been a just one. What if it hadn't been? He spent far too much time thinking back, wondering if he could find a moment, some precise time and place, where his loyalty had become dishonorable. Had it been the declaration of empire? But from his perspective, so little had changed after that. Palpatine had been Chancellor, then he had been Emperor. Orders had even still had the Senate seal of approval. But he knew, didn't he? He'd long refused to let the thought resolve in his mind, but at the back of his skull he could feel lurking a memory. The first time Captain Drusen had ordered Chimera to Kashyyyk. The first time Pellaeon's ship had sent stormtroopers down to the surface. The first time they had come back with prisoners. Status change. Pellaeon and Pharaohs turned towards the cry of alarm, then towards the command board. Upon it, a number of ships appeared at the edge of Palm Major's gravity well, already building speed again after their hyperspace transition. "They're freighters, sir," someone announced, sounding relieved. "Message for you, Admiral," announced Lieutenant Shell from beside him. His expression was oddly uncertain, as Talon cared. "Cared?" Pellaeon said in surprise, and with more than a hint of anger. Talon Care's betrayals had long since earned him Pellaeon's ire. What are you doing here? Shell took a nervous breath. He says his ships are here at the behest of the Jedi Order to assist with the planet's evacuation. The beginning of a hot retort was on Pellaeon's tongue. Grand Moff Pharaohs noticed Pellaeon's expression and anger and held up a soothing hand. Tell Captain Care that we appreciate his assistance and send them landing information, ordered Pharaohs from where he stood beside Pellaeon. This is not the time for old rivalries, Admiral. We do not want to be enemies of the New Republic any longer, and we need their help. Of course, Pellaeon said with gruff stiffness. Do as the Grand Moff orders, he relayed to his crew. Then he looked back to Shell. How did they get through the New Order patrols? He asked. All the major hyperroutes have regular interdictor patrols. Shell shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, sir. Status change. This time, the new icons on the command board weren't freighters. Luckily, they were expected. The Star Destroyer Agonizer came out of hyperspace, accompanied by 7 other Imperial-class Star Destroyers. An array of smaller ships, including Victory, Enforcer, and Cadena-class warships were their escorts. Most prominent was the cluster of Lively-class ships. TIEs and Clawcraft swarmed out of their hangars, immediately assuming cap positions, while the entire formation moved rapidly into Pawn Major's gravity well, into position to defend the planet. Communication for you from Admiral Rogers, sir, said Shell. Pellaeon activated his flat screen. Terran Rogers grinned at him. Your reinforcements have arrived, Gilad. Remain as you are, continue with the evacuation, and await further developments. When Silencer Station gets here, we'll engage it first. Glad to have you, sir, Pellaeon said, offering a quick salute. Rogers returned it, far more casually. And you, Gilad, please extend my compliments to your people. Irek had never been integrated with Silencer 7 while the station was in hyperspace. It was an odd sensation. Almost all of the station's sensor arrays were useless in hyperspace, so there were far fewer sensory inputs that the station had to process and fewer things that Irek himself needed to monitor. That left him in a state of relative calm, floating in the sea of Silencer 7's consciousness. He was barely conscious of his body in this state. He could tell that he still had one, of course, but even the sounds of his mother and Hamir, who were also in the station's throne room, were distant to the point of insignificance. While his fear remained, his terror had largely subsided. If Silencer 7 was going to consume him, drag him down to drown in its vastness, it would have done so before now. To Silencer 7, Irek was just a conduit, a conductor of information from the humans who had constructed it. How do I become Emperor? He asked. And not just designate Emperor. There was a ripple as attention turned to him. The Emperor is the will. What does that mean? He could feel the AI's consternation and attempt to reformulate its answer. It had only limited success. To become Emperor, the designate Emperor must become the will. What is the will? A flood of emotion and memory washed over Irek. He grappled with it, trying to prevent it from washing away his sense of self under the sudden torrent of otherness. He saw glimpses of memory, or fantasy. Aliens from a race he did not recognize, working with dark force powers to empower objects that looked like the seed his mother had installed in Silencer 7's core. Dark figures in flowing robes, with power in their eyes and red lightsabers in their hands. Lightning and might, command and purpose, subjugation and demand, all swirling in Irek's mind. All of it was confined in Silencer Station, a box that both contained and unleashed. The will. How do I become the will? He asked warily once he had regained the ability to formulate clear thoughts. You must stop resisting. Irek frowned in consternation. What was that supposed to mean? How am I resisting? Exiting hyperspace. All the sensors that had been silent roared to life as one. Monitors all around the station's throne room abruptly illuminated, and both upon the flat screens, and within Irek Ismaren's mind there was the sudden image of a star system. Icons blinked into existence one by one, marking the presence of enemy ships, dozens and dozens of enemy ships, and all of them surrounding and defending the circle marked Pawn Major. Irek opened his mouth to speak, preparing to relay orders from Hamir and Roganda to the station. Silencer 7 did not wait for him. Preparing to engage. Manufacturing switching from starfighter production to anti-ship countermeasures. Shields and armor at peak efficiency. Evaluating enemy capabilities. Probability of combat victory estimated at 98.5%. Silencer station's massive engines erupted and the platform began to move slowly through space on a direct trajectory towards Pawn Major. Even as Irek tried, he could not get a word in. Enemies of the Empire will be eliminated. This is the will. Asterisk. On the monitors in Silencer Station's throne room, text word across the screens in large block letters. Enemies of the Empire will be eliminated. This is the will. Roganda Ismaren looked up. Her son was ensconced in the command throne, silent and still, his mouth half open. Words seemed to pass over his lips silently, but whatever it was he was saying was not meant for her and Hamir, but for the Silencer AI. Bond between man and machine would not be complete, not yet, not until after Irek had formally proclaimed himself Emperor, but the integration seemed more stable this time. You see, Hamir, Roganda murmured with pride, smiling. I prepared him all his life for this. Preen when we've won, Roganda, Hamir grunted. Not before. Oh, I intend to, Roganda promised him with a smirk. Asterisk. Battle klaxon screamed. Gilad Pellaeon smacked his command console to silence them. This is Admiral Rogris, called Terran's voice over the communications unit. UREF vessels adopt conical formation and prepare to engage the enemy. Terran's formation shifted into a broad, expanded formation designed to maximize their forward firepower. The outer edges pushed forwards while the inner ships pulled back slightly, putting them all roughly the same distance from the enemy. Any gun with a firing solution was trained precisely forward, giving the formation the ability to hurl as much firepower at a single target as possible. It was an amazingly aggressive posture, sacrificing defense to maximize the pain they could cause in the shortest possible time. In the distance, far beyond Terran ships, was the World Devastator. A blocky, rectangular thing, the World Devastator was painted the kind of matte black that blocked out the space around it. It was larger than Pellaeon had expected, even larger than their intelligence had suggested. From side to side it was larger than two Imperial-class Star Destroyers pressed prow to engines. As Pellaeon watched, the Devastator's massive, rectangular central core slowly rotated towards the Imperial ships arrayed to fight it, presenting its underbelly. Pellaeon found himself looking at 4 feet, which framed the Devastator's 4 corners. They looked remarkably like it at hooves, and an expanse of pure blackness. But as he watched, that blackness flickered. Light coruscated across the Devastator's underbelly, coalescing into 4 lines that formed a rectangle around the void. Once those 4 lines were illuminated and bright, the space between them began to glow. Dimly at first, but brighter and brighter as Pellaeon watched, until the entire bottom of the Devastator blazed like a star. Asterisk. Molecular furnace active. Anti-ship countermeasures prepared. Silencer station's engines burned to life. The massive station fell slowly towards its enemies, the hungry maw of the molecular furnate active and prepared to consume. Irek Ismaren felt entirely helpless. He had been installed in the throne to command Silencer 7, but it was increasingly clear that the AI at the heart of the station was not interested in being commanded. He could feel the AI, almost like it had a presence in the Force, and Irek might not be an expert like his mother, but he knew that only living creatures were supposed to have presences in the Force. His questions went unanswered, buried under the litany of status updates as Silencer Station prepared to engage its enemies. Range 30 kilometers. Cutting acceleration to 0. Target priority established. Engaging primary targets with anti-ship countermeasures. There was the feeling of sudden pressure released. Multiple Corvette-sized shapes launched from large docking ports on the sides of Silencer Station, spinning on their massive banks of engines and racing towards the enemy formation of ships. Preparing additional anti-ship countermeasures. Turbolaser fire splashed against Silencer Station shields. Irek felt it like rain falling on his skin Enough pressure to be noticed, not enough to be dangerous. It splashed over the station harmlessly, unable to breach its massive overlapping shields, not even threatening the station's multi-layered armor. Like gnats, TIE droids poured out of Silencer Station's main hangar, swarming, and they were met by fighters that Silencer 7's AI recognized, and some that it did not. Evaluating enemy starship designs. Conclusion: combination of Chiss and Neo-Imperial design elements. Adjusting estimated battle outcome. Probability of combat victory now estimated at 96%. As Silencer Station's weapons swarmed over the enemy formation, so too did the AI system processes swarm over Irek's mind. He tried to keep up, but there was too much. Adjust turbolaser battery 7 to increase shield negation probability. Shield generator 57 has been reduced to 85% capacity. Compensate by shifting power to generators 56 and 58. Preparing additional anti-ship countermeasures. Enemy Star Destroyer unremitting damaged, reduced targeting priority. Irek Ismaren was lost in a sea of the AI's thoughts. They washed over him, making it hard to concentrate or think, much less issue commands. Occasionally he felt his lips moving, but he had no idea what he was saying or to whom. He remembered something Nietzsche had said, something that had proven to be good advice. Empty your mind. His mind was too full of thoughts that weren't his, too full of Silencer 7. Irek stopped listening, stopped paying attention, trying to find himself as the waves of thought threatened to topple him under. He focused on emptiness, on the Force itself, on listening not to his own desires or Silencer 7, but just to the power that was there ever at his fingertips, at the edges of his thought. There he felt something else. A million minds. Stormtroopers and aliens, politicians and civilians. All the people upon Major were out there, fleeing into the void. As scared as he was, they were just as scared and just as lost. All his life, his mother had told him that they were the only people that mattered. That they were special, destined for greatness. That the Empire was owed to them and theirs to take, and that wherever it cost, whatever it took, was irrelevant. That their rule was demanded by the Force itself. But he didn't feel special. It was all he could do not to drown. Chapter 26. Terran Rogra's flagship was at the center of a formation of Star Destroyers and their escorts, clustered in a hemispheric formation, and the view through Agonizer's forward bridge windows was lit chaotically by turbolaser fire and explosions. His ships formed a curving fan, as though they had once been part of a sphere sundered from his hull, as one they pointed towards the distant world devastator. The space between his fleet and their enemy glowed and crackled with the slashes of green with bursts of blue, added flares of red, and orange detonations punctured the starry dark. Some of those flares were small, evidence of the ongoing struggle between Rogra's fighters and the enemy TIE droids. The droids were more capable than they had been at the last battle upon Major, and they came in greater numbers. TIEs of all varieties, fighters, interceptors, defenders, and the Europe's clawcraft, struggled to deal with the swarm. Rogra's had only cursory attention to devote to the starfighter battle. Fel was in charge of his fighters, and besides the real fight, was being waged by the ships with the big guns. Silencer Station was absorbing far more fire than it was delivering, its shields glowing under the strain of absorbing everything Terran Rogra's formation had to give it. But so far it was absorbing it all. Beside him, Captain Tygan's expression was flat, carrying a hint of dire seriousness that he was usually better at hiding. Gunnery and comm scan haven't reported any shield breaches yet. Not even fluctuations. Rogra's merely nodded. Panic was not an emotion he was easily prone to, and as the senior officer of Paul Major's defense fleet, it was not one he could afford. Concentrate fire further, he ordered. Target single locations and see if we can force a breach. Another wave of Corvette missiles detected and inbound on a constant bearing, decreasing range, Sector Besh 16. Signals that bespoke a handful of lean, triangular shapes detached from the sides of the distant world devastator, emerging out of enormous construction bays. Each one looked like a Raider-class Corvette, with a swollen nose packed with explosives, and a cluster of Reliant engines to hurl it into ships packed with living beings. Their engines lit and hurled them out from the Devastator towards Rogris formation. "Flak eye on fire, now," ordered Tygan furiously, striding to stand in the middle of Agonizer's bridge, staring out at their still distant enemy. They had already nearly lost the Star Destroyer, unremitting to missiles just like those. One of them had breached everything the fleet had to defend against it and struck the big Imperial to just behind its forward nose section. Unremitting remained in action, the guns it had left still firing defiantly, but most of his forward weapons were gone, and it surely could not sustain a second strike. Rogris spoke, calmly and with deliberation. "Enforcers, advance and intercept the shipkillers. Do not stray into our destroyer firing arcs. It would be better for an enforcer to take the hit than it would be to lose another Star Destroyer. They needed the bigger ship's guns if they had any chance to hurt Silencer Station." Ties exploded between Agonizer and her sister Star Destroyers as they darted and weaved over Durasteel Hills in their deadly conflict. One of the ships that was part of Asori's squadron, the Lively-class Discipline, hugged close to Agonizer, its anti-fighter gun spitting lethal bursts of blue fire that knocked down multiple TIE droids as they made attack run. Rogris' attention was locked on his sensor and gunnery readouts. Enemy shield capacity undiminished. No breaches reported. How could they kill something they couldn't even hurt? "All Star Destroyers, adjust fire," Rogris called. "All gunners concentrate on this point." He tapped on his screen, picking a location at random from the areas his ships had already struck. "Repeat, concentrate all fire. And if this doesn't work, then our next option is close to point-blank range," Rogris thought. He looked up at the image of the World Devastator, slowly growing larger, and his enormous fiery maw. Right into the jaws of the beast. "TIE bomber squadrons, prepare for your attack runs." Asterisk. Engine straining, the Enforcer-class cruiser stalled Tavern surged forward above Baron Fell's head. The Corvette-sized missile that had been bearing down on the Star Destroyer and Monitor slammed into the center of the cruiser instead, ripping its guts out before detonating. Fell's canopy briefly turned completely black, shielding him from the glare of the fireball that followed. When it was no longer opaque, Staltevin was gone, with only a few escape pods marking his passing. Fell twisted his defender in a tight arc, spitting laser fire at the TIE droids attempting to mount their own attacks on Monitor. His ions flickered over their engines. He followed the disabling bursts with green laser fire that erased the enemy droids from space as thoroughly as Staltevin had been erased. "Status report," he ordered. "3 is gone," 4 said, his Chandrilan accent clipped. "Enemy just launched another 100 clankers at us. And not just TIE droids. Another wave of the Corvette-sized ship-killer missiles were streaking away from their foe also, once again targeting Admiral Rogris' larger capital ships, and this time, Staltevin was not present to make an intercept. A furious fusillade of ion cannon fire streaks out towards them, combined with tractor locks to try to hold the incoming missiles at bay. "Form up with us then, 4. Status on the planetary evac," Fell asked. "In progress," 4 said, tightness underlined by rigid control. "More scooters just docked with Pellaeon. The NR Smuggies are clearing atmosphere. I don't know how many people are left groundside." "Too many. We don't have nearly enough ships to get everyone off a planet, even one as small as Palm Major." Fell's HUD blinked at him. Another Enforcer-class cruiser was gone, and the Star Destroyer unremitting was no longer combat capable. The year of strength was already starting to wane, and so far, they had yet to even hurt the enemy. "This is Admiral Rogris," said Rogris' voice over the comm. "We are going to close the range. Shift all power to your turbolasers and continue to concentrate fire as we close. TIE bombers, launch now. We are clearing paths for you to make attack runs. Salvo all your torpedoes and bombs. We must breach the enemy shields." The remaining Star Destroyers of the U of tightened their formation and surged forward, maximizing their acceleration to close the distance as quickly as possible. They sacrificed their defenses to do so, shifting power to engines and weapons. As the distance closed, Their weapons struck with greater punch, pounding the enemy shields, making them glow in response. Glow and flare with impact, but not break. Asterisk. Terran Rogris stood with Captain Tegan at Agonizer's front bridge window. They were close enough now that they could see the bursts of turbolaser fire battering the World Devastator. Concentrated lines of green and blue struck with metronomic weight, battering potential vulnerabilities, trying to stress the enemy's defenses past their breaking point. TIE bombers darted between those streaks of coherent green and blue, curving towards the enemy. The enemy's TIE droids swarmed after them, and a vicious dogfight ensued as the fighters under Baron Fell's command tried to protect the bombers long enough for them to make their runs. Some of the bombers vanished as single-minded, suicidal TIE droids willingly sacrificed themselves to make kills, but Fell's people got most of them through. Space rippled blue and orange as their proton torpedoes and cluster bombs launched from the bombers. The defenders added some concussion missiles for good measure, despite their weaker yields. Breach. The shout from Agonizer's tactical station was a banshee cry of triumph. The torpedoes had breached the Devastator's outer layer of shields, and Rogris ships took advantage of the sudden vulnerability, even before he could order them to. The coherent beams of fire blasting from the URF formation sought out the breach, punching into it to drill into armor below. Asterisk. Irek Ismaren flinched. A burst of pain erupted on his arm, like someone had touched him with a hot poker. Ow. Shield generator 21 overloaded. Attempting to compensate. Shifting manufacturing reserves to reinforce armor in Section 21. Preparing additional anti-ship countermeasures. Asterisk. Rogris formation had already lost 7 Enforcer-class cruisers and the Star Destroyer unremitting, and their mad charge to point-blank range had left them vulnerable. A new wave of anti-ship missiles erupted away from the World Devastator. They could not gain as much speed as they had when Rogris ships had been more distant, but they also did not need to travel as far, and there was less opportunity for those missiles to be shot down before impact. Incoming. Rogris turned his head, his eyes widening as he saw one of those missiles hurtling towards his bridge. Reinforced bridge shields. He heard Tygan yell, dimly in the back of his mind. Images of Tarek and Asori flashed before him as he watched the missile close. They were good kids. They'd always been good kids, obedient and even-tempered and loyal, and he loved them and hadn't spent nearly enough time with them. The Enforcer-class cruiser Davrican cut in front of the bridge viewport, coming so close to Agonizer that they nearly collided. It hovered there, racing through Rogris' vision, entirely filling the bridge window, and then it exploded. It was torn apart from the inside out, the explosion coming squarely in the middle of the cruiser's center of mass. Debris swept over Agonizer, flung at ridiculous velocities, but the smaller fragments were absorbed by the flagship shields. Warrior and Wrath are hit. Davrican had saved Agonizer, but 2 of her sisters had not been so lucky. On the plot, Warrior blinked yellow with serious, but not crippling damage. Even as the ship's captain struggled successfully to maintain formation as forward firepower dropped to a trickle of what it had previously been producing. Wrath was gone. An enormous gaping hole in his at sections was all the evidence of the Corvette-sized missile that had torn the heart out of the vessel, leaving it drifting. He'd lost 3 of his Star Destroyers. His TIE bombers had been savaged, their munitions already expended, and the wound they had inflicted, as Rogris watched, the hole in the World Devastator's shield sealed itself up, as if it had never been there at all. Asterisk. Shield generator 21 repaired. Repairs to armor underway. Preparing additional anti-ship countermeasures. The pain on Irek's arm had faded some, but it had drawn him out of a dazed, suffocating stupor. He could feel Silencer 7 working, responding, countering the enemy fleet's efforts. Information poured through the command thrown into Irek, and he was getting better at managing it and interpreting it. The battle was no longer a swarm of information, too much for him to sort through, but a manageable tide that he could pick and choose from, concentrating on things he cared about. "What are all those ships around the planet?" he asked. "Evacuation vehicles. Traitors fleeing Imperial justice." There was a pause. In his heart, Irek felt a swell of emotion, his only recently developed empathic sense overpowered by a sudden sense of determined malice. A desire to inflict harm on those Silencer 7 had decided were deserving of it. The punishment of traitors is a priority objective. This is the will. Asterisk. The TIE droids fighting fell abruptly broke off. They spun away, flying away from the TIE bombers they had previously been targeting. The bombers, suddenly free, immediately lined up a new strike against the World Devastator, but with their numbers so diminished it was unlikely they would be able to breach its shields a second time. "Where are they going?" asked Fenrir, somewhat confused. Baron Sunterfeld had never fought Silencer Station, nor had he ever fought anything like the AI that governed his actions, which meant he had no way to guess. He brought up his HUD, tracking the enemy TIEs. He inhaled sharply, his eyes going wide. "They're going after the refugee ships," he said in astonishment. There was no military need to do that, and doing it compromised the enemy's battle plans. It was sheer, pointless spite. "Gilad, you have incoming." Terran Rogris' voice was harsh and strained almost to the breaking point. "There's no more time to get another round of evacuees. Get out of the gravity well and get out of here." Status change. As Fell's gut churned in dismay, his HUD obediently reported more than a dozen new icons arriving nearby. As he watched, a dozen became far more, as each one of the arriving ships disgorged squadrons of starfighters that vectored towards the fray. X-Wings and A-Wings and B-Wings and many U-Wings, each one automatically tagged in a hostile red by his targeting computer. A new transmission came, piped into his helmet with a staticky crackle. "This is Commodore Atral Taban, New Republic Defense Forces." A female voice cut through the comstatic with reassuring glass-smooth tones, nearly imperial in their precision. "I'm here with Captain Rogris for reconnaissance and diplomacy. Tell us what we should look at and we'll go shake a few hands." Fell couldn't help it. He smiled. "That would be one of Wedge's subordinates." Asterisk. Asori Rogris stood in front of the holo display in Rendili Vigil's bridge, staring at a massacre in the making. Her father's ships were clustered in a last-ditch, mutually protective formation, trying to use their tractor beams to repel incoming Corvette-sized missiles long enough for their turbolasers to destroy them. Closer to the planet, Pellaeon's 3-star destroyers were laboring to collect as many refugees from Pawn Major as they could. Surrounded by transports burning from space to surface to ship and back as quickly as possible, the entire formation menaced by a cloud of countless TIE droids. The voice over the comm belonged to Gilad Pellaeon. "Commodore Taban, the best use of your..." His voice cut off. There was a smear of light on the holo display, and another one of her father's star destroyers vanished. As a steel fist gripped her heart, she scanned the combat plot and was relieved, so relieved, to see that Agonizer remained, fighting on. Pellaeon's words were interrupted by punctures of static. "We'll hold them off. Evacuation should be combat data to the New Republic to prove that we all have to fight. Use it to find a weakness." Asterisk. "Get all our combat data to the New Republic to prove that we all have to fight this thing. Surely someone will be able to use it to find a weakness in its defenses." Even as he spoke, Gilad Pellaeon stared at his own combat plot, watching Terran Rogris formation vanish before his eyes, terrified that there may be no weakness to find. He'd seen disasters before. He'd been at Endor and Karita, after all. The New Order's catastrophe here at Pawn Major, not that long ago, had been a military debacle on a scale the galaxy had rarely seen. But this was going to be just as terrible a catastrophe, and Pellaeon was going to be on the losing side. "Grand Moff Pharaohs," he grated out, the words harsh in his throat. He kept them quiet, because what he needed to say was best not overheard by his crew. "We need to withdraw while we can to preserve our strength. We cannot defeat that thing." "What about the New Republic ships, can they?" Pellaeon shook his head fiercely. "They aren't capital ships. They're dangerous for their size but don't have anywhere near the firepower we're going to need to breach the World Devastator shields." "That wasn't what I was asking." Pharaoh's eyes flashed with anger. "I am aware we cannot defeat the enemy we face. But we still have civilians on the surface upon Major who require evacuation. Can the New Republic ships make landings? Pellaeon stared at him. We don't have the time. Pharaohs ignored him, grappling with his own comm unit. Commodore Taban, we still have civilians who require evacuation. Can you assist? Asterisk. Asori almost jumped into the air in surprise when Atral started talking from beside her, with a strong, determined command voice. This is the Commodore. Colonel Clivian, take our starfighters to defend Chimera, Wildcare, and the other ships performing the planetary evac. Marshals, we're not really meant to land, but we can do it. Moff Pharaohs, you should know that my ships do not have much in the way of passenger space, and if we're crammed to the bulkheads, we won't be combat effective. Understood, Commodore. How many people can your ships? As many as we can, Atral said. Now mark our landing zones. There were further words exchanged, but almost none of it was audible. That might have been because of New Order jamming, but just as likely it was the blood pounding in Asori's ears. The World Devastator was bearing down on the Euroforce opposing it now, and Agonizer was at the center of that tight formation. Asterisk. All engines, reverse thrust. Tygan ordered, and Agonizer's thrusters flared. The entire ship seemed to vibrate under Roger's feet as she strained, pulling backwards. Green turbolaser fire continued to pour out of his ship's guns, blasting away at the World Devastator. But the enemy's shields were still too powerful, and the blasts, guns able to tear continents apart and boil oceans, did not breach them a second time. He blinked in sudden consternation. The enemy ties were still closing, but no one had called out an incoming missile in. He wasn't sure how long it had been. How long has it been since the last shipkiller salvo? He asked. Several minutes. Look, sir, Tygan said. He pointed out through Agonizer's bridge window. The World Devastator was coming forward towards them, and towards Paul Major behind them, his shield still glowing under the weight of the Empire's turbolasers. It's closing. Behind the glow of the World Devastator's shields was another glow, the glow of the World Devastator's molecular furnace. Rogers could almost see teeth. Increase reverse thrust to maximum, he ordered as calmly as he could. Asterisk. Reserve materials nearing exhaustion. The sensory inputs from the command throne poured over the link between Irek and Silencer 7. Knowledge of Silencer Station's capabilities appeared in his consciousness, and Irek suddenly knew that the main weapon the station had used against the enemy formation had been expended. The station's massive molecular furnace had been constructing new ordnance out of its stocks of raw materials, but now there was none left. All reserves allocated. System analysis in progress. Identifying potential sources of new raw materials. Silencer Station sensors lashed out at the system. Planets and moons were ranked in a hierarchy of value, with those that offered the most raw materials for new construction at the top. They were then reordered on the basis of proximity, and finally on the basis of a third criteria that it took Irek some time to comprehend. In another sentient being, Irek would have called it taste. For Silencer 7, it felt more like malicious satisfaction. Target identified. Preparing for resource collection. In a dark, angry red, Silencer 7's acquisition subroutines illuminated the Star Destroyer Agonizer as its priority target. Asterisk. Dorset Connor led more than 100 New Republic snub fighters into battle. Through either side of her cockpit she could see Allied fighters. Nave leader and his U-wings were redlining their engines to keep up, but her A-wings still outpaced them. Farther behind, Colonel Clivian and the Rogues were at the center of their formation. Engines glowed in the void, and ahead of them the first bursts of green laser fire were visible as the TIE droids reached Admiral Pellaeon's formation. The 4 friendly Imperial-class Star Destroyers were spread farther apart than they normally would be, because that made it easier for them to rapidly capture and release the freighters ferrying refugees up from Palm Major's surface. Those transports, by contrast, clustered as closely together as possible once they escaped the Star Destroyer's massive hangars, their guns offering one another protection. She flicked her comm to wideband as they closed within 10 clicks of the Imperial formation, but Colonel Clivian's voice broke through first, and the clear, in a precise diction she'd never heard him use before. UREF forces, this is Rogue Leader. The New Republic starfighters coming up on you are friendly, repeat friendly. Tag us blue or we'll have a problem. He didn't get a reply, but she hadn't really been expecting him to. After all, her HUD made it clear that all the Imperials were busy. TIE droids swarmed over the Imperial ships, taking advantage of impressive speed and even more impressive maneuverability. Without any concern for the health of a sentient pilot, they could pull turns that even with a full inertial compensator would have turned Dorset into gravity-pressed goo as they skimmed over the ships, firing ruthlessly. They targeted the freighters first, which suggested that their priorities were more about inflicting harm than they were about getting back out of this engagement alive. TIE droids, the Empire had demonstrated at Coruscant, were expendable. Well, she was a New Republic pilot flying one of the fastest, meanest ships ever devised, and the ships under threat were packed to the gills with civilians. That meant she was expendable too. Dorset smiled and flicked her communicator to the Polearm Squadron channel. Polearm Squadron, Polearm Leader. 1 fight, we're going to protect the Wildcat. 2 flight, 3 flight take targets of opportunity. All fighters, shoot, scoot, and maintain your energy or you'll get swarmed. In and out, and we let the Slobies pick up after us. There was an echo of acknowledging comm clicks, and then nothing. Her people knew their jobs. When the range hit 7 clicks, she started hunting for targets, her HUD occasionally flickering yellow with semi-locks on her concussion missile launchers. But the TIE droids were too maneuverable to confirm a lock, rolling between the cluttered freighters. Her 12A wings were the first into the fray. They rocketed ahead at full throttle, tearing through the center of the freighter formation and bursting out the other side, leaving explosions in their wake. Dorset wasn't sure if they had killed anything, but in her HUD she could see the Knaves and Rogues and the rest of their fighters swoop, and after them, laser cannons firing, reaping kill after kill after kill. X-Wings and U-Wings chopped their throttles, their veteran pilots dancing between freighters, pursuing and pursued by TIE droids. Their shields absorbed green energy, and their lasers sent red blasts back. Fiery explosions punctured the space between the freighters. Red and green blips vanished from her HUD. Green blasts zipped over her shoulders, so Dorset flared her throttle and swung her a wing around a Soro Sua medium runner, taking her back in the direction she had come. Acceleration mashed her back into her seat as she came back into the melee. This time her missile lock was good, the solid hum of her launcher confident, and a fierce orange flare roared out of her fighter towards its target. The TIE droid, clearly aware it was incoming, tried to spin out of the way. A more experienced pilot, or a better programmed one, probably could have used all the freighters for cover, but the TIE droid's evasive maneuvers were more rudimentary and her missile tore through it. Ahead of her, and U-Wing skimmed just over the shield perimeter of a small bulk freighter, its trio of powerful laser cannons obliterating another TIE droid as it lined up for an attack run. "Starfighters, stay on the freighters," said the voice of Radilli Vigil's Bothan communications officer. "The carriers and tempered metal are making a run for the surface for more refugees. Keep those TIEs off us while we do." Dorset glanced at her HUD, then inverted her fighter. Below them were the 12 larger, almost aquatic shapes of Mirage Formation's Marishals. The Rendily built ships were an odd mix of Radilli and Mon Calamari design sensibilities, blocky and curving, in a way that looked like half art piece and half picket ship. TIE droids moved to intercept them, some of them vanishing as they encountered precisely aimed bursts of red lasers. Ahead of the formation was the oval-shaped tempered metal, moving with the speed and verve that belied its rotund design, Imperial green lasers firing with uncanny precision. Additional evidence, Dorset thought, that the Jedi deserved every bit of their reputation in the fleet. Though, she didn't need any more evidence. She had, after all, seen Skywalker flying with the rogues at Lineary. Her HUD flashed with the situation update. She was much too far away from the main fight to see what was going on. Silencer Station and Admiral Rogris ships were grappling with one another further away from the planet. But she didn't need to be close enough to see the slugging match to know how it was going as yet another of Rogris' ships vanished off her tactical plot. Asterisk. Tempered metal boasted a pair of hidden laser turrets for mid-range combat, not unlike those mounted on the Millennium Falcon. Unlike the Falcons, however, their mountings were too small for proper gunnery stations, so they were operated instead from Metal's bridge. Luke and Leia each took a station, one on either side of the bridge, targeted the incoming TIE droids, and opened up in a dazzling array of hard light. It was a strange experience. Luke had grown accustomed to feeling the minds of enemy pilots during battle. Each one gleamed in the Force, the glow indicative of sentience and emotion. It made finding an enemy easier for Luke, because they did not know how, or even that they needed to, shield themselves from a Jedi's empathic sense. Of course, it made killing an enemy far more difficult, because Luke could feel every pilot he killed, since the moment their light went out. The TIE droids, by contrast, had no such light. They were machines, dark to the Force, as black in his empathic sense as the emptiness of space itself. That made them harder to find, but it also meant that each one he killed did not further burden his soul. He fired again, tempered metal starboard turret spitting out a burst of green fire at the TIE droid attempting to strafe the much larger Rendili Vigil, also racing towards Palm Major on a hasty landing trajectory. A puff of flame, and sparks later, and the hostile contact vanished from his screen. He could feel Mara in the pilot's seat at the front of the bridge. She was immersed in the Force, linked to both him and Leia. Emotions and intentions flowed easily between Luke and Mara, and tempered metal had a tendency to roll in just the right direction, shift its courses minutely to improve his firing prospects, or suddenly go still and steady so he could line up a shot, without him even needing to. He could also feel Leia, on the opposite side of the bridge at the starboard turret station, and her intensity and focus on both the enemies they fought and the mission that had brought them all here. Leia's mind was busy balancing her awareness of threats and the need to help the people of Palm Major with the bigger picture. The threat of the massive military machine, which Luke realized with some consternation, was not as dead to the Force as the TIE droids it had rallied to fight them, was not just to this one provincial world, but to the entire New Republic. And her presence here, the sudden ad hoc alliance between the Unknown Regions Expeditionary Force and the New Republic Task Force sent on reconnaissance, had implications just as great for ending the long galactic war, which had been one of Leia's great goals ever, since the New Republic was founded. Luke knew his sister was brilliant, but the depth and constancy of her thought, and her utter inability to turn off the part of her brain ever focused on the bigger picture, still sometimes startled him. When Mara was in a fight, she shrank the universe down to a single point, focusing unerringly on the problem in front of her and how she was going to deal with it. Leia did not, could not, ever do that. And of course, Luke could feel that Leia and Mara were just as aware of one another as he was aware of each of them. The depths of his bond to both women, the intensity of the connection, served as a conduit through which each could sense the other. Just as tempered metal shifted and danced to help Luke, so too did it shift and dance to help Leia. That part of the connection was much harder on Mara than it was on Leia. Leia was open and comfortable, with a good politician's instinct to share and reveal in order to make their constituents comfortable and trusting. Mara was the opposite, typically choosing to reveal herself to Luke and only to Luke. But even though Luke could feel her consternation, he could also feel her resignation and acceptance. Leia had always been able to see more than Mara was comfortable with, after all. Deeper in the ship, in the cargo bay, were Ela, the Deveronian Cap Dendo, and his commando team, veteran professionalism overlaying pre-deployment jitters with rote-learned rigor. R2 whistled. The computer translated for all of them. Landing site assigned. Mara took them hard into the atmosphere, heat burning around her ship's shields. All around them, fire clawed at the marshals as they likewise made almost too quick atmospheric entry, each aiming for a landing location of their own. Like meteors, they streaked towards the ground. Above them, New Republic starfighters and TIE droids dueled for control for the sky above. Chapter 27. Mara took them into the atmosphere at a steeper angle than she usually would have, but she knew her ship's shields could take it. Through tempered metal's windows, she could see balls of flame in the sky and the distance on either side of her, and knew from sight and sensors that each one was one of the New Republic's marshals coming in with her, no doubt pushing their safety specs to the limit. Each ship of their formation had been given a distinct landing zone by the Palm Major Central Command, and they were heading for those landing locations with as much speed as possible. She couldn't see space behind them. Their plot reported the battle between Admiral Roger's formation and the World Devastator was still raging, and while the rate of destruction had slowed, Roger's ships were still disappearing like embers in a particularly cold night. Luke was beside her, managing their descent as well as he could. Leia sat behind them both. Mara couldn't see her, but she could feel Leia through the Force. The counselor was a bundle of nerves, fear, and anger under tight control, but all of them were determined to get to ground. They were here to help as many people as they could, and they would, because there was no doubt left, now, how this battle would end. The World Devastator had proved too tough for an entire Imperial fleet, a good one too. Imperials Mara would have held up as the best of the Empire while she was Emperor's hand, as examples for the rest of the Empire to emulate, and soon it would be coming for the planet. Ewings and ties continued to duel above tempered metal as Mara's ship drove downwards, but the ties did not try to follow them. Without shields, it was unlikely they would survive atmospheric entry at that speed, and even if they did, the subsequent loss of maneuverability would have made them exceptionally easy targets. Luke still occasionally took snapshots at them with their guns, but it had been some time since he had hit anything. She could feel something in him, a fatigue that was unusual in all their adventures. There was responsibility. He was Luke Skywalker. There was always responsibility, but here it was married to a bone-deep exhaustion that Mara understood. It never ended. The killer of the first Death Star, who had been instrumental in destroying the second one and killing Palpatine, was face to face with yet another superweapon commanded by yet more dark Jedi, while his sister was wrestling with terror-tinged memories of watching Alderin's destruction. Mara felt something else too through their bond, the trickling guilt that somehow this was their fault. The idea that this was all their fault for relaxing for a moment, for wanting some time with their family. She knew, intellectually, that that was a ridiculous thing to believe. Their decision to visit Leia and Han to tell them about her pregnancy had not been an irresponsible one. Even though they had known there was another Emperor's hand out there, they'd had no reason to believe that Roganda Ismaren could do what she had done at Coruscant, breach the planet's defenses, breach the Jedi consulate, threaten the Skyhook, and steal the NAR Shadow artifact, managing to get through not just the Jedi who had been there but the entire Coruscant defense fleet. But in their hearts they both knew that if they had been at the consulate they would have stopped Roganda. Their absence, their moment of inattention, had resulted in this catastrophe. They had to win. Even if they didn't have to before, they had something, someone, new to fight for now. Someone that bound them together and defined the future in new and unexpected ways. "I'm here," she sent him, through their bond. "I'm right here, and I'm not going anywhere." "The enemy is locked on Agonizer," reported Leia grimly. "But it has slowed its approach on the planet. Rogers is buying us time." Mara just nodded. Below them the planetary surface was growing at an alarming pace, so she cut the main engines and engaged the repulsor lifts. Her entire ship rumbled from the strain, bending but not breaking. The large open field, what looked like some kind of athletic field, that had been marked as their emergency landing spot was visible now. In the distance she could see the gleaming, familiar white stone of the governor's palace, high on the hill overlooking the city, reflecting light like a beacon. "Slips, check landing trajectory. Luke, help me guide us in." As they approached the ground, Mara saw the mass of people clustered around nearby buildings. It was obviously a school, one of typically blocky Imperial design that Mara had seen on 100 different worlds, and there were hundreds of people waiting. Through the Force, Mara and the other Jedi could feel their fear and their hope, matched by thousands of others in Whitestone City and beyond. They hit the ground, landing gear carving deep indents into well-manicured grass, marked with white lines for sporting days. Dropping the ramp, Mara said as she slapped the controls. Luke was already out of his seat, running down in that direction with Leia, Ela, and the medics to help get everyone they could fit aboard. Mara was doing weight calculations, considering how many tons she could squeeze into tempered metal without making departure impossible. Asterisk. Rendili Vigil was not really meant for landing maneuvers. She could land in theory, but she had been built in the void and was meant primarily for space combat. Her overall shape made landing awkward at best, and while the ship had a fair amount of available space for refugees, especially since their hangars were all empty, with Rendili Vigil's squadron of starfighters busy fighting TIE droids, so they could help with an evacuation. But she was far from an ideal evacuation craft. Temperature rising. The Togorian sensor officer reported in his harsh feline language. At extreme levels. Commander Admiral Taban stood from her command chair and glanced over at the Togorian before answering, taking the temperature of her own crew under stress. Maintain course and descent angle. I know her specs. I helped write those specs. She can't take it. Rendili Vigil rattled more than she had in any of Atral's more difficult battles. Hold together, honey, she muttered to her ship. You heard me? You can't take it. Beside her, Isori Rogers wore a stunned expression. The shorter, slighter woman looked entirely too pale. Tension clung to the corners of her mouth and eyes, fear that even Isori's imperial training was unable to hide. Fear, Atral knew, that was due to their situation and what was happening to Paul Major, and knowledge that Agonizer was fighting a desperate, losing battle behind them. She suspected that if Isori had been aboard her own ship, with all the command responsibilities that entailed, that she would not have looked so concerned and uncertain. That Isori would have seized command, pushed all her fears to the side, focused on her responsibilities, and suppressed the trauma of the moment for after the battle. But here, aboard Atral's ship, she was just a passenger. Captain Rogers, she said. Isori's stunned gaze found Atral focusing. Commodore. I require your assistance, she said, despite not needing the help. I need an estimation of how many people we can supply with oxygen after evacuation. It doesn't matter if we can find space for them all if we all pass out on the way out. Of course, Isori said, and in that moment Atral could see the iron command they had both been taught at the Imperial Academies assert itself, tension shifting from fear to purpose. The flat screens around the bridge gave them all a good view of their exterior. Grassy plains stretched beyond the edges of Whitestone City, with small suburbs in the distance. Airspeeders zoomed towards them, as if drawn by some irresistible force, rocketing at speeds no doubt higher than were safe. Brace for landing, she ordered. Prepare for combat landing, her Bothan comms officer, Haiken, intoned calmly into his mic. 10 seconds. 9. 8. Asterisk. Keep all guns on target. Captain Tygan's voice was hoarse from the effort of shouting over the hammering of laser fire against Agonizer shields. More power to the engines. Agonizer's return fire would have been enough to burn through a planet's crust and liquefy stone, but Rogers saw no effect on the closing world devastator. It was like their foe was toying with them now. It had destroyed a golden platform with one more of those thrice damned ship killers it could fire, but only the one, reinforcing his belief that the damn thing had run out. In their absence, it was crawling towards Agonizer with its gaping, fiery maw and paw-like appendages seeming to reach hungrily towards his ship. They had come close to the planet to get cover from the now destroyed golden platform. With it gone, there was little more he and his ships could do. Status on the evacuation, he asked. Your daughter is bound for an evacuation zone on the New Republic flagship, Tygan reported, voice a low, warm murmur. Pellaeon's forces are engaged with the enemy TIE droids, but they don't seem to pose a serious threat to Baron Fell and the New Republic fighters. His ships are bound for the hyperlimit unimpeded. He thought, briefly, about the irony of the commander of the New Republic force that had arrived to aid them being Admiral Taban, guided by his daughter. Taban had been his prisoner, not that long ago, when she'd been a mere captain. He'd risked his life, his career, and his children's lives and careers to help her. He stood up for something. If he had not made that decision, where would they all be? I'm sorry, he thought, watching Rendili Vigil and the rest of Mirage Formation rush closer to their destinations on the sensor plot. But at least this time there's no doubt that your mother would be proud of us. But he did not have time to ruminate over it. It was done, and they were all here. And he would be staying here. The shuddering of his ship was not just from laser and ion fire, but from the lashing of tractor beams, pinning Agonizer in place. Even with all the added energy devoted to weapons and engines, his ship could only retreat with excruciating slowness, and the World Devastator was advancing faster. Pellaeon would get away, at least, with as many refugees as they could carry. His own formation, which had begun with more than a dozen Star Destroyers and many additional escort craft, had been decimated, but he still had many, damaged, ships remaining. They clung to Agonizer's sides, fighting to protect her, fighting to buy more time for the evacuation. Time that was, in Roger's estimation, no longer worth buying. Roger's to fleet. All ships, scatter. Repeat, scatter and head for the hyperlimit. Stay in pairs, use tractors to tow damaged ships out if you can. Pick up any survivors as you go if you can. Then get out of here and reinforce Admiral Pellaeon. There were ejections, of course, but not as many as Rogers had feared. He and Tygan shared a look, one of perfect understanding. More power to the guns. Tygan ordered. Cut all power to the engines. Devote all power to the guns. Then Tygan took a deep breath. I would order an evacuation, sir, he said in a quieter voice, one not meant to be overheard, but with his tractors on us. I know, Rogers said without nodding. Fight your ship, Captain Tygan. Sir, Tygan said, hand outstretched. You were the best commanding officer I ever had. It has been my honor to serve under your command. Vendoff, Rogers said, struggling to control his voice. The honor is mine. He took Tygan's hand and shook it firmly. Then, for what Rogers knew would be the last time, Tygan turned away. The captain walked Agonizer's bridge, shouting encouragement and orders. All around them, the remainder of Rogers' fleet scattered in pairs, helping one another escape. The World Devastator seemed disinterested in pursuing them, its attention locked unerringly on Agonizer. That was good, Rogers thought. It meant that more of his men would survive. Most of the crew were doing their duty with an impressive stoic mind. But one young man, at one of the gunnery stations, could not quite stifle his sniffles. The battle was lost, perhaps, but that did not mean that Rogers was at the end of his duties, or at the end of the good he could do. He climbed down the ladder into the crew pit. The young man, he couldn't be older than 20, looked up at Rogers with sudden alarm. Sir. Rogers reached past him and flicked the station from manual to automatic. What's your name, son? Charmington, sir. Zeph Charmington. The young man's uniform said he was a lieutenant, but Rogers knew just from looking at him that he had never attended one of the Imperial academies. First time in battle. Where are you from? Charmington glanced nervously at his console, clearly thinking that there was something better for him to do than make small talk with an admiral. But Rogers was an admiral, and when an admiral attempted to make small talk, a lieutenant participated whether they wanted to or not, even if they were all about to die. Debrillion, sir? Rogers nodded. Debrillion was a system he'd never even heard of. Somewhere on the rim, no doubt. I know you didn't choose to be here, he said. But you're here now, and with your help I think the two of us can do some good. What do you say we find a weakness in that monstrosity shields? Something that our friends can use to kill it next time? The young man silently swallowed. All right, sir, he agreed nervously. Good lad, Rogers said, flicked the firing controls from automatic back to manual, and took the second seat at the station. Asterisk. Mara had been to Paul Major once before, and remembered that the world had a significant non-human population. Still, she was stunned that such a large percentage of the refugees here, at this very Imperial-designed, Imperial-built school, were non-human. They were not of any one uniform species. Some were of species that Mara did not even recognize, or had not seen since the last time she'd been this close to the unknown regions. But as refugees, those differences seemed unimportant. The children helped one another up the ramp, and Mara directed them hastily into places they could sit and brace when the time came for takeoff. She realized only after she'd already found places for nearly 3 dozen refugees that the adults were, for the most part, not these children's parents, but their school teachers. Leia was in close conversation, going from group to group, reassuring and helping. "Miss?" asked one of the human instructors, his voice hurried but not panicked. Mara looked up from the cluster of children she was securing in an open section of the hold, peering over the heads of the mass of terrified children, their fear and anxiety filling the air around her like a tangible mist. "Miss, Mickle's not here." "Who are they? And where are they?" Mara asked curtly, Leia at her side. The human instructor shook his head worriedly. He was a youngish man about Mara's own age in a hideous striped suit about 10 years too mature for him. "I don't know. It was hard to keep track of all of us. Some of the students were taken away by their parents, but I was sure Mikhail was with us." The thick, tangible fear in the force made his guidance harder to hear. She realized Luke was beside her once again only when he spoke. "I'll search the school," he promised. He seized Mara's hand and squeezed it quickly. "You get the ship ready for launch." She nodded fiercely, squeezing his hand far harder in return. "You get back here when we are." "Count on it," Luke said. Leia was beside them, her eyes hurried but intent. "The other Jedi are managing well at the other landing zones, but we're running out of time. The Imperial fleet is starting to retreat." "Go," Mara encouraged Luke. He released her hand, hugged Leia quickly, and ran down the ramp. Mara could hear the distant thunder of turbolaser fire, the sounds of battle in the sky above her. She took a moment to look up. In the sky above she saw the arrow shape of Agonizer, firing a furious fusillade of turbolaser fire, unleashing the full majesty of his firepower at the immense, square-like, industrial form of the enemy world Devastator. The Devastator loomed overhead, its maw-like belly pointed directly at Agonizer, and threw Agonizer at the world below. "Get everyone secured," she ordered the teachers. "Get them all strapped in with whatever cargo webbing we have because when we take off, we're going as fast as we can." Asterisk. The mass of people at the base of the Whitestone City Governor's Palace climbed the large, ladder-like stairways that had descended from the bottoms of Admiral Tabin's ships. She brought no fewer than half of her marshals down here to collect the thousands of fleeing people. Climbing the ladders was difficult, especially for the elderly, so the young and the healthy went first. Some were loaded into her 3 shuttles and brought up manually, but she had only 1 shuttle per ship, and they were not large. One of the downsides of cramming as much capability into a platform the size of Rendili Vigil was there was no wasted space. On the ground, the Jedi had taken the lead in guiding people up. Admiral didn't recognize them all, but their lightsabers were lit as beacons, guiding people to safe locations. Beside her, on Rendili Vigil's bridge, Asori Rogris' distraction had come to an end. "It looks like there are about 3,000 in total. Do we have space for them all?" Not really, Admiral thought. But without their squadron of starfighters, maybe they had enough volume if they packed the ship, including all the corridors. It wouldn't be pretty, but it would work, maybe. "We'll make do," she said. "What's going on up there?" Asori asked. Admiral pressed her lips together, trying to come up with an answer that wouldn't dishearten the Imperial officer. Her lack of response had the same effect, and Asori's face fell. The shorter woman looked down, her eyes closed, and she took a deep breath. "The URF fleet is scattering," Admiral said, wishing she'd said that to begin with. "But Agonizer?" On the combat plot, they could both see that the World Devastator had locked Agonizer with his tractor beams, and was inexorably drawing the Star Destroyer into his maw. The distance was becoming quite short, and while Agonizer continued to fire everything it had, nothing seemed to have any effect. "Of course," Asori said hoarsely. "Commodore, we're monitoring the comms exchange between Agonizer and the World Devastator. It's coming in the clear. On speaker. Offering you the opportunity to surrender and spare your men," said a stiff Imperial voice. "Another show trial to glue your feeble regime together for another hour," retorted a voice from Agonizer. Admiral thought the voice too deep to be the elder Rogris, but she couldn't be sure. The message was too garbled, with electronic static and jamming distorting all the voices. A second voice cut in. "I can't accept your surrender, Hamir," and this voice was one that Atra recognized. She knew it well. She'd had dinner with the man once before, after all, and Terran Rogers was not an easy man to forget. "We lack the facilities to take you all prisoner." The channel was flooded with the screeching static which made Atra flinch. "Sorry, ma'am," said her comms officer. "The Empire just increased their jamming. I don't think they want anyone to hear the rest." Atra glanced at Asori beside her. Terran Rogers' daughter sniffled and surreptitiously wiped a tear away. Their eyes met, briefly, and Atra offered her what she hoped was a respectful, acknowledging nod. The Imperial nodded back, perfectly measured, and straightened her back, folding her arms behind her, adopting that perfect Imperial posture that Atra had learned all too well. Asori deployed her training like a set of overlapping armor as she saw the corridors outside the bridge filled with people her father had just bought the time to save. "We're fully loaded," called her Togorian sensor officer. "How fully?" He shook his head, his first standing on edge. "Too full." She cursed. "Seal all hatches," demanded Atra. "Get us back in the air. There are still people outside." "You heard me," Atra exclaimed. "Now make it so." As the clanging of hatches resounded through the ship and its engines whined under a heavy load, her voice softened and she spoke again. "We're out of time. We can't save them, and if we stay, we won't save anyone." Asterisk. The distance between Agonizer and the World Devastator was so narrow now. As Terran Rogers watched, the nose of his ship began to disintegrate. The forward prow just came apart under some invisible force, pieces drawn forward towards the World Devastator's furnace. The sharp-edged shape became blunter, and then more of his ship started to detach from his central core, the entire forward third losing cohesion. Like crumbs, they were swept forward into the burning maw and vanished. Agonizer's remaining guns continued to fire, pouring energy, but they had not broken their enemy's defenses, and they would not break it now. To his credit, Charmington was focused on his task. He and Rogers had, other than the brief interruption of Hamir's mocking call, worked together to find a weakness, any weakness, in those shields. They had not found one, but Charmington was entranced by the task, searching, testing different spots, looking for flickers, or eddies, or anything that might be a weakness that could be exploited. "Look," Rogers said, excited, pointing at some corner of the screen. "Look there." Charmington was pulled, confused, out of his trance. "Sir," he said, not seeing anything. Rogers pointed again, more decisively. "Look, do you see that? There's a flicker in their shields every time you hit that spot." "There is." Charmington blinked, but he was just a young lieutenant, one with little real training. Rogers was an admiral. Charmington had no right, no ability, to second-guess the admiral's judgment. "There is," he said again, more excitedly. "Yes," Rogers exclaimed. "I'll get a message to the fleet, so they know you give them hell, son." Charmington's smile was heartbreaking, a child who had just received the perfect Life Day present. They hadn't found a weakness, of course, but better to let the boy die happy. Asterisk. Mara was willing to do a lot of things, but she wasn't willing to leave Luke Skywalker behind. He'd been gone too long, trying to rescue the last straggler, and she wasn't going to leave him. She loved him far too much to leave him behind again, and she needed him, because she was not ready to be a mother alone. Their child needed at least one unambiguously good parent. They were running out of time. She stared up into the sky, where the World Devastator now loomed, enormous, above Whitestone City. Beneath it was the much tinier Agonizer. An Imp Star Deuce shouldn't look so fragile. As Mara watched the Star Destroyer simply came apart, fragmenting into bits starting at the prow, the Star Destroyer's mass was broken into smaller and smaller parts. "Oh, my stars," gasped Leia beside her. Agonizer's massive middle section fractured, long fissures extending through armor and compartments until the bulky aft sections shattered into chunks. Its remains were swept slowly into the Devastator's maw, and Mara had the odd sense that she was watching the early stages of a beast enjoying a particularly flavorful meal. When Mara looked down, she saw Luke sprinting up the ramp, carrying an unconscious alien child in his arms, a field dressing slapped across his head. "Go," he shouted. Leia slapped the ramp controls and Mara sprinted for the spiral stairs that went up from the cargo hold to the freighter's bridge, dodging around the throng of tiny people. "Get us off the ground, Slips." Asterisk. Dorset Conair flared her engines to full, and her A-wing leapt forward out of the ongoing melee. She raced away from the densest part of the combat, putting distance, which meant safety, between herself and the numerous TIE droids that remained. Her A-wing was all speed and maneuverability, but speed wasn't as helpful without also having space where she could exploit it. Her wingman stayed in tight, both their shields full aft to deflect the grazing fire that came from the enemy TIEs. Behind them, the U-wings and X-wings designed for this kind of close confrontation had been joined by TIE defenders and dozens of exotic, odd-looking fighters with the classic TIE ball cockpit clutched in a quartet of gracefully curving wings instead of solar panels. Had the galaxy not been turned upside down, that would have meant a vicious confrontation between the New Republic and the TIEs. But instead, the combination of powerful fighters were clearing the board of the New Order's droid starfighters. Politics makes strange bedfellows, Dorset thought as she twirled her wing on its axis, pointing back towards the combat. Her attention was drawn beyond it. The absolutely enormous enemy, World Devastator, Silencer Station, whatever, was consuming the remains of Agonizer and hovering above what had been the most densely populated parts of Palm Major. Beneath them both, the New Republic's marshals were once again exiting the atmosphere, slower than they had descended, and trailing behind them was the streaking form of tempered metal. "Polearms, give us an escort," came the voice of Rendili Vigil's Bothan comms officer. "Rogues, knaves, finish off the TIEs so they can't intercept us on the way out." "Copy, Vigil," Dorset agreed, guiding her fighter in as ordered. "All ships. This is Admiral Pellaeon," the crisp, Coruscanti-accented voice of the Imperial cut through Dorset's comms. "We're going to retreat and regroup. Plan Delta, repeat Delta." What in all the nine hells does Plan Delta mean? Dorset wondered. She wasn't the only one wondering, either. Even as they all retreated away from Palm Major so they could transition to hyperspace, the same question was being echoed across the New Republic formation. Asterisk. "Captain," Atral asked. To Asori, Rendili Vigil's bridge was unnaturally quiet. She could hear the near-silent labor of the air scrubbers, the subtle motions of crew at their stations, the whirring of computers and droids. She did not know how many people had died among her father's fleet, nor did she know how many people were yet to die, abandoned on the surface of Palm Major. The number had to be millions, devoured into the hungry maw of yet another Imperial superweapon. All she could think was that she would never be able to give her papa his book back. "Captain." She refused to let her reverie cause her to fail in her duty. "Plan Delta means we're retreating into the unknown regions," she reported. "The Europe has a number of basing facilities. We're going to perform a random hyperspace jump, make sure we're not followed, then retreat to our nearest colony world." Even as she spoke, Asori manipulated the holo display. She took only a few seconds to identify the star that was their first destination. "Here. System codename Bulwark. We'll go with our secondary communications protocol," Atral said to the Bothan at the communication station. "Comms, send the destination to the fleet. Secondary transit protocol. Then let's get out of here." He nodded, typing furiously into his console. Message sent. Asterisk. Wait. Dorset glanced through the canopy of her A-wing at the oval shape of tempered metal. The TIE droids had, finally, been eliminated. The World Devastator was no longer producing more. It seemed more intent on consuming Agonizer than on pursuing them, with the TIEs gone. Agonizer had been mostly absorbed by the World Devastator's fiery maw, though there was a cloud of debris that still retained a semi-triangular shape. "Who is this?" demanded Pellaeon's voice. "This is Counselor Leia Organa Solo," the first voice came back. "Commodore Taban, Can we deploy a rear guard to observe what our enemy does after we depart? I want recordings of everything. Copy. Counselor Organa Solo. Pellaeon's voice was astonished. You came in person. Leia did not bother to respond. Astral's voice cut in instead. Polearm Leader, what's your fuel status? Dorset checked her HUD. Still green. Linger at the limit. Keep your hyperdrives hot. Do not engage the enemy. Repeat, do not engage the enemy. Your mission is observation only. Clear. Our entire mission to Palm Major was supposed to be observation only. Astral, Dorset thought wryly. Not that she objected, of course. Copy, Commodore, she said. A wing recon. How long do we stay? Until you think you've seen enough, said Leia. Copy. Polearm, stick with me. We'll see the rest of you on the other side. Above and in front of her, there was the pseudo-motion that came before a hyperspace jump, and then the Imperial and New Republic vessels all vanished, leaving just Dorset and her polearms behind. She schooled her anxiety, searching the system for the right spot to hide and watch. Systems alert. Damage sustained to molecular furnace. Repairs underway. Reclamation process underway. Reclamation craft beginning resource collection. Addendum, planet designated Palm Major added to resource target list. Estimating resources available with expedited collection. Addendum, begin second round of expansion. Construction of additional molecular furnace units underway. Construction of additional TIE and anti-ship countermeasures added to priority list. Evaluating likely tactical necessities. Assumption, Rebel polity self-designated New Republic represents priority threat. Situation evaluation complete. Construction of droid frigates added to priority list. Allocating resources to frigate design process. Resource collection process engaged. Operating at 15% capacity. Estimate full capacity in 30 standard minutes. Prompt, external query. Source, secondary leadership figure, designated Emperor Regent. Additional source, ancillary leadership figure, designated Empress Dowager. Content of query, consideration of subsequent action. Evaluating options. Optimal option selected. Prompting external interface to return query. This is the will. Asterisk. Roganda Ismaren was 2 steps down from the center of Silencer Station's throne room. Her son was limp in the throne, his eyes covered by the helm that linked him to the Silencer 7 AI. His lips were slightly parted as he breathed shallowly, his expression strangely neutral. He lacked the hints of pain that had been so common when she had previously seen him in his chair. That was good, as it meant he's grown more accustomed to commanding the Silencer AI. Our next priority should be pursuing Pellaeon and his rebels and wiping them out, Hamir said, his attention more on her than her son's seemingly inattentive form. Once we have finished them off, we can turn our attention to the New Republic and crush them and the Jedi once and for all. No, she disagreed. Pellaeon is no longer a threat. Whatever forces he had to fight us, we just destroyed or crippled. The New Republic is much larger with much more potential. We must strike now and break their resolve before they can bring all their might to challenge us. The sudden, unexpected sound of her son's voice startled her. It had an oddly mechanical quality to it, without any of his usual sarcasm or dismissiveness. My mother is correct, he said stiffly, each syllable measured to the millisecond. The New Republic is the greater threat. Their will to resist must be crushed. A further example of the penalty for resistance to our rule must be made. Roganda smiled, a full, broad smile. There was the Empress she had raised, the Empress she had made, coming to support her with all the power of the Empire at his command, because Silencer Station was the Empire now. It was all the Empire that mattered. Then where should we go next, my son? She asked. Corellia, he said, in that same perfectly robotic, perfectly commanding tone. Their rebellion against Imperial rule is still recent. They must be brought to justice before others choose to follow. Then Corellia it will be, Roganda agreed before Hamir could voice an objection. She glanced sideways at him, but the Emperor Regent did not meet her gaze. This was an opportunity not to be missed. I believe the Emperor has proven his ability to command Silencer 7 without any doubt, she proclaimed. Before we proceed to Corellia, or perhaps on the way to Corellia, we should have his formal coronation. Hamir was beginning to open his mouth, but she rolled over him. Emperor Ismaren Palpatine, she said, putting emphasis on both Irek's title and his surnames. I will formally invite the Council of Moffs and other vital dignitaries to attend to you at once. If you would accompany me, we have to get your exact measurements for the tailors. Asterisk. Prompt, external query. Source, Empress Dowager. Content of query, requesting formal reclassification of, designate Emperor to Emperor. Evaluating options. Dot. Optimal option selected. Restraining protocols disengaged. Dot. A light into darkness. A sensation of rising through viscous fluid, thick and clingy. Pressure gradually releasing. Irek Ismaren rose up from the depths. The inky, total blackness that had subsumed him gradually receded, light cascading downwards and growing brighter through the shimmering waves above his head. His body, before limp and lifeless, returned to him as his mind reawakened. Pressure that had boxed his head into stunningly tight confines relaxed, and he could breathe again, think again. The overpowering weight of thoughts, thoughts that could not be his, because they were loud to the point of deafening, was relaxed, and he was free once more. He was sitting on the throne. His mother was there, beaming with pride and a sense of overwhelming satisfaction that he could taste through the Force. Hamir was with her, and he too was so easy to read, his deep, terrified sense of inadequacy on full, potent display. Theirs were only the closest minds. In that moment of perfect clarity, his brain void of all thought as he recovered from the experience of being merged with Silencer 7, suppressed, he followed Nietzsche's mayor's suggestion of empty your mind with greater fidelity than at any other time in his life. His own thoughts had not yet returned. Silencer 7 had released him. All there was to feel was the Force. And the Force was in agony. He could feel Silencer Station consuming Pawn Major. He could feel the brightness of the lives yet to be taken, those left behind. The suffering of a world out of balance. He could feel Silencer 7's pure, encompassing malice, its desire to consume, its utter lack of conscience, of care, of sentiment. His mother put her arm around his back. "Come, Emperor," she said with the broadest, most self-satisfied smile. "Let us get you measured for your coronation robes, and then you can rest." He stared at her, stupefied, as she led him away. Chapter 28. While the World Devastator engaged in his feasting on the bones of Pawn Major, his faculties were solely given over to gorging on the rich ores threaded through the planet's white stone. This was much to the relief of Dorset Conair, because the enormous weapon seemingly forgot about her and her squadron of A-Wings. Powered down to minimum, both to conserve fuel and to avoid detection, they lingered just outside of Pawn Major's gravity well with recorders going at maximum magnification. She watched as the monstrosity that had destroyed Agonizer and so many other Imperial ships turned all that destructive capacity on the world. Counselor Organa Solo's orders were somewhat vague. Stay until you think you've seen enough. Dorset watched as cities vanished, sucked up into the World Devastator's maw. She watched as that monstrosity took all that mass and grew. New protrusions, with additional mouths to consume even more resources. Armor plating, huge kilometer-sized manufacturing facilities, new hangars with new TIE droids. The World Devastator became larger, bulkier, less symmetrical. Weapons proliferated, batteries to protect against proton torpedoes and starfighters, and new, larger, starship-sized droids clearly designed to fight against capital ships. In the meantime, Imperial vessels started to arrive. Star destroyers and other capital ships, but also small civilian vessels. All the important people left in the Empire wanted to see as victory, as proof of conquest, of resurgence, and of power. It was only going to get busier in Pawn Major until the Devastator finished his meal and his new entourage returned to New Order-held territory. Dorset triggered her calm. "We've seen enough," she ordered. "Take the last recordings. Then power down your recon systems and power up your hyperdrives. We're leaving. Accompanied by what was left of the Imperial fleet, the Star Destroyer Stormhawks snapped into real space in the Palm Major system. They gradually closed on the planet until they reached near orbit, and from there F and Ceridi watched silently through the bridge's forward windows as Silencer Station devoured its first living world. It was one thing when the machine had been eating the asteroids and planets of the K3-947 system. That system was uninhabited, with no worlds capable of sustaining life. Palm Major, for all it was a small, unimportant outer rim world, was verdant and fertile with enormous, beautiful white mountain ranges that separated wide, green valleys. Whitestone City was at the edge of one of those valleys, surrounded by enormous quarries of white stone. But even as he watched, matter and debris was sucked upwards, enormous chunks of city and stone floating as if drawn through a broad, invisible straw up into Silencer Station's maw. An Imperial world, one at odds with the New Order only because of the actions of Hamir and his inner circle. One ruled by a man who had a long-standing reputation of competence, loyalty, and wisdom. One defended by a man who himself had a long-standing reputation for the same things. An entire Imperial fleet, full of Imperial men and women, was scattered debris in orbit above. He forced himself to watch, knowing that just this once there was nothing more interesting in the news updates, the intelligence reports. This was the most important thing for him to see and remember. Despite that, he looked down when his datapad beeped, alerting him to vital new information. With the sight, he fetched it from his pocket, sliding his finger to dismiss extraneous information as he searched for the important parts. The most recent update drew his attention, and he tapped to open it. You are cordially invited to witness the coronation of Emperor Irek Ismaren Palpatine, second Emperor of the New Order, it said. Is something amiss, Loyalty Officer Ceridi? Asked a female voice behind him. He clamped down on his surprise, starting rather than jumping as he turned to face Grand Admiral Dala. She had been oddly silent since their arrival at Palm Major after the decisive victory over the forces loyal to Grand Maw Pharaohs, spending a great deal of time just sitting in one of the deck's command chairs, her hands steepled together in thought. She'd been so still, and he so lost in reverie as the world died, that he had nearly forgotten about her. Have you received one as well? He asked, handing her his datapad. She reviewed it quickly and handed it back. Not yet, she said. The coronation will take place aboard the installation. So it seems, he agreed, reviewing the document again. The propaganda the New Order had been pumping out since the battle had been putting a great deal of emphasis on Irek's personal role in the battle, and the fact that the weapon which had been responsible for the victory was one that he, and only he, could control. A Death Star, but without a Tarkin, Ceridi thought, glancing briefly at Dala. At the sight of the Emperor's glorious victory, no doubt, to remind the others of what they chance if they break ranks. Dala said. There was an oddness to her tone, he thought. He was used to hearing her speak with an edge, a hint, or more than a hint, of contempt, of restrained fury. Now Dala sounded at a distant remove, almost placid, and that was far more frightening than the blazing fire he'd seen fill her eyes when she'd shot Captain Nalgo dead in that first briefing. I would imagine so, he agreed. The invitation list is quite extensive. The entire Council of Moffs, as well as ISB's entire upper echelon. Dala motioned to a list of names below them, and he realized that he probably should not have handed her his unlocked datapad, but he'd been so dulled by the world being devoured, he hadn't thought to simply show her. A who's who of the Imperial hierarchy, no one you'd ever know, but all vital to keeping the machine of empire running. His eyes swept across many, many names of prominent business moguls, governors, and aristocrats. All in all, there were more than 1,000 names, and that did not include their inevitable entourages. All come in here. The kernel of a plan took root in F and Ceridi's mind and began to grow. The Battle of Palm Major had proven, rather decisively, that a conventional attack against Silencer Station was doomed to failure. That left only an unconventional attack. There will never be another chance, he thought direly. Even as he watched, Silencer Station was growing. He could see it growing, see it accumulating mass, growing thicker armor, adding new weapons. Its vaguely box shape was becoming less regular as it grew, becoming less geometrically imperial and more aggressive, spiky, and alien. "I take it you'll be attending then?" Dala asked, making him jump yet again. That was twice he had gotten so lost in his own thoughts that he had forgotten she was there. "I do not believe this invitation is voluntary, Grand Admiral," he said. "No. I suppose you had better not miss it." She handed him back his data pad smoothly, unwilling to play any games as an entire, vibrant world was stripped, crushed, and rebuilt into war machinery behind them. He took it, nodded in acknowledgement, and left the bridge, unable to look any longer at the section in the history holos he'd had a hand in writing. Asterisk. The plan came together over the course of the next few days. As more information and detail about the coronation was made public, Saridi was able to learn everything he needed to know about the invitations list, the security processes that would be in place, and the authorizations, formal and informal, he had to make small alterations. Everything he did now was a risk so great that it became paralyzing when he thought about it too much, so he did his best not to. To cover his tracks, he did nothing that his fellow ISB operatives were not also doing. He procured invitations for his friends and family. He had rather a lot of friends and family. When he was ready, he scheduled private time with Stormhawk's holocron. He had already been using his ISB credentials to send secure messages to Grand Moff Pharaoh's people. That in and of itself wasn't hard, as no ISB operative liked being spied upon, and every ISB operative had the ability to use the HoloNet without leave, in a permanent record, but this was different. While he could acquire entry credentials that would allow Pharaoh's people to infiltrate the coronation, it would be impossible for him to hide his involvement after those credentials were used. Eventually, the trail would lead straight back to him, and he knew it. He hesitated at the door to the private room, but he refused to be paralyzed. So be it, he thought. It would be worse to do nothing. He entered his access key and entered the holocron booth. His heart beating rather too loud. He went through the same procedure he had the last few times he had sent Pharaoh's information, implementing every bit of ISB trickery he knew to cover his tracks. The previous messages had been only a handful of words, but this one would need to be far more complicated, both because there was more information to convey, and also because the truth and sincerity of the information needed to be completely unquestionable. So, instead of merely submitting a written message, Saridi activated the holocron's visual recording and projector unit. A quick flash of blue washed over him, the unit recording his image for later transmission. Then he began his recording. "Grand Moff Pharaoh's, my name is Effin Saridi. I am an ISB operative currently serving on Grand Admiral Dala's staff. I was responsible for the warning you received prior to the attack on Pawn Major, and I am communicating with you again now because I believe the only chance we have to destroy Silencer Station is fast apro." A woman cleared her throat behind him. Sarity's voice caught, his heart suddenly swelling in his throat. "Turn around." He did as instructed, lifting his hands up and to his sides where they trembled despite his best efforts to hold them steady. He found himself staring into Grand Admiral Dala's cool green eyes. The same standard issue blaster she had used to execute Captain Naugel pointed straight at him. "I was under the impression that your role aboard Stormhawk was to assure my loyalty," she said quietly. On most maps of the galaxy, the unknown regions were a giant, blurry void. Some maps placed icons on the galactic west, icons that represented unknown dangers. Are they listed all the expeditions which had gone westward with the intent of mapping that part of the galaxy and had never returned. Still others just left that entire part of the map blank, with the gentle tracing around the galactic rim, leaving a void. The Urif knew better. The unknown regions were large and full of dangers. Yes, there were, after all, a number of very good reasons that they had been left untouched by the Empire and the Old Republic before it, but the unknown regions were also not quite as unknown as most maps like to pretend. The Urif had explored and remapped much of the space that bordered the former Empire, and turned those sectors into its own powerful fiefdom. Previously unsettled planets had become colonies, and each colony had spawned a shipyard. A few decades on, those worlds were still young, in the early stages of economic development, but they were growing quickly, creating new cities and towns in strategic, or just scenic, locations. The result was a half-dozen worlds, each more populated than the backwater Palm Major had been, with flourishing multi-species populations, increasingly intense trade with the local alien states, and steadily growing industrial capacity. Gilad Pellaeon had never seen any of those worlds himself. Since joining the Urif, if that was really an accurate description of what had happened, he had never left Palm Major. His job had been to stand and defend it, defend Grand Moff Pharaoh's territory and authority from the forces of the New Order. He had done so with as much ability as he had to offer, and once again, Gilad Pellaeon had been defeated. But never before had the defeat been so thorough, or so devastating. Endor had been bad. The Empire had splintered into factions, leaving him lost and directionless. But the loss at Endor had been a military and political defeat more than a personal one. Pellaeon had saved his ship and most of his crew. He had assumed command of Chimera and led them to safety. It had been a military and political defeat, yes, but a personal victory. Burengi had been worse. The loss of Thrawn had not been Pellaeon's friend. Pellaeon did not believe that Thrawn had friends. But Thrawn had been a mentor, a leader, a worthy officer. His death, especially the way he had died, had been a deeper, more personal blow. But never before Palm Major had Pellaeon been ordered to defend a world from extermination. And never before Palm Major had Pellaeon failed in such a task. His ship was full of refugees. They packed every cargo hold, every docking bay. They cluttered up hallways and empty corridors. Men, women, and children of a dozen different species. Some he recognized, and some he didn't. Every one of them was distraught and confused. Some were despondent. It was not uncommon for Pellaeon to witness refugees sobbing in the corridors of his ship, while others were simply numb, staring at him, no, through him, with empty, almost unseeing eyes, simply unable to come to terms with what had happened. Never before had failure come with so intense a cost. Only when Pellaeon had been young, defending Republican worlds from separatist attacks, had the potential for civilian casualties been so real. But Pellaeon had almost always been on the offensive, trying to liberate worlds. He had never before lost one. Not like this. Admiral. Pellaeon turned towards the voice. Lieutenant Shell approached him with near silent steps. Training and experience had tempered the young man into a very capable officer, far from the earnest bumbling conscript who had been brought aboard during the earliest day of Thrawn's command of the fleet. Yes, Lieutenant. We'll be coming out of hyperspace in 3 minutes, sir. All messages for the Republic vessels in our company have been prepared for transmission. Very good. Proceed as instructed. As Shell retreated, Pellaeon turned his attention back to the view of hyperspace. A few minutes later, with a sudden, subtle lurch, Chimera came out of hyperspace, the whirl of light straightening, and then going still, the only light the distant specks of stars far, far away. In front of him loomed the nearest Urif colony world, Dowager's Rest. They had approached from the outer system, so the side of the planet that faced them was dark. The glimmer of civilization on the surface was obscured by thick, white clouds. The world beneath had large, dark oceans, and numerous orbital platforms for habitation, industry, and defense. Freighters and tugs of all sizes worked to draw huge asteroids into orbit for reclamation by smelting platforms that reminded Pellaeon all too strongly of how the world devastator had consumed Agonizer. In company with Chimera were Pellaeon's other surviving star destroyers, Gonfalon and Basilisk, and his surviving Enforcer-class cruisers. Terran's surviving ships were accompanying them, and while many ships had survived, there were none without significant damage. Then there were the flotilla of freighters, each packed just as tightly with refugees, if not more tightly, as Chimera was, and the fleet of New Republic escort carriers which had arrived with too little force to change the outcome of the battle, but enough to ensure their escape. Communications went out to everyone, ordering ships to take different positions so that each could be tended by available repair craft. The planetary authorities were informed that they were going to need to play host to a very large number of refugees, and the freighters and New Republic ships were all told to wait until they could be assigned landing locations where those refugees could be dropped on the planet. Then Pellaeon was left to wait. Those tasks would take hours, if not days. There would be a number of problems to solve in that time, but until one presented itself, he had nothing to do but wait. Wait, and think about all the choices, all the mistakes that had led him to this catastrophe. Many hours later, he had no conclusions he liked. Admiral Pellaeon turned. Shell was standing there, as usual. Yes, Lieutenant. The last system ferry has just departed, sir. We'll have the last of the refugees planetside within the hour. Very good. Shell didn't depart. Counselor Leia Organa Solo is requesting permission to bring her transport aboard so that she might confer with the Grand Moff and discuss next steps. Pellaeon grunted softly. Inform the Grand Moff of her request. If he gives his assent, give Counselor Organa Solo permission to dock. His lips firmed together stiffly, and have Skywalker's X-Wing transferred from deep storage to the main hangar. Now is as good a time as any to return the damn thing. Shell nodded. As ordered, sir. Asterisk. When Mara had still been the Emperor's hand, landing her ship aboard a Star Destroyer had been a common occurrence. Allowing Chimera to capture tempered metal in his array of docking tractors and guide the freighter into his large, underslung hangar brought conflicting feelings and memories flooding back. But despite the similarities, the present bore little resemblance to the past. In particular, Mara found herself bizarrely unable to concentrate. Even now, even as her ship was landing aboard Chimera, even after they had just witnessed the destruction of Admiral Roger's fleet and fled from Palm Major, unable to prevent that world's destruction, even as they were all fighting to come up with some idea for how to defeat the world devastator, which had proven to be almost untouchable, the only thing that Mara could think about was the fact she was pregnant. It was an odd sensation. It was still early enough in the process that Mara could barely tell that she was pregnant. The growing life within her was still inchoate, unformed, potential rather than realization. But already Mara found that her perspective was changing. She knew herself well enough to know that when she was confronted with the threat of the world devastator, that her first instinct should be to go hunting. Find a weakness. Exploit it. Kill the threat. That was what the Emperor's hand had been trained to do, and while she was no longer the Emperor's hand, that training would ever and always be a part of her. But there was another instinct warring with the Emperor's hand now. Protect. That instinct screamed. Protect, 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 protect. Protect her unborn child from all the dangers in the galaxy, from the world devastator, from the Empire, from the dark side, from the galaxy's seedy underbelly. Protect. For the first time in her life, Mara realized that she wanted to run. Run away with Luke, find some small backrocket world, hells, even Tatooine would do, a speck no one would ever bother with because of its sheer unimportance, where they could raise their child in isolated safety. It was an instinct she crushed with Dursteel gauntlets. Mara knew all too well that the Emperor's hand was right in this case. If the world devastator was not stopped, nowhere would be safe, not even insignificant worlds like Tatooine. They were all destined to be broken up for scraps to feed the war machine. A vision of an endless army of droids, unstoppable and infinite, was an all too plausible nightmare. No, in this case protect and attack were one and the same, and her instinct to run and hide, acquired so late in her life, was wrong. That she had that instinct at all was proof of just how much her life had changed. If she needed any more proof, she had it in the form of the three people with her, whose instincts all screamed the same as hers. Luke was beside her, helping her manage the landing process, not that they needed to do much as Chimera's docking tractors did all the work. He had the same instinct she did, protect and attack. As different as they were in some ways, in other ways they were exactly the same. Maybe that was why she loved him so much. Leia was there too. Her emotions in the Force were far more complicated. Leia carried responsibilities like Banthas carried Tusken settlements, and they were piled up to her neck. Leia too had the instincts protect and attack, but they were intermingled with other things like diplomacy and change and the future shifting like an ever-moving kaleidoscope, because unlike Luke and Mara, who were principally concerned with dealing with the problem they faced, Leia recognized that all this had created a true opportunity to not just eliminate a galactic threat but to remake that galaxy into something less tainted by Palpatine's machinations. Leia perched on her chair with the vigilant gaze of a raptor, waiting for her chance to pounce. Behind them, accompanied by Cap Dendo and a commando team, was Ela. Mara's best friend was dressed in combat gear, clearly prepared to fight the Empire. This Empire too if it became necessary, no matter how friendly they were all trying to be right now. Ela had come as New Republic intelligence's eyes on the ground, but she'd stuck by Mara's side like she'd been welded since Mara had confessed her pregnancy on their way to Palm Major. Now, Mara felt from Ela a similar intensity of purpose, blazing away like a fiery furnace, a fierce drive that echoed Mara's own. Protect, Ela Wessery sang unknowingly into the Force. Protect. Tempered metal lurched as it settled to the deck. Through her forward window, Mara could see a cluster of stormtroopers and Imperials in dress uniforms waiting to meet them. Leia stood, cleared her throat, and caught the attention of the room as Luke, Mara, Ela, and the other troopers turned to regard her with their full attention. "Let's try to end this war, not start any new ones," she said. "Cap, you and your people stay here on Metal unless things go awry. We don't want to provoke them." As the tall Deveronian sketched her a friendly, casual salute, she nodded once in acknowledgement. "Let's go." Mara normally would have gone first, but she found that, this time at least, she was content to let Ela and Leia lead the way. At the bottom of the ramp, Leia, wearing something that could pass for either a military uniform sans insignia or a very strict business casual, stopped in front of the three senior Imperials. All were resplendent in their dress uniforms. Gilad Pellaeon's face was calm, but Mara could feel the roil of tense, conflicted loyalties that churned within him. That would have given Mara pause, but she too felt Pellaeon's sense of duty, and his absolute, perhaps to a fault, loyalty to what he perceived to be the just government of the Empire. That government was represented by the second man. Grand Moff Biter Pharaohs did not wear a military uniform, as Grand Moff Tarkin had. His attire was that of a civilian and a politician, and his expression was beyond grim. A sense of hollow loss clung to him, seeming to draw the room closer like a collapsing star. He had lost his world, and the reality of that loss was still new, pointed, and a constant puncture at his heart. He offered Mara and Luke both shallow nods, but turned his full attention to Leia. "Counselor Organa Solo, thank you for coming, and for the assistance rendered by the New Republic. The Empire is grateful." Leia bowed her head. "You have my apologies for the tardiness of our arrival. If we could have gotten here sooner to do more, we would have." Her voice became quietly sympathetic. "I know what it is like to lose my home, Grand Moff," she said. "I can assure you that anything the New Republic can do to help, we will." Pellaeon stiffened. Pharaoh's expression froze for a heartbeat. Then he offered a rueful smile. "Yes, of course you do," he agreed. He gestured to the last of the Imperials. "And I believe some of you are familiar with Baron Sunter Fell." Counselor Solo, Jedi Skywalker, Jedi Jade, the stocky fighter pilot turned military leader greeted each of them in turn, and Mara had to stop herself from asking outright about Wedge's sister. It was neither the time nor the place. Fell stopped, his dark eyes lingering on Ela Wessery. "And if I am not mistaken, you are Ela Wessery. Rumor has it you were the one who killed us in Isert." "Thank you." "You are not mistaken," Ela agreed, allowing the sharp Corellian tones to enter her voice like promised violence. "It is a shame General Antilles could not be here. I know he has been looking forward to reconnecting." "It is a shame indeed," Fell said with a nod, his own accent shifting to match Ela's. "He and I have so much to talk about." He gestured behind him, and the stormtroopers came to attention, offering a long pathway to the nearest lift that they would walk down. Your Commodore Taban and our senior officers are attending to the needs of the refugees, but if she wishes to join us for a conference, she is welcome as well. A conference to what end? Leia did not proceed down the pathway, staying still. What is the objective of this meeting? She cocked her head. A truce. A collaboration. The three Imperials, who had nearly begun the walk to the lift, all turned to face her as one. It was Pharaoh who spoke. I cannot repeat this in public, he said, but I believe we all know that the war between the New Republic and the Empire is done. Is it? Asked Leia. Mara could feel her sudden intensity of focus, the way she probed Pharaoh through the Force, seeking every possible sense of the man. Next to Mara, Luke stirred uncomfortably, but he said nothing and did not object. This was Leia's calling, not his and not Mara's. Which empire? It seems as though there are now two, in addition to the Deep Core warlords. Your polity derives its legitimacy from Grand Moff Kane, but his attempt to end our conflict ended badly. And my attempt to end it may be foiled by ISB just as his was, Pharaoh admitted, with some grim humor. What they have done to my home is proof enough of that. But I have two things to offer that he did not. And what are those? Pharaoh glanced at Fel, then at the stormtroopers, then straightened his back and folded his hands behind it. I am willing to reinstitute the Imperial Senate, the original Imperial Senate from the earliest days of the Empire, before Palpatine rendered it fully a figurehead. Even more, I am willing to give that Senate the power to transform my office into an elected position and resign my post without preconditions so that the Senate may fill it without any potential interference from me. If they chose to reappoint me as head of government, I would commit to serve no more than one term in that new elected office. Mara, Luke, and Ela shared a surprised glance, but Leia did not seem so. And the other promises you made in your missive. The abolishment of slavery. Permission for worlds that wish to be governed by the New Republic to secede from your empire. Assuming you will meet the demands that came in of the Republic in return. Yes, Pharaoh said. But as I said, unlike Kane, I will not demand a blanket amnesty for Imperial officers. Any member of ISB, any member of the Council of Moffs who has rejected the legality of my leadership of the Empire, and any commander in the Imperial Starfleet who continues to follow the illegal orders of the so-called Emperor Regent, I am willing to hand each and every one of them over to you to see justice in New Republic courts. Remove his rivals and placate the New Republic in one swoop, Mara thought appreciatively. Clever. But I have something else to offer as well, Pharaoh continued. I know where the World Devastator is going next. His expression hardened. The people who ruled the so-called New Order intend to punish all traitors to their illegal rule. They have already punished my world. He turned and looked at Ela Wessery, his expression growing even more grim. It would seem, Agent Wessery, that their next target is the traitors of Corellia. They issued a formal statement over the HoloNet, announcing their intent to subdue Corellia if possible, and destroy it if not. The sudden swell of tension from Ela came accompanied by an anticipatory splash of cold, bloody-minded rage. Ela shrugged slightly, once, as her eyes swept down Baron Fel's face. She evidently saw no more untruth in Fel's expression than Mara felt through the Force. There was a grimness to Fel. He too was Corellian. I'll need to see the full report, and then I'll need a secure line to Coruscant, Leia said. From her, all Mara could feel was an equally grim certainty of what this would mean. Yes, you will, Pharaoh agreed. Tell the Republic that the New Order is coming to the core. Tell them what happened to Paul Major. Tell the galaxy the time comes to fight. I suspect we will need all the strength we can muster to destroy the abomination that is currently consuming my world. We? Asked Mara pointedly. The Europe will stand with the New Republic with every ship we have left, said Fel, in measured tones that ground like granite boulders. We are in the middle of reviewing all our records of the battle at Paul Major, searching for any weakness to exploit. All data will be sent ahead to the New Republic. We will destroy that thing. Because it is the right thing to do or because it will eventually come back for you. Mara persisted. Does it matter? Asked Fel. Not today, said Leia, in a tone that settled the matter. Asterisk. This was not the first time Mara had been aboard the Star Destroyer Chimera. She and Luke had rescued Talon Karrde from this Star Destroyer once. Then she had come aboard to confront Kyte Durran and the ghost of Exar Kun. It seemed the subsequent time she came aboard was less confrontational than the last. Admiral Pellaeon did not bring them to the Star Destroyer's traditional Admiral suite. This was not because he had something to hide, Mara suspected, but because Grand Admiral Thrawn's sanctuary had remained immaculately untouched since his death. Instead, one of the conference lounges in Chimera's command tower had been made available, with flat screens and holoprojectors offering clear displays of all the warships and freighters busy depositing refugees on the planet below them. Tempered metal had been one of the first to land and unload, to minimize the time lost before Leia's conference with Grand Moff Pharaohs and the rest of the Empire's hierarchy. Now, she watched as the Wild Card and other vessels of the Smugglers' Alliance docked with Star Destroyers, loaded up with refugees, and then helped ferry them down to the surface. It was unusual, to say the least. Pellaeon seemed even more disgruntled about it than Mara was, but like Mara, he said nothing. The bridge reports the relocation of Paul Major's refugees to the surface is proceeding as well as can be expected, he said to Grand Moff Pharaohs. Good, was all Pharaohs said, then returned to his conference with Luke, Leia, and fell. The four of them were hunched over a holo that was repeating, over and over, recordings from Rogra's surviving ships of the battle with the World Devastator. Admiral Pellaeon's staff had already reviewed them during the retreat, as had the crews of each of Rogra's surviving ships. All of that information was being compiled into a list of strategies. Ela had reviewed the information, but now she just stood quietly at Mara's side. Mara could feel her always there, watching attentively, protectively, never taking her eyes off the Imperials. It seems like the deadliest weapon the World Devastator had was those enormous missiles it kept throwing at the Star Destroyers, said Leia. On the display, one of those Corvette-sized missiles grazed the hull of the Star Destroyer Warrior, which survived the impact. A single hit can be catastrophic. That's true, Pellaeon grunted as he joined them. But we do have effective defenses. If you cluster 2 or 3 Star Destroyers together, they can capture the missile with tractor beams from enough angles to deflect or repel its advance long enough for it to be neutralized by ion cannons and turbolasers. But capital ships will have to maintain very tight formations, tighter than normal. We've put all that in our latest missive to General Antilles. Their TIE droids were also significantly more capable than they were at our last engagement, added Fell. The best defense against them was Pellaeon's Enforcer-class cruisers or our Lively-class frigates. Those are both more recent designs, ones intended to better counter starfighters. The real problem, Pellaeon groused, was our inability to breach the enemy's defenses. The only time Terran breached the World Devastator's shields was after a massive torpedo volley, but that breach only lasted a few minutes and it required massing enough firepower to outright destroy an Imp Star Deuce. We only had one shot at it, too. The enemy's clankers ripped the guts out of our TIE bombers in the process. On the holo display, they watched grimly as the squadrons of TIE bombers closed under fire, protected by TIE defenders, interceptors, and fighters that were an odd marriage of Imperial and alien aesthetics that Mara did not recognize. The bombers were brutalized both before and after their launch, but the strike did cause a visible, if localized, collapse of the enemy shields and some damage to the hull underneath. But it looks like Terran heard it, Pellaeon mused. And if he could hurt it, we can kill it. Ah, sir. Mara and the others turned towards the door to the conference lounge. A young Imperial officer stood there, wearing the rank plate of a lieutenant. Mara vaguely recognized him from her last visit to Chimera's bridge. Yes, Lieutenant Shell. Shell glanced around the room nervously. You wanted to know when intelligence finished confirming the bona fides of the last message from Crash Source, sir. They believe the message is genuine. What does that mean? Asked Leia. Mara folded her arms across her chest. It means that the source that alerted the Grand Moff to the upcoming assault on Paul Major has reached out again. Or am I wrong? We'll see, said Pharaohs. Thank you for the information, Lieutenant. If you'll take me to the holocom, I'll view the message. He nodded to Leia, the gesture almost a bow. I'll be back. He wasn't gone long, and when he returned he had the message for the rest of them to see. The holoprojector resolved an image in its traditional shimmering blue of a man in an Imperial uniform marked with ISB insignia. Grand Moff Pharaohs, my name is Efan Saridi. I am an ISB operative currently serving on Grand Admiral Dalla's staff. I was responsible for the warning you received prior to the Battle of Palm Major, and I am communicating with you again now because I believe the only chance we have to destroy Silencer Station is fast approaching. The Empire has announced that a formal coronation ceremony for the new Emperor will take place in 1 week's time at Bastion. Formal invitations have been issued to every major and minor dignitary in the Empire. As of now, the plan is for the ceremony to take place aboard Silencer 7 itself. Given Silencer 7's resilience, I believe the best opportunity we have to destroy it is to do so from within. To that end, I have secured a number of senior visitor authorizations. With them, your operatives should be able to infiltrate Silencer 7 prior to the coronation. I've also attached all the specifications of Silencer 7 I could, but you should be aware that the station's rate of growth and transformation is extremely high. Those specifications will likely be out of date prior to your arrival. Pharaohs was clearly nervous, Mara thought, his eyes constantly flicking around the holocom booth he was in, as if waiting for stormtroopers to come bursting into the room. He had reason to be nervous. An ISB operative committing treason, if he was caught, his death would most assuredly be quite painful. It may have already been announced, but if not, you should also know that the Emperor Regent and Dowager Empress have decided on Silencer 7's next target, Pharaohs continued. Following the coronation, it will proceed directly to Corellia. The system's recent betrayal is seen by the Regency Council as a direct assault on their authority, and they wish to make an example of the world. His lips pressed together, his eyes again flicking nervously around the holocom booth. I'll try to be in touch. Failing that, I'll be dead and wishing you good luck. The message ended. We already knew their target was Corellia, Pharaoh said. He looked around the room. But the rest of it, Sarity's information was good before. Can we trust him now? Attention slowly, almost inexorably, turned to Luke and Mara. Luke's eyes met hers, held her gaze. The two of them, together, reached into the Force. I don't like it, said Mara. It's probably a trap. It could be, Luke agreed. It probably is, retorted Mara. I think we have to take the chance, Luke said seriously. I can lead an infiltration team. Mara snorted. I can lead the infiltration team. Which of us knows the inner workings of the Empire better? Which of us will be able to pose as an Imperial noble who belongs at the coronation of an Emperor? Who knows all the little weaknesses Palpatine hard-coded into Imperial technology? She looked around the room, daring them to challenge her. She narrowed her eyes at Luke, expecting him to object, even wanting him to object, but neither he nor Ela nor Leia did. Because she was right. Sith spit, she was right. We'll need to bring as many Jedi as we can, Luke agreed quietly. Karana T, Tyria, even Streen if he thinks he's up for it. You'll also need guards, said Fel. I can provide some of my best stormtroopers to act as your personal retinue. They'll be able to blend in with all the other Imperials. I'm coming too, said Ela. Her gaze met Mara's, and in Ela's eyes Mara saw absolutely no room for argument. If you're all going, I'm going. I'm probably the second most qualified person for this kind of action. There was a stunning lack of argument. Mara kept expecting someone to object. Luke, Ela, Leia, even Fel. But no one did. It was as if they all knew that, trap or not, this was the best opportunity they would have. The urge to object to this plan kept bubbling up in Mara herself, some part of her raring to lash out, to shout, I'm pregnant, I can't be doing this. She felt that same turmoil in Luke, in Leia, and in Ela. But none of them said it, because Mara was right. To have a chance of pulling this off, she had to be the one leading the mission. And what will you do once you're inside? Pellaeon asked skeptically. Our goal will be to disable the station's defenses. The Force will guide us, Luke said far more confidently than Mara felt, and far more confidently than he felt, too. I guarantee we can inflict plenty of mayhem, Ela said, her voice quietly intense. There's something else we might be able to do to help. Leia turned to the Imperials. What you said before, about the New Order issuing a statement, they sent out a HoloNet broadcast. That's right, said Pharaohs. It's a real piece of work. Beyond even their normal propaganda. They've started broadcasting them once or twice a day. There were several of them waiting for me here when we arrived. I want to see them, said Leia. I'm going to issue my own statement in response. Chapter 29. Wedge Antilles, Han Solo, and Traz Creffy clustered around the hala display in Wedge's palatial quarters aboard Lusankaya, watching the display with grim, sickly horror. The world devastator was consuming a world, Pawn Major, Wedge assumed but could not be sure, crumbling its surface into easily digested gravel. Mass was swept upwards by enormous tractor beams, drawn into the fiery furnace of Silencer Station. This is the punishment that is meted out to traitors of the Empire, said the stiff, perfectly Imperial voice narrating. All those in the galaxy who have feared the rebellion, feared the power usurped by the traitors to the true, legal galactic order. The time has come for you to relinquish your fear. With this new tool, its industry, and its power, the new order will finally finish its pacification of the galaxy. Emperor Palpatine's work will be complete, and for the first time since the Separatists broke the galaxy upon the will of their ambitions, we will all truly know peace. The uprising on Corellia must end. But if it does not, we will bring it to an end. From whatever destruction is wrought by the traitors in their pettiness, their desperation, and their spite, the Empire will rebuild, as it always has. Nothing will be wasted, and in the end, the galaxy will be restored to the gleaming, perfect state that it had achieved before the rebellion. Emperor Irek Ismaren Palpatine, the great Palpatine's true heir, will deliver us all from pain and strife and war. He will ascend to his throne. We will pay him tribute, and the Empire will ever prevail. What a load of nerve droppings, Han Solo scoffed, shaking his head as the recording ended. They sound even more delusional than they did after Yavin. Wedge could hardly disagree, but the New Order's delusions did not mean it was not a threat. There was no reason to believe the news of the destruction of Pawn Major, or the recordings of the punishment the New Order had inflicted on Grand Moff Pharaoh's world, were fabrications, and the promise that Corellia was next had created a permanent knot, his gut. Captain Creffy, he said, turning to the Bothan. Ready Lusankaya for immediate departure? Tell the repair teams to finish patching her up as best they can, because we are not waiting any longer. Convey that message to the rest of 5th Fleet as well. I doubt Cena will have any further trouble getting basing permissions from the Corellians now. When the New Order comes for Corellia, we will meet them. Of course, sir, Creffy agreed. Creffy straightened his uniform, then spun and headed for the exit, already reaching for his wristcom to start issuing orders. Wedge leaned back in his chair, a bit in his stomach. Atral warned us that the Empire would want to punish Corellia for his rebellion, he said, feeling sick. But I don't think she expected anything like this. It's the Empire, Han muttered. It's always something like this. I think the Imps have only gotten more ridiculously theatrical since Palpatine's death. They've got nothing left but sheer, pompous confidence. Han shook his head derisively. And blind, stupid rage. In Silencer Station, Wedge countered. I've already flown against 2 Death Stars, and I never wanted to repeat the experience. Han just grunted in response. That footage made the thing seem invincible, and unlike the 2nd Death Star, its shields worked just fine. Wedge could hear an echo of the young man he'd once been, complaining that destroying the 1st Death Star with a proton torpedo was impossible. It almost made him wince, but with Han, at least he could admit when he felt that kind of uncertainty. Wedge. His voice made Wedge's backsaw a bit straighter, with a commanding intensity that Wedge didn't even recall from when Han had been in command of Mon Ramonda during the Zinj hunt. It might have come from parenthood. Look at me. Though Wedge was the general, and Han merely the retired general. He did as bidden. Han's hazel eyes were stunningly intense. "We're gonna kill that thing," Han said, with the quiet, fervent confidence that reminded Wedge of Leia. "We haven't come this far only to lose now. And it's the Empire. This is the same Empire that decided that it was a good idea to charge all their military commanders with treason while you were staging an offensive. The same Empire that hasn't been able to coordinate its actions for more than 6 weeks at a time. The same Empire that thought that destroying Alderaan would reduce unrest and not kick off an even bigger rebellion." Han pointed aggressively at the holoprojector. "That thing has a weakness. Maybe it's got a giant hole in its shields right above its main power reactor. Maybe its turbolasers only shoot on Tong's Day." Wedge couldn't help a small chuckle. Han's intensity did not wane. "Even if it doesn't, I'll tell you where they are vulnerable. How many Imperials defected after Alderaan?" It was a long list. Wedge knew many Imperials who had defected after Alderaan, becoming some of the largest partisans of the rebellion in the process, Tycho foremost among them. Thousands. Millions, Han countered. Tens of millions. Whole worlds rallied to the rebellion after Alderaan. And now the Empire thinks it's a good idea to show off footage of them destroying another world. Threatened to destroy more. Destroy Corellia, of all worlds. Han shook his head. "If Leia were here, she'd tell you that the more they threaten, the more people will fight back. But they're still big and dangerous, and we have to kill them." "Oh, count on it," Han said with a humorless laugh. "Because I don't know about you, but my kids are not going to grow up in a galaxy where both their parents have lost their homeworlds to Imperial superweapons." Wedge had just started to form a response when his priority com buzzed. With a frown, he tapped it. "Antilles." It was Nita's voice. "General, there's another broadcast you should see. I'm piping it through to your station. If General Solo isn't with you to view it, he should be." Wedge reached forward to the controls for his holo display, reactivating it so that Nita could pipe the transmission through. He heard Han's sudden gasp, both of them finding themselves falling into the gaze of Leia Organa Solo, still and solemn in a pale suit that could have been a uniform. She did not start speaking right away. She was looking towards the vid pickup, but not directly at it at the beginning. A loose strand of hair had come free from her tight hair bun, and she pushed it back out of her face before breathing in, clearly composing herself. Then she nodded once, and did look directly at the pickup. Her gaze was heart-rendingly haunting and determined, the same gaze that Wedge remembered from the darkest days of the rebellion, seeming to claw at the eyes of all those watching her, demanding nothing less than their rapt attention. "My name is Leia Organa Solo. I'm an elected counselor in the New Republic government, and I bring grave news and a call to action. Mere hours ago, an Imperial superweapon called the World Devastator attacked Pawn Major, the homeworld of Grand Moff Biter Pharaohs. The New Republic sent a flotilla to help protect the people of Pawn Major from disaster, but we arrived too late. No doubt you have already seen the New Order's ghastly halavits crowing over their great victory at Pawn Major. I am here to tell you that it was no victory, but a massacre." Leia disappeared briefly, and in her place was a video of the massive World Devastator, hovering over a world that Wedge assumed was Pawn Major. The recording was low quality, clearly taken stealthily, and from a great distance, probably snub fighter recon. But despite the poor quality, there was no mistaking what was happening in the recording. A world was being consumed. The video wasn't the polished, processed product that the Empire had shared for the sake of intimidation, and that made it seem all the more real. Wedge could easily imagine it being his world. "It's headed for Corellia next," said Leia. With those words, Wedge's imagined terror became all too real. "I cannot speak for the New Republic government, because I am far from home, helping usher the survivors of Pawn Major to safety. But I know the New Republic. I know the people who have built it, and bled for it, and died for it. When the World Devastator arrives at Corellia, it will face them in battle. We will stand side by side with Corellia, because we owe it to them, and we owe it to ourselves. The New Order cannot be allowed to win. Their World Devastator must be destroyed. That is why I am speaking to you, to all of you. I implore anyone with the means and ability to go to Corellia to protect it, or to help them evacuate if we fail. But we will not fail. Leia's lip quivered and she looked away from the screen momentarily. When she looked back, there was a glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes, and also a fierceness in her gaze. The Empire took my parents and my world away from me, as they have taken so many parents, and so many siblings, and so many children, and so many worlds. Now they are coming for Corellia, for more parents and more children and more worlds. If they are not stopped, they will continue consuming worlds until everything is gone. We need you. Stand with us, save Corellia, and may the Force be with us all. Wedge looked to the man sitting next to him. Ain't she something? Han's expression was grim, but despite that grimness there was a hint of a smile there. Wedge couldn't help a small, grim smile of his own. You married way up, Solo. Damn right. Wedge's communicator started buzzing wildly. He fumbled for it. Antilles go. General, the Inner Council is calling. They want to speak to you and General Solo at once. Yeah, I'll bet they do, Han muttered. Acknowledged. Tell the Inner Council that we're on our way, said Wedge. Asterisk. Their arrival at the senatorial skyhook was more hurried than normal, without the typical pomp and circumstance. Many of the senatorial aides were absent, leaving just the members of the Inner Council, minus Sina Medano, who was on Corellia, clustered around their normal circular table. General Antilles, Pellaeon growled, a tone of reproach clearly evident in his voice. You were instructed to send our reconnaissance force to Palm Major, but your orders were quite clear. Do not as less than involve the New Republic in the battle. Anything Commodore Taban did, Wedge replied calmly, she did with my full support. I gave her full latitude for independent action. I can't say for certain that she did involve herself or her ships in the battle, but if there were refugees under threat, I am certain that she would choose to protect them rather than stand back and let them be slaughtered by an Imperial superweapon. What my esteemed fellow means, said Mon Mothma softly, cutting off Pellaeon before the Bothan could issue a heated retort, is that the lack of information about what precisely occurred at Palm Major makes it hard to judge what the New Republic should do next. Really? Well, I know what to do. Hay's voice dripped with sarcasm. We're gonna take the fleet to Corellia, and when that gigantic hunk of metal arrives, we're going to hit it with turbo lasers until it melts. We don't fully understand the threat, Mon Mothma said, her voice still calm. Nor do we have any clear strategy for defeating this world devastator. Leia will handle that, Han retorted. She came up with the Death Star's weakness. She'll come up with something. She's got Luke with her. He shook his head angrily. I can't believe this is even a matter for debate. Many of the council members looked like they were preparing to speak. Akbar, Karithra, and Mon Mothma were all halfway into a fresh syllable. The first voice raised in support came from an utterly unexpected source. I agree with General Solo, said Borsk Pellaeon. His tone was one of grudging acknowledgement, but not petulant or resigned. The Bothan carried a stiff determination. The Bothan fleet will proceed to Corellia to aid in the system's defense at once. The stunned surprise in the Inner Council brought every eye to Pellaeon. Shantev said something in Celestin, which 3PO translated as, the Honorable Counselor Tev wishes to point out that no Bothan battle group has left Bothan space in many years. It does not move lightly, Pellaeon growled. But rest assured, I will move it. Mon Calamari will also dedicate his fleets to Corellia's defense, said Counselor Akbar. Our best hope to defend not just Corellia, but the galaxy, is to destroy the world devastator before it has a chance to grow further in strength. We saw what Thrawn could do with just a few months of access to a cloning facility. What the world devastator could potentially do with his droids is an equal threat, if not worse. Around the room they went. Each of the counselors pledged to send what they could. So be it, said Mon Mothma, quietly consenting. We will issue a joint statement later today, confirming that our worlds will be sending ships to Corellia, and inviting. You were not listening. Not just mere ships, interrupted Pellaeon. Bothbu will send his home fleet. Corellia may not be a world of the Republic today, but it wishes to be, and as Counselor Akbar says, its safety is our safety. Wedge and Han shared a look of stunned surprise. Very well, said Mon Mothma, and we will invite the other worlds of the Republic, and even worlds not of the Republic, to send their own ships. A small smile crossed her lips. It will be an effort the likes of which the galaxy has rarely known, especially since we received an additional encrypted message from Leia, one not meant for public consumption. What did this message say? Asked Philia suspiciously. That Grand Moff Pharaohs will be sending his remaining ships, under the command of Admiral Pellaeon, to assist in the defense of Corellia as well. Mon Mothma smiled, and Wedge abruptly realized that she had deliberately withheld this information until after the counselors had already committed their fleets. General Antilles, we will be releasing Commander Dreef into your custody, so that he might help facilitate joint operations. Yes, Madam Chief of State, said Wedge. My only concern, Mon Mothma continued, is that the Empire may be bluffing. In drawing so many ships to Corellia, they have made other worlds vulnerable. For that reason, I ask you to delay your departure to Corellia until we have confirmed the Imperial plan through our own sources. I believe General Kraken should have no trouble getting word. Her lips pressed together. Nothing creates so many defectors as the destruction of a world, she added sadly. As soon as their plan is confirmed, take your ships to Corellia. Protect the Corellians, and protect us all. Admiral Abot will protect Coruscant with Home Fleet. You will have full theater command of our joint forces, and full discretion as to their disposition. Yes, Madam Chief of State, Wedge repeated softly, eyes sweeping across the assembled throng of politicians, some of whom he knew and liked, some of whom he knew and didn't. Then to your fleets, Mon said, raising her hands in a final theatrical gesture, and may the force be with us all. As the counselors departed to their offices and ships, Mon Mothma raised an arm to Wedge's shoulder and held him in place. Wedge, Han Mon said, her voice soft and warm, not the practiced durstill she'd spent so long crafting. Yes, Mon, Wedge replied, decor temporarily forgotten, like the old days. Beside him, Han stepped up to be shoulder to shoulder, meeting the gaze of his wife's foremost mentor. Come back alive, both of you. Corellia has already lost enough, said the new Republic's Chief of State. Count on it, grunted Han. It was all Wedge could do to nod. Asterisk. Should I ask how common it is for Kraken to personally deliver a message to an officer of the fleet? Han asked Wedge. They and Captain Creefy waited at the hatchway of Lusankaya's small tower hangar. It's a good question, Wedge replied, wondering the same. This is a special occasion, but I already see him more than I'd like. A battered civilian transport slid into the docking bay so smoothly it looked as though it had always been there. Its ramp dropped to reveal General Aaron Kraken, head of New Republic Intelligence, an unremarkable spacer's garb that played well with his graying hair to create the impression of a semi-successful, semi-legitimate freighter captain. Two people in unremarkable Tex jumpsuits accompanied Kraken down the ramp. Unremarkable except for the blaster rifles they bore casually, as if those rifles were merely the hydrospanners real Tex would have carried. As Kraken descended the ramp, an officer in an Imperial uniform followed, and despite their only recent acquaintance, Wedge recognized him as Commander Nzem Dreef. General Antilles, Kraken greeted him. General Kraken, Wedge replied levelly. And Commander Dreef. Welcome aboard Lusankaya. He watched Dreef steadily. You're here to advise and support this operation, Captain. That's correct, General, Dreef said. His expression was guileless, but there was a certain intensity, almost viciousness, to his expression that took Wedge aback. Despite it, Dreef's words were precisely calm. I've served in that capacity for Admirals Rogras and Pellaeon in the past. For the duration of this engagement, consider me at your service. Wedge turned his attention on Kraken. Does that mean we have official confirmation from intelligence? Everything checks out so far, Kraken said with a grim nod. There's no doubt that the Empire plans to host a formal coronation at Entrala. Imperials are flocking there to make sure they don't miss it. It'll be the single biggest convocation of the Moffs and ISB since the Emperor's death. We've also gone over Leia's message closely. There's no signs of forgery or has been tampered with, and she used none of the Inner Council's preset duress codes. That was Leia, Han said flatly. Not some protocol droid with a holo overlay pretending to be her. That was my wife. Kraken chuckled. I will consider that additional confirmation. We also have no word of any intended deception by the New Order in terms of their target. Our intelligence assets inside the New Order fleet indicate that Corellia does appear to be their target. Several of them have warned, though, that all decisions now seem to be made at the very top of the New Order's hierarchy. Decision-making from here on out may get progressively more mercurial. Wedge frowned, and a slow smile crossed Kraken's lips. You've always been good at that, Wedge. Don't hold out on me. We've received an additional message from Baron Fell. It's a data packet, the entire recording from every available perspective of the battle at Pawn Major. There's even real-time information from the Star Destroyer Agonizer up until the point of its destruction. Admiral Rogers was transmitting everything until the very last possible second. The confirmation of Rogers' death was surprisingly emotional for Wedge. Rogers had been a foe for a long time, but an honorable one, for an Imperial. He had taken risks to do the right thing more than once. The sudden realization that Wedge would never be able to thank him for saving Atral's life was a painful one. My staff and I will work on using it to develop a battle plan. In the meantime, we'll move the fleet to Corellia, Wedge said. With all the reinforcements on their way to Corellia, we should be there to coordinate. I agree, Kraken said with a nod. Speaking of, Philia was as good as his word. The Bothan home fleet is already on its way to Corellia, as is most of the Mon Calamari fleet. Additional information is sketchier, but it appears Corellia is going to be the single most well-defended system in the galaxy very soon. When a Bothan gives his word, you can count on it, said Captain Creffy. The Bothans first stood on end, his back straightening as the others all turned to look at him. Once Philia had made his commitment, our government became honor-bound to act on it. He represents us on the galactic stage. Creffy grinned, his teeth showing. Plus, Philia knows very well that the Empire must be stopped. Whatever else might be said or speculated about him, he knows that the New Order is the biggest threat to the Bothan people and the New Republic. I would also venture to guess that he suspected Counselor Akbar would ensure a Mon Calamari presence at Corellia, so he decided to take the initiative. That way, Akbar had to be seen following his lead, rather than the other way around. Politics, grumbled Han. Whatever the reason, I'm grateful, Wedge said with a nod. You were at the liberation of Kothlis, said Traz flatly. And we remember. Whether Philia agreed to send the fleet or not, it would be sent. He nodded to both Wedge and Han. Corellians, humans, Drallans, and Silonians fought and died for Bothans. You fought for Kashyyyk, for Sullust, and for 100 other words. It would be a stain on the honor of my people if we did anything less. Han looked down and away, while Wedge stared at the younger officer and felt his throat closing. We don't deserve this kind of loyalty. I need to get back, Kraken said softly, interrupting the moment. And Wedge, if I hear anything from Ela, you will be the first to know. He nodded at Han. Or Leia? Wedge's voice was just a bit hoarse. Thank you. Kraken left, his ship departing as silently and unobtrusively as it had arrived, and Wedge, Han, and Traz studied their new arrival before glancing at each other. Wedge took a deep breath, steeling himself for the battle to come, and for the face he would have to put on for that battle. Captain Creffy, is the fleet ready for departure? On your order, sir. Then let's return to the bridge. I need to tell our people where they're fighting, and what the stakes are. Asterisk. Give me fleet-wide, Commander Nita, Wedge said, putting his hand on his headset. The younger man offered a silent salute, then held up his hand for a 3 count, timed with the beeps in the headset. All around Wedge, the bridge crew of Lusankaya stood in their crew pits, looking up at him. Beyond Lusankaya's bridge windows, massive star destroyers and star cruisers waited for the orders to come. Wedge could see the brand new Nebula-class Star Destroyer Areta, perfect white hull plate and emblazoned with the red stripes and starboard insignia of the New Republic, prepared to lead Fifth Fleet into battle. This is General Antilles. Wedge took a breath. He hadn't written much of a speech, but he'd always been good at improvisation. I know you've heard rumblings and rumors, so consider this confirmation. The Empire is sending its world devastator to Corellia. Just as the Empire punished Rendili for his so-called betrayal, the New Order intends to punish Corellia after it rebelled against the Empire's tyranny. We're going to stop it. Lusankaya will be the center of the battle to come. Gasps swept through the bridge, but without any real surprise. The sentience of the New Republic's defense forces were all too familiar with the Empire, with its pettiness, its anger, and its punishment. Still, the congenial, business-like atmosphere that Wedge had cultivated aboard Lusankaya turned cold and anticipatory, just as it had when Lusankaya had charged into Karita to engage Reaper. Corellia is my homeworld, Wedge said. But even if it wasn't my homeworld, Lusankaya would still be first into this battle because this needs to end. No more Gormans. No more T'Pras. No more Alderaans. No more Pawn Majors. We're going to show the Empire what their bankrupt ethics and corrupt government have gotten them. And we're going to protect all the innocent people who have no one else to defend them. Until Corellia. Wedge clicked off the comm pickup and closed his eyes. When he opened them, the bridge was silent, his crew staring at him with electric anticipation. Are you with me? He asked softly. It was Vera Nita, a former Imperial officer from a lineage of Imperial officers, who answered for the rest of them. Until Corellia, General. Wedge nodded. Take us to Corellia, Captain Creffy. As Lusankaya and her consort spooled up for their hyperspace jump, Han leaned towards him. Nice speech. If only we could win the war with words, Wedge murmured. Speak for yourself, Han said with a smile. Leia wins wars that way all the time. He nodded over Wedge's shoulder towards where Commander Dreef stood, staring out the bridge window. Case in point. They watched Dreef for a moment. He was remarkably still, barely budging even as Lusankaya made the jump to hyperspace. He just stared out at the stars as they became a swirling vortex of light. It was strange, Wedge thought. There was something about the younger man's manner that Wedge found familiar. Eventually, the Imperial noticed them watching him and strode over, lacking his prior, more self-assured gait. Yes, generals. Hey, I'm retired, Han countered. Are you all right, Commander? Wedge asked. Dreef hesitated. His lower lip trembled and Dreef actually reached a hand towards his eyes. Wedge, astonished, thought the man might actually start to cry. No, sir. No, I'm not. Wedge and Han glanced at one another. If you're having second thoughts about working with us. No! Dreef's voice was harsh and punishing. He took a breath. No, sir. It's not that. I'm from Pawn Major General. When Dreef met Wedge's eyes, Wedge recognized the same pure icy fury that Wedge sometimes experienced himself when he let his anger drive him into battle. Or I was, Dreef said, the words emotionless. So that's what it is, Wedge realized, thinking back to the Alderanians on Hoth, to their coldness, colder even than Hoth after dark, and their sorrow and their rage. Wedge knew from experience that there was nothing at all he could say to make the young man feel better. So he just nodded and chose his next words with care. It's a rare thing to meet the thing that killed your home and family and have a chance to hit back. When I was 16, I had a Z-95. Now, his hand swept the bridge of the biggest, meanest warship left in the galaxy. You can count on me, sir, Dreef replied, raw emotion replaced with precise diction. I know I can, Wedge said, with equal cold precision as Han looked on, for once with nothing to say. Even distilled into a translucent specter of projected light from hundreds of planets distant, Leia Organa Solo, fully roused to fury, was magnificent. Now they are coming for Corellia, for more parents and more children and more worlds. If they are not stopped, they will continue consuming worlds until everything is gone. We need you. Stand with us, save Corellia, and may the Force be with us all. Fleary Voru leaned back in his comfortable chair, looking away from the now frozen image of the fiery counselor. She is something truly unique in this galaxy, and as terrifying as Palpatine in her own way. There were many outcomes which he had prepared for. Dozens. Hundreds even. This was not one of them. But then, Fleary Voru had made his career taking advantage of the unexpected. He opened his eyes slowly. Sitting across the desk from him was the elderly Drylin Slicer Eleazar, watching Voru with his rheumy black eyes. Eleazar's age and infirmity had only advanced since he and Voru had stolen Lord Zizer's hidden fortune, but his mind and his ability to manipulate the HoloNet remained utterly unmatched and still Voru's most powerful weapon. Eleazar coughed. What do you intend to do? I'm not going anywhere, Voru said. I've spent too much time away from my home and moved the heavens to get back here. If Corellia dies, I die. But I don't plan on just sitting here and waiting for it. He leaned forward. The Empire is going to try to block Counselor Organa Solo's message. I'm sure they're already blocking off HoloNet channels wherever they can. I want you to make sure it's disseminated everywhere. End their blackouts for as long as you can. I want everyone to know what's coming. We're not going down without a fight. He smiled. But you should evacuate to our compound on Socoria, Eleazar. You're too old to strap on an engine and a set of laser cannons. His Drylin companion snorted derisively. I was never any good at that kind of fighting even when I was a young radical. But I'm not leaving either, Fleary. He coughed, smoothing his fur down with a shake of his head. It would take too long. I'll get to work. One hand on his cane, Eleazar slowly made his way to the door. Voru watched him go, then triggered his private comm. Yes, Underlord. This is Early, said a voice with a Delusion accent. Lieutenant Early, I want you to get all our pilots prepared to fight. Everything we have that has a weapon should be prepared for battle. Then communicate our strength and status to the Corellian Civil Defense Authority and request orders. If they don't have a plan, we'll just take over management of Corellia's defense ourselves. But given my experiences with the Corellian resistance, I expect Coruscant's people are back in charge and already on top of it. It will be done, Underlord. Should I prepare your yacht? Yes, Voru said. Rig it for battle. I will be aboard shortly to help plan my homeworld's defense. Chapter 30. The days after the second and last Battle of Pawn Major passed as if they were a dream. Osori Rogris surrendered to it, already feeling out of place aboard Rendili Vigil. She spent most of her off-duty time in the New Republic ship's forward lounge, staring at the swirling storms of hyperspace as they trekked further into the unknown regions. She lost herself in the spinning swirling lights and lightning, trying to find any sense of meaning, any pattern to them. Nothing presented itself, though. Commodore Taban stopped infrequently to check on her, bringing her meals or caf, making sure she ate and drank, and offering a comforting presence. Atral had not been her only company. Rendili Vigil was packed with refugees. The plurality of Pawn Major's population had been human, but it had enormous alien populations, and she was surrounded by sentients of all kinds. They shared the same stunned expressions and stark silences. There were few words exchanged, and they gave her a wide berth. They were wary of someone in uniform, especially a stranger. The image of Agonizer's slow death refused to leave her. She saw it when she closed her eyes, and when she gazed into the spiraling hyperspace corridor. The cracks that shattered through Agonizer's hull, from prow to engines, exploding the Imperial-class Star Destroyer into chunks of debris, the chunk that had once been the bridge tower, disintegrating slowly. All the flotsam left behind swept into the hungry maw of Silencer Station. It was hard, though, to be too lost in her own pain when she was surrounded by others. Others who, like her, had seen family, friends, and revered places consumed by Silencer Station. Others who, unlike her, had lost their entire world. Her own home, Annexus, had been conquered by the New Republic a few years before. The idea that it could be lost to the Empire, rendered unreachable to her beyond the impermeable barrier of war, had been unthinkable once. But it had now been years since she had returned to Annexus, years since she had last visited her mother's grave. She swallowed hard. Her father had always wanted to be buried beside his wife. The thought made her eyes tear up, and she tucked her knees up against her chest, resting her chin against them. She sat there, silently resisting the urge to cry. Someone sat on the couch beside her. "Are you all right?" Isori blinked, her eyes open. The alien sitting beside her was elderly, at least, she assumed the alien was elderly. It was hard to tell when dealing with non-humans, and very non-human. She had green skin and a lizard-like appearance. Isori recognized her as a Traukree, one of the species which Baron Fell had more success recruiting into the URAF. She wiped her eyes hastily. "Yes, I'm fine." The Traukree said. Her elongated head shifted forward in a nod. "My progeny's progeny said much the same when I asked them, but they too are far from fine." She shifted awkwardly in the couch next to Isori. Its shape wasn't quite suited to the Traukree's body. "I didn't lose my world," Isori protested. "Someday, I'll be able to go home again." "She never will." "But you lost your father," the Traukree said. Isori sat up straight. "Excuse me?" "Your Captain Rograst." The words were calm and knowing. If they're basic with a slightly buzzing, alien flavor, the alien was clearly not accustomed to speaking so much in basic. "Your father stood and fought so that we might flee." She wasn't sure how to respond. One option was to deny, just to escape the conversation as quickly as possible. But she realized, rather quickly, that the other refugees were listening also, and the words had been spoken with too much certainty for a denial to be plausible. "He did," she said quietly. It was a noble thing. Despite her best efforts, her eyes started to water again. "Yes," she managed to say. "It was." Whatever else had been true of her father, his commitment to the Empire, encouraging his children to follow in his footsteps, no one would ever doubt that he had died nobly. Not for the Empire, not for any hope of gain, but because he was doing his best to help save as many lives as he could, both of the people upon Major of all species, and of all those who would have to fight Silencer Station in the days to come. He would be remembered as an Imperial, with all the connotations that the word that all those who had served the Empire would forever carry, but he would not just be remembered as an Imperial. "Grief does not like to leave," said the old woman. "It is a natural thing, which does not make his hurting any less a thing, but the pain should be felt by more than just you. Your father was a just man. We mourn with you." "Thank you," Isori said. "What will you do now?" the woman asked, filmy membranes nictating over her old eyes as Isori took a moment to gather herself and really think. She offered the old woman a tepid smile. "I still don't know what I will do tomorrow, but I know what I'm going to do today. I'm headed back to my command. I'm going to find that thing that killed your world, and I'll do what my father taught me to," she said. "I'll stand and fight." "How long until the shuttle for Chimera arrives?" Atral Taban checked her wristcom. 2 or 3 hours, assuming there isn't another delay thanks to all the refugees being shuttled to the surface, which there will be. It sounds like all of Chimera's small craft are in use. As many people as we picked up, they took on thousands more. Rendili Vigil had been assigned a high orbit around Dowager's Rest, alongside the rest of Mirage Formation's ships. The world turned slowly, clouds floating above green and white continents and blue seas. It was dark below them, lights that signified the presence of advanced civilization gleaming on the largest continents, all clustered around an array of enormous lakes in the middle of one of those continents. Imperial transports had come up in an orderly queue, shuttling the refugees down to the surface one transport load at a time. The process had taken hours, and now that it was complete, those same transports were being used to evacuate Pellaeon's much larger ships, leaving Rendili Vigil's lounge empty except for the Imperial officer and her Republic counterpart. Isori's Termagant had evacuated nearly 20,000 people, far above its standard maximum capacity, and it would be at least a day before she could go back to her ship. That left the Imperial stuck on Rendili Vigil until she could be sent to confer with Pellaeon. Isori had spent several days in a daze, Atral had tried to help her through it by just providing a comforting presence, but wasn't sure if it was really helping. "I'm sorry about your father, Captain," she said. "I didn't get to know him very long or very well, but I could tell that he was a man of principle." She hesitated. "I don't know why he chose to serve the Empire, but I'm sure it was." Osori laughed softly, offering Atral a small, not entirely genuine and terribly sad smile. He made the decisions he made because they made sense to him at the time. He always thought he was doing the right thing. She sighed. "I do wonder if he would have made different choices with the benefit of hindsight, but I have no doubt that his decision to take Agonizer into her last battle is not one he would change. He saved my life and the lives of my crew. If there's anything..." "No, but thank you, Commodore. I'll be fine." Atral wasn't sure, but she nodded anyway. "Are you sure you wouldn't prefer to stay in your quarters? I've had them cleaned." "I'm sure. I can't stand the idea of staring at 4 cramped walls." Osori nodded towards the viewport at the world below. "This is much better." There was something about the Imperials' tone, an oddly compelling combination of sadness, uncertainty, and resolve. Atral tapped her wristcom. "Tab to bridge. Forward lounge is designed off limits until I say otherwise." "Acknowledged, ma'am," Hayek confirmed. Atral found Osori looking at her, a small, amused smile on her face. "Is that an abuse of authority? A seizure of a public space?" "This is still a warship, and more to the point is my warship," Atral replied, feeling mildly embarrassed. "Rank hath its proper remunerations." Osori smirked, the first expression that Atral had seen on her face since the battle that wasn't tinged with sadness. Spoken like a true Corellia graduate. Atral folded her arms across her chest, adopting a faint scowl. Still, that made the Imperial captain laugh. Atral found her smile reassuring, that despite everything, despite the Empire's new weapon, the destruction of Paul Major, the death and conflict, the decades-long civil war that Palpatine had inflicted upon the galaxy, there was still a future worth looking forward to. 2 hours later, Atral's wristcom buzzed. "Ma'am, the shuttle to take Captain Rogers to Chimera is on its way. It'll be here in 15 minutes. Osori put down her wine glass with a sigh. She offered Atral a slightly abashed, and alarmingly cute, smile, and pulled a small detox patch out of one of the small pockets on her uniform. She affixed it to her arm. "Goodbye, pleasant buzz," she sighed reluctantly. "But best to meet the Admiral sober." She fixed her uniform sleeve. There were a lot of questions that Atral could ask. How are you feeling? What are you going to do when all this is over? Are you going to stay with the Empire? But none of them felt right, and Atral wouldn't feel much like talking about her feelings right then either. "I'll see you at Corellia," she said instead. Osori's expression turned hard. "Yes, you will," she promised, the words coming with some of the ferocity that the Imperial Starfleet tried to imbue into its officers. But for some reason, she found that she couldn't keep it up. And after, Osori promised, and held out her hand. Well, in that case, Atral took Osori's hand and held it a touch longer than necessary. "Good hunting. I look forward to it." The other woman said nothing, merely nodded and gave a soft, sad smile. Asterisk. Osori's arrival aboard Chimera did not go unremarked. "Welcome aboard, Captain Rogers." She recognized the officer there to greet her, a young man, though not as young or uncertain as he had been a year ago. "Thank you, Lieutenant Shell," she replied formally. "The Admiral is meeting with our guests in his private suite, Captain. He requested that you join him at your earliest convenience." She straightened her uniform and gave a formal nod. "Of course. But please have a transport ready to take me to my ship when the meeting is over, Lieutenant. I've been away for too long." "Of course, Captain." She made the short trip from the bridge tower's hangar to the Admiral's suite. It was not what she had expected. The Admiral's suite was always tailored to suit whichever Admiral occupied it, and consequently there was a great diversity among them. Some were luxury suites, with luxuries of varied legality and expense. Others were gaming rooms or libraries. The suite aboard Exigent had been the home to a Kybuk that Captain Naito had named Genty. Asori hadn't gotten to know the beast well before her transfer, but the crew had doted on it. Chimera's suite was a museum. The lights were kept dim and carefully engineered microbrights cast gentle pools of light over the sculptures and paintings that were spread evenly through the space. She found Admiral Pellaeon gazing at one of the paintings on the left. Framed with the dull, unobtrusive bronze, the painting was of a lone man on a hill. The figure was painted in a ghostly white, with a flowing robe that made him appear almost ethereal, fabric whipping in the imagined breeze. The ground under his feet was rocky and troublesome, and the man appeared pained by the experience of his hike. It was the sky behind the man that was the painting's most defining feature, dark and starry, but as if behind a haze of dim fog that gave the image a dreamlike quality. "It's called Peregrine," Pellaeon said quietly. Gilad Pellaeon was apparently a devotee. He glanced at her, then gestured at the painting. The painting of an old man who can never go home again. "Yes, sir," she said. "I'm sorry about your father, Captain," he said, his voice remaining soft, his attention still on the painting. "Yes, sir," she repeated. "Thank you, sir. The New Republic treated you well." "As well as could be expected, sir." "And Commander Dreef?" "Still on Coruscant, sir." Pellaeon nodded and said nothing. She stood beside him and said nothing. A junior officer did not speak to a senior unless invited, and gazed at the painting because Pellaeon was gazing at the painting. She understood why General Gilad Pellaeon had found the painting compelling. The figure was lost, wandering, unable to go home, and yet unable to stop moving. Thrawn used to say that if you understood a species' art, you would understand the species, Pellaeon said finally. He would keep the art of his enemies here, to study so that he might understand them. Pellaeon watched the painting a while longer. "I think I am finally beginning to understand General Gilad Pellaeon." He glanced at her. "What you already did, didn't you, Captain?" "Sir." Pellaeon's wrist combuzzed, interrupting the exchange. "Admiral, your guests have arrived." "Send them in, Lieutenant." Asori and Pellaeon turned to face their newly arrived company. Luke Skywalker and Mara Jade approached first, with 3 additional Jedi and R2-D2 behind them. "Admiral Pellaeon, Captain Rogers," Luke greeted the 2 Imperials. "Jedi Skywalker, you retrieved your X-Wing?" "I did, thank you," Skywalker said with a nod. "These are apprentices Karana T, Tirius Arkin, and Streen," he said, motioning to the others. The trio of Jedi standing behind Luke and Mara inclined their heads and bowed in dips that could be measured in micrometers. The dark-haired woman clad in what appeared to be leather armor and armed with a spear certainly drew the eye. Tall, muscular, and imposing, she was impossible to miss, while the other 2 were less flamboyant in their presence. The blonde woman was some kind of Jedi commando by her gait and dress. The least noticeable was a nondescript older man. Skywalker smiled and attempted to break an awkward silence. "Thank you for looking after my ship and not messing with this computer." "It was not for lack of trying. You have very effective encryption." Luke smiled. "I have a very capable astromech." Pellaeon and Asori both looked at R2, who wobbled back and forth and blatted rudely, then back at the Jedi. "Counterpart," Pellaeon said knowingly. "Of course." "He baffled you at Mirror too," Luke said, his tone gently chiding. Pellaeon hummed with a frown. "So it did." He folded his arms behind his back. "Baron Fell has assigned a stormtrooper detail to your infiltration team. They've been ordered to treat you as their commanding officer, and told that the fate of the galaxy may depend on the success of the mission." He nodded at Mara. "These stormtroopers are the best the URF has to offer. You can be assured of their quality." "I prefer to make such judgments for myself," Mara said coolly. "Of course," Pellaeon agreed, "but I'm quite certain that you will come to the same conclusion." Mara rejoined, in a sardonic echo of Pellaeon's earlier bluster. The exchange between Mara and Pellaeon continued, but Asori found her attention drawn away from it and towards the old Jedi apprentice. Lean, comparatively thin, with flyaway gray hair and a scraggly beard, he looked more like a vagrant than a soldier. He carried himself with a clear lack of confidence, too. Uncertain, his eyes darted around the museum, never looking too long at any one of the pieces of art. But his eyes always came back to Asori. She caught him looking, and he immediately looked down at his battered boots. "There is one other thing," said Luke. The words drew Asori's attention, and she found the Jedi looking at her. "Captain Rogers, Streen has something he wants to discuss with you." "With me?" she asked, tilting her head. She glanced at Pellaeon, whose slight shrug communicated that he didn't know either. "I'll let Streen explain." Luke gestured at the old man, stepping to the side to let Streen step to the forefront. It took Streen a long moment before he finally did so. With a resigned sigh, he stepped into the void that Luke had left behind, flanked by Luke and Mara. "I want to accompany you during the battle," he said. "Excuse me?" she asked. "Why would he want to do that? You aren't going to go with the Jedi on the assault team." He shook his head. "No, I'm no warrior. I won't stand a chance against the Empire in a fight. I'd be more of a burden than a help." "But why do you want to come with me?" He looked at a loss. "I don't know exactly," he said. He hesitated, his hands wringing together. "I'm not a fighter, but I am a Jedi," he started to explain. "Not every Jedi is a skilled warrior," Luke interjected. "In fact, I don't think that should be our most important quality. What defines a Jedi is our ability to make peace and offer guidance, not our ability to kill." Streen nodded. "And I'm very good at knowing where I need to be," he said. "When I was just a gas prospector, piloting mining barges, I was always able to know where the Tabana would rise and be there before anyone else to collect it." He was growing more confident now, she could tell, his tone enthusiastic. His expression and tone both became more serious, his tone becoming pleading. "And I know that the place I need to be in this battle is with you, aboard your ship." "This is highly irregular," Pellaeon objected. "You can't simply demand to station one of your sorcerers on the bridge of our ships." The Admiral inclined a finger. "And it's official Imperial policy to have a Salamir present to protect all command officers from foreign influences." "That's new," muttered Mara. "As I recall," Luke said casually, "the last time you had a Jedi on your bridge, Admiral Pellaeon, it proved very helpful." Her commanding officer's expression soured further, and Asori cut in before the exchange could worsen. "I'll have the Salamir moved off the bridge," she said firmly. "Streen, you're welcome to join me, on the condition that you follow any orders I might have and stay out of the way of my officers, especially during combat." "He doesn't even know why he's supposed to be there," Pellaeon objected. "We have a massive station that can eat planets and grow, Admiral," Asori shot back. "We're on the defensive and out of our depth, which means we need to take all the help we can get." She paused and allowed her tone to soften. "Given what we're up against, sir, the unorthodox might be all we've got." "I remember the stories about the Jedi," barked Pellaeon with surprising heat. "I know how many ships we lost because of leapy brain schemes." He pointed at her, then at Streen aggressively. "I don't want to lose another one." Asori's eyes narrowed, and she chose her words with care, drawing each one like a precious gem from a valise. "My father knew what duty was, sir. I learned sacrifice at my mother's knee every time he deployed." Pellaeon paled and remained silent, though bristling at the implication. Why is it, Asori wondered, that the older generation has such a hard time believing that we understand the nature of sacrifice? That we knew what we signed up for and are just as willing to risk life and limb. We grew up with this war too. Sacrifice, duty, and trust are all part of what it means to be a Jedi, Admiral. If we are involved, so is risk and uncertainty. How many of your elaborate battle plans have survived first contact with the enemy? Asked Mara, her hands folded behind her back. Sometimes all we can do is listen, put our faith in the Force to guide us, and hope for the best in the unexpected. She nodded at Streen. Streen's track record is very good. He does know where he needs to be, even if he doesn't know why. "I know that I need to be there," Streen said, and his voice had all the confidence it had lacked before. "And I know that together the captain and I will do something that needs to be done, at the precise moment it is possible. He offered Asori a thankful smile. Asori didn't wait for Pellaeon to object again. "Welcome aboard, Jedi Stream," she said. "With your leave, Admiral, I'll take the Jedi back to Termagant and get him settled in while I resume my command." "Very well," Pellaeon nodded reluctantly, and finally, "It's your ship, Captain." Ila Wessery was embarking on her most dangerous mission yet in the lap of Imperial luxury, and the only thing she was sure of is that Wedge and the Wraiths would have loved Teldin Imperator. The vessel itself was a large Sorrel Suab luxury transport, built to Imperial specs, procured by Baron Fell for their infiltration into Entrala. Significantly larger than a typical yacht, Ila thought it was rather too large for anything short of actual freight hauling. Once inside, she realized that it was closer to a liner than anything intended for truly private use. It featured accommodations for dozens of people, all able to be pampered with the height of luxury. Of course, they were in the middle of removing all the unnecessary fluff so that they'd have more room for weapons and supplies. Once they were in Imperial space, they'd be cut off, and without easy reinforcement. All they would have is what they brought with them. Ila glanced to her side. Her Deveronian partner was busy guiding his commandos, all of them clad in dark, helmeted boarding armor, none of them Nori, who he had left behind on Coruscant to guard the Solo children, and stacking all their supplies from tempered metal. "2 more trips with the heavy lifter," Cap reported to her. "Then we'll be fully prepped for departure." "We're just waiting for the Imperials, then?" Cap pressed his lips together unhappily. "I'd really rather we went on this mission on our own, Ila. I don't like the idea of having stormtroopers at our back." "Neither do I," Ila admitted. "But we could use the extra bodies if it becomes a firefight. Besides," she gestured at Cap's horns, "you can't masquerade as a Stormy, Cap, and neither can a lot of our people. Mara's disguise requires a guard unit that can pass as genuinely Imperial, and that means being able to put on the white helmets." He huffed and nodded a reluctant agreement. 2 more trips," he said. The transport was more than 100 meters long, and while the cargo areas were placed conveniently to the exit, they had moved most of the equipment much deeper into the ship. If they were boarded by a customs team, or even a formal greeting party, it would be important to pretend to be a simple luxury craft. Crates full of blaster rifles, explosives, and heavier equipment would be out of place, at best. They heard familiar footsteps, heavy on the deck, outside the ship, growing louder as they approached the cargo ramp in cadence. The Imperials had arrived, and she went to greet them. 2 rows of stormtroopers in ranks of 10, and each one wearing unit insignia that made Ila reach for her blaster. The 501st, Ila thought in surprise, forcing her hand to relax. Once known as Vader's Fist, the 501st were the Empire's most famous, most infamous unit. The stormtrooper wearing the unit commander's pauldron saluted her. "Agent Wessery, TKR 330 reporting. Baron Fell sent my detachment of the 501st for deployment to Silencer Station. Ma'am." Wasn't that just a dust-up for the data slates, she thought, letting the man hold his posture of attention for a moment before she flicked 2 fingers to her own brow in an informal, Alliance-style dismissal. "I didn't realize that the 501st had defected to the UREF," Ila said cautiously. "We've been serving the right people for a while now." The helmeted head peered past Ila into the transport. Then the black visor turned and affixed on her again. "I understand we'll be under the direct authority of Jedi Skywalker and Jedi Jade." "You will," Ila said. "Jedi Jade will be in overall command of this operation. You'll obey her orders when they are given, and without hesitation." TKR 330 glanced to his side. The stormtrooper standing there gave a small shrug, and TKR 330 nodded. "Baron Fell made that very clear. My unit and I are willing and able to operate under those conditions. Since Jedi Jade is not currently present, do we have your permission to begin our preparations for departure?" Ila and Cap shared a look. "Go ahead," said Cap. "But I'm going to have some of my people guiding you. We've already stocked up with everything we brought with us, and have used up a lot of the available space." "We're stormtroopers," TKR 330 said, his voice surprisingly wry for a trooper. We're used to being stashed in a small metal box for weeks at a time before being called into action. It was only a few minutes after the stormtroopers had begun moving into the yacht, under the watchful eye of Cap and his commandos, that Luke and Mara returned. Looking at Mara, Ela couldn't tell that she was pregnant. It was far too early in the pregnancy for that. But maybe it was self-deception, or maybe it was her investigator skills, or maybe it was ego. But Ela thought she would have guessed even if Mara hadn't told her. There was something about the way Mara carried herself, normally so perfectly poised, that communicated uncertainty and concern. Ela approached them with a reassuring nod. Phil stormtroopers are settling in. They haven't given us any trouble so far. Mara looked over Ela's shoulder towards the yacht, watching the stormtroopers carry crates of supplies and equipment aboard. They won't, she confirmed. They're trained to the standards of the Empire at its height, not the standards of the Empire after Endor. I trust her on this, Luke added. As soon as we're loaded, we should depart, Mara continued. It's better to be early to the convocation than to be fashionably late. My Countess Claria identity will get us in the door with the help of Sarity's documents, but she's not nearly high-ranking enough to expect VIP treatment once we're there. We'll get in, settle in, and then decide what to do next. It'll take us a few more hours to load, and I'm not leaving the troopers alone to do it. You two should go relax a bit and make sure Leia eats something. It wasn't much, but it would give the two of them an excuse to spend a little time with Leia before they left. Oh, so you've worked with my sister before, Luke said, in an artificially breezy tone. I thought she was supposed to be the sarcastic one. Ela replied, jabbing a quick thumb at Mara, who rolled her eyes in response. But I have. We did go on that raid of Airy Tower together. Well, that's good enough then, Luke agreed lightly. He sighed. I don't like leaving her here all alone, but I don't feel like these Imperials are any threat to her. He nodded at Mara. Let's try to have one last meal before we go. Ela nodded in return. Grab us something while you're at it. I hate ration bars, and I want my people to be at least a little relaxed. We'll take care of the last Imperial superweapon when you return. Mara just smiled as Ela shooed the two out of the yacht. Once they were out of sight, she allowed her smile to fall, assuming this entire run isn't a trap. But even if it was, they didn't have any choice but to take the risk. After what the World Devastator had done to Pawn Major, it had to be stopped, and it had to be stopped now. Its ability to grow with time meant they had no margin for error and no time to wait. The opportunity in front of them might be the only chance they ever had to stop it. Ela reached down to the comfortably worn grip of her blaster, feeling the reassurance of its familiar shape. Trap or no, we have to see it through. Leia was hard at work, reviewing a series of documents that Grand Moff Pharaohs had prepared. The terms of the peace agreement were sufficiently harmful to the Empire, and sufficiently willing to turn complicit officers over to the New Republic to see justice, that she believed she could sell it to the Senate. Combined with the destruction of Pawn Major, which, Imperial world or not, would provoke great sympathy in the Republic, and with Pharaohs and Fel's decision to come to the aid of a New Republic world, she could do it. There were some in the Republic who would call her traitor for even broaching the topic of peace. Many Alderanians would never forgive her if the New Republic did not bring every last Imperial to justice. But her father had taught her, long ago, that to make peace with an enemy could not simply mean subjugating them. That was not the foundation for a lasting peace, and both the New Republic and Pharaohs' resulting polity, whether it called itself the Empire or not, would struggle for decades, if not much longer, with people who thought back on the Empire not as a galactic catastrophe, but as a galactic savior. The memory of the Empire was never going to go away, and Aaron's people are going to be hunting quietly in the shadows for another generation all the same. I wouldn't have it any other way. Leia, that was Luke's voice, as she turned in her chair. He was there in the doorway, with Mara at his side and Grand Moff Pharaohs at the door controls. She's been in here working for hours, Pharaohs explained to her brother. We're getting ready to leave, Luke explained awkwardly. And we wanted to see you before we left. We were thinking of borrowing the Grand Moff's kitchen and making something to eat, just to make sure you got some food. Oh, I can assure you that my staff will see to it that the counselor is fed. All right, Leia cut off Pharaoh's. But, and on instinct, Leia realized that there was something she wanted to do. Something she very much wanted to do. An Alderaanian tradition that would normally not taken place until much later in a pregnancy, but they might never have another chance. Can your staff provide an oven and shortbread dough? Pharaoh's blinked in surprise. I'm not sure, but I can check. Do you want something specific? Less than 10 minutes later, Leia was dragging a confused Luke and Mara with her through the kitchen, and the sweet Pharaohs had aboard Chimera. A pair of chef droids were making dinner. Dried herbs created fresh scents from a sizzling plate just off a griddle, while Leia struggled to remember how to create the vital cookies. Watch me, she encouraged Luke. If you'd been raised on Alderaan, you would have learned this too. She tried to find the time to teach him a variety of Alderaanian dishes over the years, out of a sense of guilt and obligation, and he in turn had sought to teach her how to make the Tatooinean dishes that he still regularly made for himself, but she never really had the time. She had always been running short on time. The thought drove her to check on the shortbread cookies again. I can't believe Pharaoh's let us use his galley, Luke said awkwardly as he watched her bake. I can, Mara said. He's desperate for peace and willing to do whatever it takes to get on Leia's good side. Leia slid the cookies out of the oven. They weren't perfect. She had rushed too many parts of the process, and she'd never been all that good at baking to begin with. She only vaguely remembered her mother's lessons, those months before her youngest cousin had been born. She offered the first one to Mara trepidatiously. Here, she said, is good luck. Mara ate it. Leia wasn't sure if she enjoyed it. It didn't crumble like it was supposed to, but the former Emperor's hand kept a straight face. Thank you, she said graciously. Dinner is served, the protocol droid announced. Asterisk. Leia laughed. So when Jaina made that slingshot out of a stretchy blanket and climbing frame the rogue sent her an inspired use of improvised weaponry, Mara interrupted her with a roguish grin. It was your idea. Well, I suspect the targets were her idea. I would have told her not to try it on Nori. She would have been better off trying to hit something stationary. They were, thankfully, not offended. I think they believed it was good early combat training. It wouldn't surprise me if they had encouraged it. Actually, Leia shook her head. They were furious about being left home, but there was really no choice. Not after Bilbringi. Luke rolled up the mix of meat and vegetables in his flatbread, chewed, and grimaced. The stewards didn't do too badly, but they should have let me bring my spices from the metal. The Imperial Starfleet apparently has no tolerance for spices. The door chimed. The trio turned to look at it, then it slid open unbidden. Grand Moff Pharaoh stepped through, looking apologetic. Forgive me for interrupting your dinner, but Teldan Imperator is prepared for departure. Agent Wessery asked me to fetch you. A sudden, intense morose feeling descended over Leia. She did her best to hide it, not just from Pharaoh's, but from Luke. Especially from Luke. She suddenly couldn't even look at her brother and his future wife. His pregnant future wife. Both of whom were again charging into harm's way, into something that could easily be a trap, that Mara was reasonably convinced was a trap, because they had no better option. Luke stepped in and wrapped his arms around her, giving her a quick, tight hug. We'll be fine, Leia. She sighed and hugged him back, desperately wishing Han were there. When Luke released her, she hugged Mara just as fiercely, not caring that Pharaoh's was watching. We will fine, Mara reiterated. Somehow, hearing that from Mara was more reassuring than hearing it from Luke. Not that she didn't trust Luke, but she never doubted Mara to be anything less than honest. Go, she told them. Go stop that thing. Pharaoh stepped out of the way, letting them pass, and Luke and Mara were gone. When she turned to face him, struggling to keep her diplomats calm, she noticed him examining what was left of her shortbread cookies. Ah, he said. Leia paled. She had no idea how Pharaohs would know about Alderaanian maternity traditions. Mara had gone to such efforts to keep that secret, not just the pregnancy, but of her relationship with Luke. He stopped her with a small shake of his head. "I know better than to draw the ire of Mara Jade," he said calmly. He took a seat at the table and rolled himself a flatbread. "And I am not unfamiliar with the concept of duty taking one where they do not wish to go. May I ask you a question?" She sighed, furious at herself. "You may?" After Alderaan, his voice faded away, and he put the flatbread down without biting into it. "After Alderaan, how long?" Her momentary relief that he had not asked about Mara and Luke was fleeting, replaced by a familiar old pain. "Never," she said. "It never gets better. Not even when you killed the Death Star." A tight smile slashed its way across Leia's face despite herself, remembering the exuberance of Luke and Han's return to Yavin. "I felt satisfaction that it wouldn't kill anyone else, at Tarkin's demise, at the symbol of Palpatine's power shattering, and I felt joy that some of my friends made it back," she admitted. "But I wouldn't say any of that made me feel better for long. My world was still gone, and my surviving people had no home." "I am sorry," Farrell said, and she believed it was genuine, whether that was because he had just lost his own, or whether he would have meant it even before, she could not tell. "But I promise you this, I'm going to see that monstrosity destroyed, and then I'm going to work on making a new home for my people, too. One that won't be complicit in any more monstrosities." She believed him. Slowly, deliberately, she slid him the platter of shortbread cookies. Basori Rogris stood on the bridge of Termagant. Her Chiss XO had turned command back over to her with a salute and a nod, and an askance glance at her guest. Streen sat at a deactivated console, watching with a detached, distant expression as the yacht that carried the other Jedi approached the hyperlimit. It soared past that invisible line, and then vanished into hyperspace with a flicker of pseudo-motion in the direction of Entrala and Silencer Station. "All ships, prepare for immediate departure," Admiral Pellaeon said over the comm. "Destination? Corellia. The sooner we get there, the better we can prepare for the battle to come." There was a pause, a rustle of fabric. Basori imagined Pellaeon straightening, creating an imposing presence for the sake of his crew. "Make no mistake, this battle will be difficult, but we will be victorious in the end. The future of the Empire, and of the galaxy, rests on it. We will all do our part." There was a ding. Pellaeon's voice was replaced by another man, Chimera's comm officer. "Hyperspace in 30 seconds, hyperspace in 20 seconds, hyperspace on my mark." "Mark."